medals for Bez on Saturday afternoons. They came in Le Mans and most recently that time out at Peloton Park. That's a tally he's going to have to upload, isn't it? Because we know how strong Jorge Martinez, chief championship rider at the moment, is. Jorge really does make hay on Saturday afternoons.
And to be honest, Marco Bezzecchi hasn't really looked like winning any of them since the first sprint of the season in Buriram when he was leading in Marc Marquez and crashed on the second lap. It's really an area of the weekend where he's not as strong as his teammate, and just not as strong in general as he is on Sunday. So it's something that Bezzecchi is going to have to step up to. We have seen World Championships already, as his teammate Jorge Martinez know very well for 2024. Championships decided with the weight of sprint points counting very heavily in favour of the eventual champion. So Bezzecchi, of course, crucial to that will be called back in front with a grid later on. One foot row in the last 3 Grand Prix. That's the pole in Mugello, which he ended up converting into a 4 in the sprint. And you just know that Jorge Martin will be targeting the sprint heavily. Here he is on the inside, of course, penalty-free for the sprint this afternoon. So that is his big opportunity to take some points out of Bezzecchi and potentially mitigate the points that he's going to lose tomorrow.
Bez is still a bit bashed around though after that first corner incident in Balaton. As mentioned, the muscle cut in the right leg. He's got a bit of damage to his right foot and his right ankle as well. Yesterday here in T1 was the first time he's been able to tolerate any kind of motorcycle in any shape or form since that team cruise in Balaton and Penalty. The two are the training bikes back at home with the 46 ranch in Tabulia. That's Jorge Martin back out on circuit. You see Emerson team in turn 9, he'll drop down the middle now. It's a long run. He'll drop down any break, right into the Schwartz corner. Turn 10, just about the lowest point of this Brno circuit, and then you just start climbing. It feels like you're trying to ascend Mount Everest from this point onwards. This is where you need some serious grunt. And he flicks it now through the right-hander at 12 and starts to rise up Horsepower Hill. This was where yesterday he charged a little bit hard and then trying to use the lead angle, use his body to get that brilliant turn, spinning the rear tyres well through 13. It was just a jaw-dropping, mesmerising shot of Jorge pretty much with his shoulder down going through that second to last corner. It is so spectacular, it's so awesome to watch, isn't it? All action. I was watching, I have to say. Brilliant. It's elbow down through the first corner. Spectacular.
Martin through turns 3 and 4. It's a beautiful style to watch. He's not doing that for entertainment purposes. He's certainly doing it. It's the fastest way of manoeuvring Aprilia around the sweeping corners of Brno. Of course, it was a year ago here when he made that emotional return from the rib injuries that he suffered in Qatar. So this place, I guess, will have a bit of a sentimental sort of significance for Jorge Martin when he came across the line at the end of the chicken flight in 7th place, and there was some tears in the Aprilia box. How far he's come in shape of less than 12 months in his journey with Aprilia.
His first Grand Prix finish last year with nigh on 250 days since he won the World Championship in the dramatic final Grand Prix of 2024 at the circuit de Barcelona and Catalunya. Here's a little action in a brilliant style. This time around it's Bezzecchi who goes through turn 7. Moment bears down his 13th place. He's got some flesh rub underneath him. You can see a brand new medium front, brand new soft rear tyres. So tactic being up to all as well. Finds a fully stable mate Martin. Bez into the top 10. Speaking of walking around, it feels like there are a lot of them on this grid at the moment. Brad Binder referencing yesterday, the South African 2022 Czech Grand Prix winner, 14th he is this morning on the factory KTM, straight after the recent Hungarian Grand Prix, and he was on the surgery line as well for some arm pump surgery. So Binder's still not exactly on his A-game fitness-wise, as Martin does improve on that new soft rear tyre up to P7.
Binder was 19th at the end of practice yesterday, goes to qualifying 1 for the 75 of the season. Later on, KTM will surely fancy their chances of getting at least one more rider into Q2 alongside Pedro Costa. Bezzecchi climbs 8 places down to a low 53 now, 53.293 into 5th, so it's pretty fastest from Ducati and Ducati second and third. Costa's KTM is now 4th. We've got another pair of Aprilia, Bezzecchi and Agura 5th and 6th.
not seen too much of the champ, have we, so far today? Marc Marquez, but he's been doing some sterling and impressive work off camera, because he delivered a 152.974, which still has him sitting in second place behind Ralph Fernandez. Joan Mir's impressive weekend continues. So he just moved up into fourth place. He's out on a fresh medium combination. 53.190 from Mir. So he was second on the best time he managed yesterday. Riders in the 51. We've not seen any rider in Grand Prix history here. But no, 51. There's 5 of them managed yesterday, including the number 79 of Ayagura.
It will be interesting to see if anyone goes for the medium combination this one later on. Generally in sprints, it's the software tyre that is favoured. I imagine that will be the favourite take, but we are expecting such astonishing temperatures later on. When we go green for the sprint at 3 p.m. local time later on, we're expecting air temperatures of over 33 degrees and track temperature in the mid-50s, and even over 10 laps that will have an effect.
Stayed quiet there briefly as Ayagura went through that beautiful signature gearbox on the Aprilia RSGP. He has just moved into 8th place. His first visit to Brno since he was on the box here back in 2020, as he found some cures to the sonic lack of grip that's dominant throughout this season. Of course, he's on the hand-me-down Ducati GP25. Kevin Frankie, now Clayton has just muscled that bike around to 53.395. Pedro Acosta threatening a move high up the order of the 6th place in currently occupies, as you can see, and he does, like the queue, move up 3 spots into the top 3.
Incidentally, on these medium brand new tyres, without you getting a look at the reigning world champion, Marc Marquez, been here on 4 previous occasions. That's the goal, of course, coming when he did the double here last year. And it's the right-handers where he's perhaps going to be a little bit concerned about having a strength in his shoulder, and to use his own words yesterday, the left-handers where perhaps he might relax a little bit and save some energy, the energy that he's going to need if he's going to challenge for a 4th sprint win of the season later on.
Yeah, Balaton was Mark's 12th double win in the sprint and Grand Prix era, his 9th treble, a clean sweep of pole position, sprint win and Grand Prix success. He knows that this is going to be a much tougher prospect. It's been a lot harder work if he is going to find another double victory here in Brno to back up his brilliance at this Grand Prix of Czechia last July. He's on a really good lap at the moment, as Mark, you can see. He's now in the middle of the bottom of the picture. Gura once again, this should be top 3, maybe top 4 then for the Japanese rider. By 53 flat as well.
Rode on board there with Marc Marquez. The world champion shows us how to climb the horse parallel hill. The 93 just plateaus there as you now approach the braking zone for turn 13. Flattens out, of course, famously fast. We see Marc Marquez demonstrate how good he is through here on slicks on a wet track. When he took pole here back in, was it 2019? He's not going to have that same challenge facing him today as he takes top spot now on a 52.8.
This is on warm rubber. This is on old tyres for Mark. This looks really, really good, doesn't it? For the number 93, I remember that pole position. I was commentating on that with our good friend Steve Day, and it was just unreal to watch. I remember what made it more special was Dan led the tricky after that session. I said, I don't understand it, because for everybody else the track was wet, but for Mark it was so like he was riding in the dry. It was, I mean, he has delivered so many incredible pole laps in his career, one of his 76 MotoGP pole positions, and that was right up there with the very, very best. As you can see, Ralph Fernandez, well, all the Aprilias here late on, Ralph Fernandez, Agura, CZECHIA and Jorge Martin, they've all gone for fresh rubber at the end of the session, and this is going to elevate Ralph Fernandez back into P1 surely, because look at this, he's absolutely destroying the first 3 sectors. Maverick Vinales who's so much the focus of attention right now in terms of next year's rider market, fresh from those catapulted Top Gun up into the top two with a 152.915.
We have seen this year Ralph Fernandez at times struggle to truly exploit a software tyre and for it to feel natural in qualifying trim. So perhaps this is just to get his eye in ahead of qualifying too, and he's going to hit to some tune. A 152.050, what was a very close field with around 7/10 coming in the top 20. Ralph Fernandez now has 8/10 on the Moto3.
And here is Bess. This could be maybe a high 51. O'Brien's going to come right now. Just a bit of time in that final sector, did he, Marco Bezzecchi? Well, this looks really good as far as Marquez goes. It's been brilliant so far this morning. High 152s on tyres that are now 11 laps old for Marquez. He has done sprint distance on that medium front software tyre this morning. He's doing 52.8 late on. Interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting factor to see where we can qualify in this upcoming session. Surely he's going to be a contender on the front row of the grid. It's been notable since we came here once again last year after a 5-year absence. How gripping this circuit is, which does of course seem to eat up the tyres, but of course if it's so grippy you're not going to be sliding as much around these sweeping corners of Brno, which is where the edge of the tyre does get worn out. Essentially you are going to fall off the grip of performance late in the sprint. So Marquez is able to do this kind of lap times 11 laps in. Surely he'll be going for the software tyre later.
Yeah, the 2022 running of the Grand Prix CZECHIA was a mixture of a motocross track and ice speedway. There was no grip, it was bumpy as hell. But they, to be fair, they did a phenomenal job of the resurface here to bring MotoGP back successfully here in 2025. And a crowd over 90,000 fans. There's a bit of dirt being kicked about sort of that comedy box window. So somebody just doing a little bit of off-roading as they ran off the edge of the circuit out of the final corner. Poetry in motion this morning. Ralph Fernandez, what a weekend track house at Twitter, I can't imagine. I agree on the fastest on Friday. Ralph Fernandez is going to be fastest on Saturday morning. Massive boost for the Spanish rider. He has been under the weather with that bout of appendicitis. It's a top job by Raul to put himself in P1.
Never had a MotoGP pole position as well, Fernandez. 86 attempts at doing it. Today be the day. Certainly the pretty quartet all look like they could have a major road set. Ross Martin's going to get through Q1 first, and the Diageo Group CEO looking on for the good weekend for the Aprilia too. Not only perform well, but perhaps stay out of each other's way.
Good to see Michele Corradino back the paddock, keeping a very close eye on the Aprilia quartet as Michael Bezzecchi gets ready for the practice start. Alongside him, Marc Marquez actually won the Czech Grand Prix here last July on screens. That is just another blistering launch by Michael Bezzecchi's factory Aprilia. And then perhaps be going to get ahead of Aprilia if they're on the front row on that run down to the first corner. A relatively short run down to turn 1 here in Brno.
The thing is, pretty much games that are on the grid when they start as quickly as that. Wherever they qualify from, they generally move up a couple of places off the line. It made such a difference to Marco Bezzecchi's sprint in Hungary, where he got himself that crucial track position that he could defend through the rest of the sprint. And of course, we've seen on Sundays, generally, in sections of the one, when Bezzecchi hits the front, he stays there. So if he can get the launch and get the whole shot in the start of the Grand Prix tomorrow, it'll take some shifting.
Fernandez, he absolutely nailed that one as well, didn't he? He is braking hard in the run down the Scotch corner just to make sure the rear right up device and all device are fully disengaged. Takabana just at the top of the pitch there as well. He had a very low key start to sprint Saturday. The double world champion down to 16th place, mid-53s at his best work. Mario Pinales though, the third quickest with a 152.9. That's that low was very fresh from like you saw there. 2 laps of the medium, 2 laps of the software. But he's making it hard for that one on screen. He's got the starter to say no in the race for a contract in KTM's 10-3 project next year.
Yeah, it's clear that Gunter wants to go for a blend of youth and experience next season with his 10-3 MotoGP squad. Vinales certainly does not lack experience. While the process of making his team up for the MotoGP start tomorrow afternoon.
His shoulder injury, the left shoulder injury, he's sitting in that ranking 2 session with Saxford almost a year ago. Still bothering him. He said yesterday, finding the right hand, that's where he can make up some time, but still suffering with a little bit of a lack of strength, a lack of ability in the left shoulder as he tries to tackle with 6 left-handers around this Brno circuit. Well, that will be a boost to his morale, a boost to his confidence. The 3rd quickest. Vinales was 12th yesterday, to 300 a second, away from getting himself inside that top 10. So mighty close as always. The rider did just creep into the top 10. That was a big relief for Ralph Hernandez. It's quite important to keep that lead for his podium prospects. Certainly capitalised on that with a brilliant performance this morning in FP2. Bit of a dress rehearsal for the upcoming Q2 as all 4 Aprilias went on a fresh software tyre at the end of that FP2 session. Of course, one of that quartet, Jorge Martin, the only one of that quartet will be in Q1. Fancy Martin going to look. Ralph Hernandez, appendicitis or not, quickest in FP2.
By some margin as well, 8/10 of a second. Ralph Hernandez hand in his pocket over the world champion Marc Marquez, whose pace on a used software tyre at the end will certainly catch the eye. Maverick Vinales 3rd from Coleman Aldinger and yesterday's pace setter Iadora Acosta, 6th for the KTM factory squad. CZECHIA, Bezzecchi, Moreira and Mir in the top 10. Quartararo first of the Yamahas in 11th. He's in Q1 shortly ahead of Morbidelli, Marini, Martin, who had his adventures trying to perfect the long lap loop. Alex Marquez 15th ahead of Bagnaia, Toprak, Bastianini, Binder, Miller, Rins and Cal Crutchlow 22nd.
So Ralph Hernandez, super fast in FP2 here this morning. Up next, qualifying in Brno. Welcome back to the lush green woodlands on the outskirts of Czechia's second city in Brno. Nestled right in the heart of those spectacular forests. It's one of the most spectacular tracks on the Grand Prix calendar. We came back to Brno in 2025. Always fantastic to come racing in this part of the world. Those grass banks will be buzzing later on this afternoon for the 10-lap Tiso sprint and the main Grand Prix here tomorrow, the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia. It is round 9 of 22 in this year's World Championship battle. 20 points splitting factory Aprilia stars Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin going into the 10-lap sprint at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. Aprilia have had an exceptional weekend so far here in Brno. Iagura quickest on Friday for the Trackhouse squad yesterday with a record-busting 151.735. And in FP2 this morning is his teammate Ralph Hernandez, who stole the show. Fernandez quickest with a 152.050. Both of those two then coming up in Q2 a little bit later on this morning. In Q1, it is Jorge Martin. He's certainly one of the big hitters in this session. Maverick Vinales has just finished FP2 inside the top 3. Luca Marini, Fabio Quartararo, Alex Marquez on his return. First return for Alex since his scary Barcelona crash. Enea Bastianini, sprint podium here last year in Brno for the Italian. Morbidelli, Miller, Binder, Rins, Raz Gatlioglu and John Zarco's injury replacement, Cal Crutchlow, all coming up in this opening 15-minute Q1 session. And then it'll be the battle of the pole in Brno. Grid position is going to be absolutely vital for Jorge Martin, isn't it? Particularly knowing he has to serve the double long lap in the main Grand Prix here tomorrow. That punishment, that sanction coming his way after he played skittles at the first corner in the Grand Prix of Hungary a couple of weeks ago. Martin was so close, just over 100th of a second he was yesterday from booking the place directly into Q2. I have to say though, Lewis, you really do fancy to get the job done this morning and participate in that second session.
Yes, even if his qualifying has perhaps been the weak point in his time with Aprilia, it's always been a strength for so much of his MotoGP career, but yes, certainly on reputation, on equipment that he's got underneath in the Aprilia, certainly appears to be the reference motorcycle at the moment in MotoGP. Jorge Martin would be favoured to get through. In terms of the likely threats to him are going to be in this session, Maverick Vinales would certainly be one. We saw him up in the top 3 at the end of the FP2 session that's just been completed. Fabio Quartararo, we know how special he can be on a qualifying lap, and of course the factory Yamaha is performing slightly better than it did in Balaton Park. Whether it's performing well enough to get him into Q2, we shall see. And of course there are 2 other Ducati riders in this session alongside the quartet that are already through to Q2, Alex Marquez and Frankie Morbidelli. Alex Marquez, perhaps a bit of a long shot for him to get through given his physical situation, but we have seen Morbidelli already come through Q1 to qualify on a front row this year.
Big weekend for the 31-year-old Spaniard Vinales, set to make his 200th Grand Prix start. It has been some journey, hasn't it, in his MotoGP career? One of only 5 riders to win for 3 different manufacturers. He could be the first rider in history to win for 4 different brands in the top class. Alex Marquez, I think he was a lot quicker, a lot more competitive yesterday than he was expecting on his much anticipated return. Of course, we haven't seen Alex since there was a neck fracture and he destroyed his right collarbone in that horrific, scary incident with Pedro Acosta in the Grand Prix of Catalonia just a few weeks ago. Passed fit yesterday and passed fit for the remainder of this weekend. Alex did a top job yesterday. He was 15th fastest, only 0.8 of a second behind Ayagura. And only another couple of tenths from Alex. He'd have been threatening a place directly into Q2. He had Bastianini behind him, Morbidelli behind him, the Yamahas and Miller Rins and Mazgatlioglu behind him, Brad Binder also too. So it was a very eye-catching return from Alex, although he did say at the end of practice yesterday, my body is well and truly cooked.
Yes, and he's got a couple more days to come. There are certainly plenty of fans here in Brno who are going to feel pretty cooked as well for a very different reason as we go through the day, with temperatures in the mid-30s expected later on this afternoon. Q1 underway, and Jorge Martin has plenty of company. No surprise that Martin wants empty tarmac ahead of him, but also no surprise that the rest of this Q1 field all want his rear tyre.
Yeah, the last time he was in Q1 was in Catalonia, and that led to a season-worst grid position for Jorge on what was a bruising weekend for him at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalonia, where he had 5 crashes across the Grand Prix weekend, and then a little big one at the Monday test, which hospitalised him. He said yesterday, nowhere near his 100% physical best. How many times over the last 18 months or so has there been a Grand Prix where Jorge Martin has been in peak physical shape? He's thrown himself down the road far too often on that factory Aprilia this year. He does lead the crash count on 15 so far this campaign.
Having spent much of the weekend practicing the long lap penalty loop, which you can see there on the right-hand side of your picture, that will not be in his mind this time. It will be about taking the fastest possible line through turn 7 and each of the 14 corners around this circuit. Frankie Morbidelli, it's a clear strategy from Frankie, isn't it, to latch onto the rear tyre of his teammate, and the 2 Prima Pramac Yamahas trying to go with them too. Of course, the Yamahas will certainly need every bit of encouragement and slipstream they can get up Horsepower Hill.
Fabio Quartararo needs some help up Horsepower Hill on what is a very underpowered V4 powered Yzidar M1. Quartararo was the leading light, as he so often is, for the Iwata factory yesterday. Did a pretty good job actually, Fabio Quartararo. He was 2nd fastest in the morning section, 14th quickest yesterday afternoon. A big actually feel for any of the Yamahas to be threatening a place into Q2 in about, what, 10 minutes or so time. So we go then. This is the first flying laps underway. Jorge Martin with Morbidelli for close company behind him as they get the power down and get the hammer down there through the fast kink of turn 2. You're already motoring at 230 kilometers an hour at that point.
Morbidelli very much at this stage is going with Jorge Martin. Surely, given that Raul Fernandez has done a 52 flat as Morbidelli goes wide there through turn 3, which is going to cost him a 10th or 2. 52 flat from Raul Fernandez in FP2 moments ago, so surely that's going to be the benchmark they're looking for to clear this Q1 hurdle. It might even take a 51 to get through in this session. Martin is now into the stadium section, and usually he's been going hard right coming out of turn 6. This time he's very much sticking to the left-hand side of the racetrack.
52 flat from Fernandez was on fresh tyres at the end of FP2, so he was getting himself warmed up for his pole attack in Q2. Marc Marquez, though, was looking incredibly fast on worn Michelin tyres. He did sprint race distance, head on the sprint over 10 laps this afternoon. He was still doing very impressive low 152s as we drop down then into the Kevin Schwantz corner. This is turn 10 where the circuit leaders bottom out. Lowest point of this spectacular undulation around Brno, and it's all about the climb, the ascent up Horsepower Hill. You know, the Aprilia's not been lacking horsepower so far this year. It's the fastest motorcycle in Grand Prix history at nigh on 370 kilometres an hour. There's Jorge Martin blasted through the speed traps in Mugello.
Martin's a quarter of a second up on Morbidelli, 3/4 of the way round. Most of that was in turn 3 when we saw Morbidelli go wide. Vinales is sort of similar to Morbidelli through the third sector, so we'll see what sort of lap time Martin has been able to demonstrate. Is he in the 52s? Answer no, he's in the 151s immediately. It's Jorge Martin, and that is the second fastest lap time of the weekend.
Bosch, straight out of the gate, Martin delivers something pretty special. That's a top lap time, that by Martin. That will take some shifting. Straight away, 2/10 clear of anybody else on circuit. Frankie Morbidelli desperately trying to go on the rear time, and Martin ahead of him. Fair play to Frankie, he found a 52 flat, which is half a second quicker than anything the Italian was able to find yesterday. So catch the Martinator if you can.
Can Quartararo catch him? Well, the evidence of the first 3 sectors suggests the answer, at least on this lap, is no. Let's see how much time he loses in that final sector. A 10th and a half, 6th place for Fabio on a 52.412. That's a 10th quicker than he went yesterday afternoon. He is the leading Yamaha at the moment in this session. He's a 10th ahead of Jack Miller.
Yeah, that's a statement opening lap, isn't it, from Martin. Brilliant performance has been tracked Luca Marini. His name being mentioned, as we mentioned, with Tech3 KTM in 2027. Vast experience has the Luca Marini, and such a sterling job behind the scenes in trying to develop and get the RC213V Honda back to a competitive and race-winning level. Mikahiko Kawase, currently HRC MotoGP technical manager. That will be a role change for Kawase-san next year, as he will be filling the shoes of Alberto Puig as HRC factory team manager in 2027.
Finishing Brad Binder exceeding track limits on his first lap because he's had it deleted. He did do a 152.3, which would have put him 5th in the end. That's been taken away, so Binder's currently at the bottom of the order in 12th place on a weekend, as we touched upon in FP2, where he's perhaps not physically feeling as strong as he ought to. Here comes Luca Marini looking to try and close in on the top 2. He moves up a place into 5th place on a 52.2. That will be 15th on the grid, which is around about where Marini generally qualifies, it has to be said.
Morbidelli's not in relaxed mode at all, is he? Because he's only 300ths clear of Vinales, who in turn is exactly the same gap ahead of Alex Marquez, 0.033 of a second. So Frankie can't relax at this stage of Q1. Jorge Martin at the back of the factory Aprilia garage with a brilliant opener. That is some start to Q1 for Martin. He's so aggressive, isn't he, on that direction change through 13 and 14. And just look at the lean angle he carried through that final corner. Great shots of Martin and Morbidelli. Elbow kissing the curve on the inside of that final turn. Coming through their third gear, about 130 kilometres an hour. And that was the corner speed that ultimately propelled Martin to the 151.819. Will take some beating, you feel, in this Q1.
Aprilia once again demonstrating their immense potential and performance. We've now had a 51.7 from Agura yesterday, a 51.8 from Martin this morning, a 51.8 from Bez yesterday, and a 52.0 from Raul Fernandez moments ago in FP2. So once again at a circuit that clearly favours them much more than Balaton Park ever did. They couldn't really let their bikes go around the tight twisty Balaton Park circuit. Aprilia right back on form here.
Getting himself in the zone, getting himself focused. A 51.819, well, that might have already job done for Jorge Martin. They're trying to get himself in the Q2 for just the 4th time so far this season. Got a bit of work to do just to make sure that place is secured. for the VR46 Ducati rider, because Maverick Vinales and Alex Marquez in particular are very close. It would be a brilliant performance if Alex Marquez could get himself into Q2. I mean, Alex has found a 1:52.086, which is a significant stride forwards compared to yesterday. He's half a second faster as well. I think coming at the weekend, if you'd have said to Alex you'd be doing 52 flats in qualifying, he'd have signed on the dotted line very, very quickly.
He's finding out how his brother's been feeling for much of this season, where he's desperately trying to push. He shuts the visor and just goes for it when his body is probably telling him this probably wouldn't be the best thing to do. Alex, fourth at the moment, will be 14th on the grid as it stands right now. Marini fifth then on the 52.2. He's got to find a quarter of a second from there just to get on terms with Morbidelli. Bastianini sixth ahead of Quartararo, Miller, Razgatlioglu and Rins. Of course, Cal Crutchlow at the back of the field, understandably, as the replacement for Johan Zarco at LCR. So if you take him out of the equation, the four Yamahas as it stands would be right at the back of the grid.
Big ask for Luca Marini to make it 3 Hondas in Q2. Already safely through yesterday. Joan Mir and the brilliant, the very, very impressive Diogo Moreira directly in the Q2 in the third successive Grand Prix now as the Brazilian. What can Marini do? Marini's going to have to find at least a quarter of a second if he's to threaten a spot himself in the second qualifying session. Here we go then, the final throws of Q1 about to commence here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. It's a Vantage, Martin and Morbidelli as it stands right now.
Does anybody look for Jorge Martin's rear tyre, and this time Morbidelli and Bastianini having a look behind. That's not looking for Jorge Martin, that's just making sure that no one's coming into turn one on a time lap that they might get in the way of. So Martin's at the back of this train and led them on the previous run. Once again, he's got a Pramac Yamaha for company. And once again, it's Jack Miller with his good friend Cal Crutchlow also looking to tag onto the back.
He might have thrown Jorge Martin, well, the 51.819, that's enough. Somebody's going to have to find something extra special to deny him a spot in Q2. Toprak Razgatlioglu has a big glare over his left shoulder, to try and understand where Jorge Martin is behind him. Morbidelli hasn't gone with Bastianini, has he either, so maybe Frankie just touring around this particular outlet to try and get his hooks into Martin once again.
Morbidelli is far from certain of a place in Q2, the 52.0, which he'd offered him it at the start of the session. He'd have probably taken it, but he's only 300ths at the moment ahead of Vinales, who in turn is 300ths clear of Alex Marquez. All three of them on 1:52.0s. Here is Alex Marquez leaving pit lane. He's got Brad Binder for company, who, as mentioned, still does not have a legal lap time next to his name. Pressure on the South African now with 4 minutes to go.
Suffering is Binder. Still recovering from a very, very recent arm pump surgery on the right arm. He was under the knife very quickly after the Grand Prix of Hungary. That's what Martin just indicating. Nobody's chasing me. I'm not going to be the lead-out rider here. I've already nailed a 151.819. I can afford just to cruise around Brno. Yamahas that are trying to hover around the rear tyre of the Martinator.
Now Frankie Morbidelli sits up at the front of the train, has a good long lock behind. Of course, even in these hot conditions, you don't want to let the temperature drop too much out of your tyres. Fabio Quartararo just powers past them, leading Cal Crutchlow around. Of course, Quartararo, with his riding style, doesn't really benefit him by following anyone, because of course he needs to try and brake as late as he can to try and overcome the deficiencies from his machine.
Jorge Martin could have probably pitted there and called it quits, and then just still been going into Q2. He's hammered down now though. Head down, he had a big look at his pit board there on the right hand side as he came over the finish line. Surely you do feel that the 51.819, he's set on his first flying lap in this session. He's going to see him sailing into Q2. Razgatlioglu is his chief company as he powers towards the hardest braking zone here at this Brno circuit into turn 3.
Quartararo was actually on time lap there when he went past the train of riders on their outlaps. He did a 52.185, so he was just a tenth and a half away from getting himself into qualifying 2, and he remains the top Yamaha. He's now moved ahead of Marini and Bastianini.
4 tenths faster than he managed yesterday, Fabio Quartararo, so a significant step forward, but not significant enough for the factory Yamaha. And the Frenchman is touring through 7 is Morbidelli. The long lap goes Luca Marini on the factory Honda.
zero personal bests on our timing screens at the moment. No one really on any sort of push lap at the moment. It is Maverick Vinales who's certainly got the biggest incentive to go for a push lap here, given that he's sitting in third place with Alex Rins for company. Crucial couple of minutes here for Top Gun.
52 flat in FP2, 52 flat so far this morning in Q1 from Vinales. He'll be hoping that's not his ceiling, because he might need a 51 to get himself through into Q2. Rins just behind him, two very, very experienced Spaniards on your shot now. Of course, these two have been serial rivals throughout their careers, fighting it out for the Moto3 World Championship back in the day. Might have two rivals as well. Down the hill we go. Here is Maverick Vinales then. This could be close. He can carry this lap on through halfway through the second split now. Coming into the stadium section, through the right-hander of 6. He'll bank it hard left now through turn 7. Let's just check Maverick's progress in this second sector. Anything going for Top Gun? It is. Something very special potentially brewing here for Vinales.
Yeah, Vinales, who, as we've mentioned, is celebrating a career milestone tomorrow with his 200th MotoGP start. Can he get himself at least on the front 4 rows of the grid? He's got to beat it. 152.020. He's actually only got to improve on his own best lap time by 34 thousandths of a second to get himself up ahead of Morbidelli. He's now into the heart of the third sector. We'll find out his progress now. Unfortunately for Vinales, it's been an average third sector.
He has not been in Q2, Vinales, since that fateful Sachsenring appearance in Q2 last year, when all of his left shoulder injury problems really did sort of blunt his progress on the Tech 3 KTM. Giving a very close eye on proceedings is the boss, Gunther Steiner. Through the final corner, powers Vinales. Is this good enough to knock Frankie Morbidelli out of the top 2? Over the line we go. Vinales finds a 52.223. It's not good enough at this stage.
Rins behind him did improve to a 52.5, so he's gone up ahead of Binder, who did set his first legal lap time of the morning, a 52.556 for Binder, but he's currently down in 10th place with only Toprak and Carl Crutchlow behind him.
Alex Rins comfortably in the 52s now this morning. Didn't find a 52 at any stage in proceedings on day 1 here in Brno. His hopes of finding that 52 yesterday were curtailed by electronic glitches on the new V4 M1. What about Vinales? I know there's nothing really going here, is there, for the number 12? So Maverick Vinales, yeah, and he's rolled out of it, so it's game over. So there you can see inside Tech 3, frustrated faces, a bit of a shake of the head there from the boss, Gunther Steiner. They would have had big hopes of Vinales getting through to Q2 after a real good performance in FP2 this morning. But you always felt that opening salvo from Martin, that brilliant 51.819, was going to get him cruising through, and that has proven to be the case.
Shows how good those first laps were. It was sort of an anti-climax, the end of that Q1 session. None of the top 4 improved on their second run on a second tyre. So Martin and Morbidelli remain the top 2. Vinales and Alex Marquez remain 3rd and 4th. Quartararo, one of only 4 riders, 5 now with Crutchlow, who did improve second time around. So Quartararo moved himself up ahead of Marini into 5th. So Marini stays 6th. 16th on the grid for the Italian. Bastianini will be disappointed with 7th on the 52.3. And at Miller, Rins, Binder, Toprak and Carl Crutchlow. And a fist bump for Frankie Morbidelli, and potentially an assist to Jorge Martin in the process.
Yeah, on previous occasions this year when Frankie got himself into Q2. Barcelona, of course, most recently, it was his last front row start in the MotoGP World Championship. Got through by the skin of his teeth, didn't he? It was tight, very tight. 2 Spaniards behind him, Vinales and Marquez, not even the 10th adrift in 3rd and 4th, respectively. Going to be a miracle territory for Brad Binder to repeat his 2020 brilliance in the Grand Prix here 6 years ago. He's going to be 20th on the grid, unfortunately. Certainly not helped by recovering right arm recently under the knife for arm pump surgery. And we expected much, much more, didn't we, from Bastianini. 3rd in the sprint here last year, in podium contention in the Grand Prix when he crashed out of 4th place. Well, the Beast, 17th on the grid, and he's not any hope of getting anywhere near the podium this afternoon and tomorrow, well, he's going to have to be super aggressive and lightning off the line.
He improved by around about 3/10 of what he did yesterday. What's Toprak been up to, or as we're looking at what's going on behind him with Bastianini up the inside of Frankie Morbidelli. There's a bit of fun and games going on. That will in part explain why none of them improved, but I don't think that's the only reason. And there, Bastianini then coming out of turn 10 and getting a little annoyed, I think, with Frankie Morbidelli and potentially also the Toprak ahead of him. Bastianini, I don't think that's the sole reason, though, that the Beast missed out.
Yeah, he's frustrated, but let's be brutally honest, don't think he had anything in his locker to find a time that was going to get him through ahead of Martin and Morbidelli. But frustrating, of course, is the Italian, because he would have penciled in Brno as being one of his opportunities to get back to the podium positions after given how strong he was here 11 months ago. But he's not really been at the races at all so far this weekend. The Beast, 16th yesterday, and he's going to start the Sprint and Grand Prix here down in 17th place. Top job that by Gresini Racing rider Alex Marquez. He was not even a tenth of a second away from a place in Q2 himself. He's about to have worked really, really hard for that 52.086. So the incident involving Vignales,
definitely an error at top, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Bastianini, wasn't it, on the second of the Tech 3 KTMs. So Maverick off the hook on that one.
Yeah, I think they were all, well, didn't see a single personal best sector time from that group on that final run anyway. So, as we already mentioned, I don't think Bastianini can put the absence of a Q2 place entirely down to that. But stewards will, of course, have a look and decide if any foul play took place, and potentially Jorge Martin might have some company in the long lap penalty lid tomorrow.
It is absolutely roasting right now here in Brno. Temperatures around 34, 35 degrees potentially for the sprint later on this afternoon. Sprinting into Q2 though goes Jorge Martin and Frankie Morbidelli.
Martin keeps up his 100% Q2 record this season. Second time this year he's come through Q1 to do it, but Martin does top Q1 from Frankie Morbidelli. Maverick Vignales and Alex Marquez third and fourth. All the top four failed to improve on their second run. Quartararo did to take fifth ahead of Marini Bastianini, who was angered at the end of the session by some antics up ahead of him. Miller 8th ahead of Alex Rins. Brad Binder 10th, 20th on the grid for him ahead of top bracket Carl Crutchlow.
So Jorge Martin in Q1. The 6th rider so far this weekend to lap in the 151s. That's got the Spaniard, the 2024 MotoGP World Champion, and Frankie Morbidelli on his last appearance in Brno on the podium here in MotoGP back in 2020. Those two still in the fight for our 9th pole position in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. Already directly through into Q2 yesterday was Ayagura. Brilliant performance by the Japanese star. He led the way with the fastest time of the weekend so far, a 151.735. Already directly through was world champion leader Marco Bezzecchi. Fabio Di Gianantonio strong once again on Fridays. 7 times in 9 Grand Prix so far this year. Diggio has been top 3 on the opening day. Pecco Bagnaia, double MotoGP world champion, 4th. Marc Marquez seeking back-to-back double wins here in Brno was 5th. Pedro Acosta, Joan Mir, Diogo Moreira, Fermin Aldeguer and Raul Fernandez, despite a nasty bout of appendicitis, which fortunately did not require surgery for the Trackhouse Aprilia Spanish rider. They were all directly through to Q2 yesterday. And Raul Fernandez was the fastest this morning in FP2, so he's already had a very positive and promising start to Sprint Saturday here, ahead of the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia at a truly iconic and classic venue. That helicopter shot just showing you how vast this Brno complex is, how it sprawls its way around the neighbouring forest close to downtown Brno. It is known as the Adrenaline Factory, and it is time to pump up the adrenaline as we go qualifying here in MotoGP. Last time out it was Marc Marquez on pole position in Hungary for the 76th time in his career in the top class. He converted it into his 18th sprint victory and then eventually his 74th Grand Prix success in MotoGP, the 100th of the number 93's Grand Prix career. Just the 3rd rider in history to score 100 Grand Prix wins or more. joining an exclusive club which was only previously occupied by Italian icons and legends Giacomo Agostini and Valentino Rossi. So can Aprilia then, and can in particular Trackhouse Aprilia, continue their impressive opening couple of days here, opening day and a half here in Brno. Agura fastest on Friday. Juan Fernandez took us this morning in FP2. Marco Bezzecchi though coming up shortly in Q2. He's been a frequent front row starter so far this year, as Bez. Poles already so far this year in Thailand and most recently in Mugello on both occasions. Sprint success has eluded him, but he has gone on to complete the Grand Prix victories on Sunday. 2 of his 4 wins have come from pole so far this year.
You're concerned about being involved in someone else's accident at the first corner, which, let's be fair, Marco Bezzecchi was back in Hungary. The safest way to get yourself out of all of that chaos is to qualify on pole position, which will be Marco Bezzecchi's aim today. I'm sure that man will be cheering Bez on alongside his pair of riders that are in this Q2 session. Frankie Morbidelli joining Babic and Antonio for Valentino Rossi's VR4016 in Q2.
And what a place for him to be back trackside. The first of his 115 Grand Prix victories came right here, didn't it? 30 years ago, all the way back in 1996 when he won a 125cc, a classic back in the day. Celebrations, he got so carried away and so delirious, he almost quit careering into the pit wall, didn't he, Valentino Rossi? But the doctor back where his winning journey, where his winning story started. Great to see Valentino here trackside, watching both Fabio Di Giannantonio and thankfully Frankie Morbidelli in this second qualifying session.
As you saw there, he was the only rider with more Brno poles than Valentino. It's Marc Marquez, who's got a good record, as you saw there, of qualifying on the front row when he's, of course, been here. Was missed at Barcelona when, of course, he was undergoing surgery following the pair of injuries post-Le Mans. 2 poles already for Marc Marquez this season. Of course, 3 sprint wins. He's done a lot of his good work on Saturdays, and we certainly saw how strong he was on an old soft rear tyre in FP2. What can he do on brand new rubber neck?
All about the same trees last time out in Balaton, wasn't it, for Marc Marquez and Ducati? His 100th career success, the 100th win for the factory Ducati team. Almost a third of those wins have been collected by Pecco Bagnaia. Well, that was never in doubt, was it? I am a believer. Marc Marquez has had to believe in his ability to bounce back from so many injury setbacks. He's come back in Mugello, and then he's come back to the top step of the podium in Balaton. His first win in 2026 on Sundays. His first win since the San Marino Grand Prix on Italy's Adriatic coast last September. Getting him back onto the top step of the podium in what was his 8th injury comeback. 8 major comebacks from injury since Jerez, all the way back in 2020.
Riding on board there with Pedro Costa, and he has got himself onto the rear tyre of Marco Bezzecchi. The 3 fastest laps so far this weekend in this event have all been set by Aprilia riders. Agura's 51.7 yesterday, and both Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi have done 51.8. Martin did his in Q1 moments ago, so it feels like the Nawali bikes are the bikes to beat, but they don't have an unassailable advantage over Ducati.
You might need an all-time lap record to secure pole here today. Agura's 51.735. We've already seen Martin in Q1 get down to a 51.819. So in terms of the fastest ever time here in Brno, the goalposts surely going to get moved once again by Agura. Never started a MotoGP Grand Prix higher than 5th place. 2 former Moto2 world champions going toe-to-toe here. Well, of course, our last 2 Moto2 world champions, Diogo Moreira and Agura.
Diogo Moreira always picks the right rider to follow, doesn't he? This time he's identified Agura as the 2 factory Ducati riders ride in tandem. Bagnaia just giving himself a little bit of space there up behind Marc Marquez so he can fully open the taps on his factory Ducati as Bagnaia goes in search of back-to-back Brno poles.
Over the line, Bagnaia goes in. This is now his charge towards what he hopes will be back-to-back poles. But what's the impact that the resurface on this Brno circuit did to the lap time? See, what, 3 seconds quicker than Johan Zarco's 2020 pole Pecco Bagnaia was last year, of course. And we went a lot quicker yesterday And so nigh on 4 seconds quicker are the lap times compared to the fast pace we saw here 6 long years ago. They did a phenomenal job on the pretty tough task of resurfing this Brno circuit. Not only is it 5.4 kilometres in length, making it very, very long, but there's so much undulation. And it's probably one of the widest circuits as well. So congratulations once again to all those involved in the Brno surface. Pecco Bagnaia was very complimentary about their work once again here yesterday. And we followed then Marc Marquez through turn 7. He was on the floor yesterday there in FP1.
Well, he's going to be on the floor again now. He had a little bit of a twitch on the inside of turn 7, but safely through. He's a tenth of a second up on his teammate Pecco Bagnaia at the halfway stage. Bagnaia just up behind there. You can see him coming through the picture. We're also keeping an eye on Ralph Fernandez's progress on the Trackhouse of Aprilia after he was fastest in FP2 earlier on.
Fernandez looked well sharp, didn't he? On fresh rubber at the end of that FP2, just getting himself dialed in. Let's not forget as well, he was diagnosed with appendicitis pre this Grand Prix of Czechia. Thankfully for his sake, and thankfully for Trackhouse of Aprilia, and thankfully for MotoGP fans, he was declared fit. There were fears that he might have to undergo surgery to remove his appendix and then miss this Grand Prix, miss next week action in the Netherlands. Here comes Marc Marquez then. A full attack mode on the 93 factory Ducati through the final corner. This is going to be the opening lap times fired in immediately. We're in the high 151s. A 151.856 then for Marc Marquez is his best time of the weekend so far. Ralph Fernandez though, so close to a new all-time lap record. Second rider in the 151.7s as Diogo Moreira. Diogo Moreira behind Ayagura. And well, Moreira, he just looks as his tactic is quite simple. Who's P1 on Friday? Well, I'm chasing them in qualifying because Moreira. Now the Gian Antonio. Well, we said you're going to need an all-time lap record here to take pole in Brno. Fabio Di Gianantonio now with a 151.643 takes top spot away from Diogo Moreira. This is a lightning pace early on here in Q2.
Yeah, they've got long odds on that front row after the first laps. Di Gianantonio, Moreira and Ayagura. Marc Marquez's lap, as Jack's just informed us in our headsets, has been cancelled. Could only be for track limits because we haven't had any yellow flags waving. But Pecco Bagnaia on a 151.987, that's been made to look positively pedestrian with the pace right up at the sharp end of this Q2 session.
Fabio Di Gianantonio has already had a couple of pole positions so far this year. He led qualifying in Goiânia. He led qualifying most recently at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. No front row though for Digia since the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez, as Marco Bezzecchi bringing his A game, as he so often does, to this Q2 session. Out of the Kevin Schwantz corner he goes. He'll now go through the left-hander of turn 11. This is where Marc Marquez washed out the front on the factory Ducati in practice yesterday afternoon. Now, climb, go through the gearbox and rely on your horsepower to fire you up horsepower hill. This will be close, finding it as far as Marco Bezzecchi goes. Pedro Acosta directly behind him, trying to get his hooks into the World Championship leader. 72 versus 37 then now. Through turn 14 we go. It is going to be pushing Bez onto the front row of the grid. Is it going to be even better? Could it be pole? Only 5th. What a good time in that 4th split.
2:10s though, covers the top 7 at the moment. That Aprilia is so good through the final corner. Acosta followed him through the final corner into 6th. So we've got Marc Marquez here with no time set. We haven't seen a replay yet of where that was. It was turn 12. Coming out of the penultimate sequence of left-right, then Marc Marquez veered out onto the green. Only has to be millimetres to go onto the green. Your lap time will be cancelled, so pressure on the world champion. 12th as he pits.
Good second split here from Fermin Aldeguer. Drops the elbow and knee down through that final corner. 3rd gear over 130 kilometres an hour, and then goes through the gearbox over the line. Aldeguer 10th. He's found a 152.044. The top 9, the first 3 rows of the grid as it stands right now, are all in the 151s. Yesterday, only 5 riders found that kind of dynamic hot pace. But on course for his first front row start, which would just be quite sensational for Moreira, a 151.691. Less than 500ths of a second behind Fabio Di Gianantonio. This will be something of a shocked front row, wouldn't it? Didier on pole, not a shock. He's had 2 poles already so far this year, but Moreira and Agura, our 2 most recent Moto2 world champions, potentially on course for their first ever top-class front rows.
And but surely it won't be long before the rest of the MotoGP field get wise to this tactic of Diogo Moreira, because he's so quick now that a lot of people will be thinking, never mind Diogo Moreira following me, we need to follow him.
He's just got so much speed, so much pace, so much potential.
Much confidence.
This is only the 9th start in MotoGP for Diogo Moreira. Directly in the Q2 in the last 3 Grand Prix. This would be awesome, wouldn't it, if Moreira could get himself on that front row of the grid. His best qualifying so far this year was an 8th place in Mugello, which he did follow through to a double top 10 at the Italian Grand Prix. He really is stepping up right now, isn't he? Showing that he's going to be the Honda reference in the future, potentially.
And he's behind Ayagura again. They've gone out together. There she goes at the inside of Marc Marquez. And Marc is now behind Diogo Moreira. Marc Marquez, of course, doesn't have a banker lap to his name to settle on. So a bit of a balancing act here for Marc Marquez as to how much risk he takes. It's Marc Marquez, so surely he's going to carry maximum risk. But if he does deck it now, he'll be 12th on the grid.
Moreira then hotly in pursuit once again of Agura. As it stands right now, those two will be starting on the front row of the grid, which would be some performance by the pair of them. There is Marc Marquez as Agura just goes a bit hot on the brakes of the turn 5. Because that's just him deliberately trying to drop Moreira behind him. But Moreira Agura in hot at turn 5, and then Moreira thought about trying to latch onto his rear tyre once again, but Agura was having none of it. Yeah,
not a bad consolation prize though for Diogo. Oh, I guess I'll follow Marc Marquez and Jorge Martin then.
Here is Marc Marquez, and under a bit of pressure here, having had his initial first fast lap taken away from him on the green, probably on the exit of turn 12. He was looking to get the best possible drive up Horsepower Hill, wasn't he? Bezzecchi's heading back out onto the circuit. He's currently sitting in 5th place, the second row, which right now would feature Raul Fernandez, Bezzecchi and Acosta.
96 MotoGP pole positions collectively, up ahead of Diogo Moreira there, but he's now in between both Marc Marquez and Jorge Martin, so he's clearly adopting the Marquez tactic, isn't he? What does Marc Marquez always say? Follow the rider who needs to push for a lap. The rider who needs to push for a lap right now is Marc Marquez.
Pecco Bagnaia, full attack mode. He's got Raul Fernandez about, 50 metres or so behind him as those two charge towards the most severe braking zone around this Brno circuit into turn 3. Squeezing that front brake for as long as you dare, just to get the bike pulled up there. Scrubbing off over 200 kilometres an hour and 250 metres on that run down to turn 3. Yeah, Bagnaia and Fernandez are on the money. You can see there at the bottom of your screens, this could be back-to-back poles here for Bagnaia if he carries this lap on through. Super fast in sector 1.
Yeah, first sector carries you through to the exit of turn 4. We're now into the heart of 7 here with Bagnaia. Those grass banks on the right-hand side getting ever more full with spectators, and they're currently watching Bagnaia on course for another all-time lap record. His lap record that he set here last year has been beaten by countless riders at Sucane, but not yet by Pecco Bagnaia.
31 of Ducati's factory team's 100 MotoGP successes have been taken by Pecco Bagnaia. Down we go into turn 10. He's flying. He is motoring here, isn't he, Bagnaia? He is relishing in this high grip situation. Struggles so much on the GP26 to find rear grip. But this newly resurfaced Brno circuit is offering so much traction. So many riders also are flying. Agura is halfway around his current lap, and he's absolutely charging towards a low 151. If Bagnaia does take this lap through to provisional pole, I'm not so sure how long he will be there, because Ayagura, Marc Marquez, Fabio Di Giannantonio are charging. Bagnaia's over the line. He does go into provisional pole at 151.383. The way Agura's going, Agura could be giving us a 150, which would be unbelievable. Here is Marc Marquez, but look at Ayagura. He's threatening a 150.
It's a big final sector though for Pecco Bagnaia. He pulled a quarter of a second out of Digia, so Marc Marquez is going to have to deliver in this final sector. Of course, it was Bagnaia and Marc Marquez 1-2 in the grid here last year. Marco's over the line. It is a 1-2, but Ayagura chasing a first MotoGP pole here.
Over the line he goes. Agura does move into pole position. He's so close to that magic 150. What a lap. What a lap from Ayagura, a 151.139. How's that this stage? Destroy the opposition. He's almost a quarter of a second clear of Bagnaia, almost 3/10 clear of Marc Marquez, 4 times Brno winner. What about Di Giannantonio? Nothing he can do. That is a brilliant 151. but still not within 0.2 of a second of Ai Ogura. What a sensational performance by the Japanese star.
Unreal performance from Ai Ogura so far at the moment. Marco Bezzecchi does not have an answer to it, nor does Jorge Martin. Martin's currently 10th and on a slow lap with 2 minutes remaining. He'll have one more shot at this. Bezzecchi 2/10 down. He's got a narrow gap to try and fit into if he wants to get himself onto the front row of the grid. To Gian Antonio Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, there's a 10th between them. Can Bezzecchi get ahead of those and join Ogura on the front row?
Before this weekend, we'd never seen a 1:51 lap in Brno. We almost got treated to something out of this world by Ai Ogura. We were almost expecting him to deliver a 1:50, which would have been some performance. What about Bezzecchi? Not on the front row into the final 2 minutes of this super dramatic Q2 session here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. Bez up to 4th with a 1:51.428.
Not a disaster by any means for Bezzecchi, but surprising that he's not on the front row of the grid. Ralph Fernandez has rolled off, so he will not be improving on 7th. He did put in a 1:51.772, his best lap time of the weekend, but it's 6/10 slower than his teammate on course for a maiden pole.
And Marc Marquez is cruising, so Marc Marquez is going to be at best on the middle of that second row in 5th place. Or is he just setting himself up? He's got one more. He'll get over the line here. Is Marc just building up for one final big assault, one final big push? No. Is he going to?
He's cruising over the line, isn't he? He's now throwing his head on the bubble, but he's not going to be carrying the speed down this main straight to improve, even with a minute to go. Surely this is the end of Marc Marquez's session. Moreira is still with him on the second row of the grid. Moreira at 6th. He's pitted. He won't improve on that 1:51.6. We've got Fernandez, Acosta and Morbidelli on the third row. And a crucial final lap has just started too for Jorge Martin, who sits 10th at the moment.
Yeah, last time he was in Q1 and got himself through in Catalonia, he was on the third row. Oh, well, this time around here in Brno, he's going to be on the 4th row potentially. Yeah, nothing going at here for Marc Marquez. You can see the body language as he came out of that final corner. He was not anywhere close to full racing speed, so he's going to have to take his medicine and start at best from 5th place. Is he going to be under any pressure to be bumped off the second row? I don't think he is.
Only rider who might do it is Fermin Aldeguer, who's just the personal best in the first sector. Martin, personal best in the second sector, but he's already nearly half a second down. It's going to take something magical for Martin to even get himself onto the second row from there. Best he can hope for, I think, here, Martin, is maybe squeaking onto row 3.
Taka Nakagami, who is trackside here. The last time a Japanese rider was on pole position in MotoGP at Aragon a few years ago. Unfortunately, it was a very short-lived affair for Taka, who crashed out on the very first lap, but I'm sure Nakagami, watching trackside here as he's ready to test the 850cc Honda on Monday, will be super, super proud of Ai Ogura, who has delivered brilliance on Friday and Spring Saturday so far here in this Grand Prix of Czechia. Fast as he was yesterday, he's destroyed the field in this Q2 session. He's not even close. What about Fermin Aldeguer? What about Jorge Martin? Have they got any late fireworks to deliver here? No, Martin then will be heading the 4th row of the grid in 10th.
Oh, with Aldeguer, I was going to say Aldeguer might beat him, but he's clearly had a problem in the final sector, so he stays 11th. So Jorge Martin, surely by the time he serves his 2 long lap penalties tomorrow from 10th on the grid, he's going to be way out of podium contention. He needed a good qualifying today with those penalties to come. Martin hasn't got one.
Nothing going for Digia, nothing going at all. He'll settle for a front row start though. That's going to be his 4th front row start in 2026. Francesco Guidotti there just saying you can go and speak to Davide Brivio to get some quotes on the absolutely unbelievable, phenomenal performance of 2024 Moto2 world champion Ai Ogura. Not only has he found himself qualifying on the front row of the grid for the first time in his MotoGP career, but he has done it in some style. He's done it in dominant fashion. A 1:51.139, an all-time lap record for the second day in a row for the Trackhouse star. Nobody else within 0.2 of a second. First Japanese pole sitter since that terrible Grand Prix at Aragon back in 2020. Just phenomenal. He becomes the 112th different rider in MotoGP to find themselves on pole position. Absolutely show-stopping that. Brilliant performance by Ai Ogura. He's almost 0.6 of a second faster than his all-time lap record yesterday. It was not even close. It was not a contest, was it, that Q2 session? Once he got his head down, it was game over. What a pleasure it was to watch Ayagura absolutely destroy the all-time lap record here once again in Brno.
Nor was it remotely a surprise either after what we saw yesterday. You wouldn't know from his body language that he's done something so special, but it is a special pole position. Let's get some Trackhouse reaction now and join Jack.
Davide, that's a pretty ridiculous lap time. Come on, we didn't have a single 51 coming into the weekend, just a 51-1.
Yeah, I told you this morning that it's not always the problem just the time attack. No, I mean, of course, congratulations, great job. As I say, he was feeling comfortable since yesterday, and yeah, he went for a lap, and yeah, I mean, great job, and now let's try to do the most important job, which are the races. Hopefully, maybe he has to work less than normal on recovery, hopefully, if we have a good start. So let's try. Thanks, great job. You're in.
Superstar performance by Ayagura. This is his 138th Grand Prix start. It is only his 7th career pole position. His first in MotoGP. Not exactly a prolific pole sitter, is he, Ayagura? There's been no Japanese winner in the MotoGP World Championship since Makoto Tamada was successful in front of his home crowd at Motegi all the way back in 2004, 22 long years ago. Those odds have just been slashed quite dramatically on Ayagura, ending that long drought, that long barren run here in the Grand Prix of Czechia, because that was one of the laps of his life, one of the laps of his life. When you look at the calibre of this MotoGP field in 2026, arguably one of the strongest grids we've ever had, and Ayagura has just obliterated them, absolutely obliterated them.
There is at least a smile. Go on, punch the air eye. It's an incredible achievement. He's so laid back normally. He's almost horizontal, but he is absolutely thrilled with that. Yeah, qualifying has been the big Achilles heel. The racing, generally, is the easy bit for Ayagura, but as Davide Brivio rightly points out, he shouldn't have to overtake as many people as normal on his way to the front tomorrow.
6 different pole sitters in our opening 9 Grand Prix. He's got some experience company alongside him on that front row of the grid. Fabio Di Gianantonio is second. Pecco Bagnaia is back on the front row of the grid. Just the second time this season that Bagnaia has found himself on the front row. Marco Bezzecchi, the World Championship leader, will lead row 2. And row 2 is going to be as well. Mouth-watering prospect Bez ahead of Marc Marquez in 5th place, and Diogo Moreira. Moreira, a best MotoGP qualifying for him. He completes that 2nd row. Ralph Hernandez leads Pedro Acosta and Frankie Morbidelli on the 3rd row. Jorge Martin with a double long lap to come tomorrow is on row 4 with Fermin Aldeguer and Joan Mir. Agura on pole. Moreira top Honda in 6th place. 2 candidates for star performers in that Q2 session. I think the future of MotoGP is in very safe hands.
And the future of MotoGP from all corners of the globe as well. The stars of Asia and South America delivering this morning. Marc Marquez doesn't look particularly chuffed with that, does he? 2nd row of the grid for him. 5th place, of course, not helped by having his first lap cancelled for exceeding track limits at turn 12, but he will start in the middle of that 2nd row. Certainly keep a close eye on him in the sprint later on. He generally does some pretty strong work on Saturday afternoons. Cheerful exchange between 2 Italians who will start together on the front row of the grid. Di Gianantonio and Bagnaia.
Yeah, Mark looking a bit missed there, wasn't he? The 3rd time in 8 qualifying sessions this year he's found himself off the front row of the grid. He knows he's got some serious work to do to fight his way through. And can anybody in the 10 laps sprint this afternoon and over 21 laps tomorrow get anywhere near Ayagura? Well, he was built for the world stage, wasn't he? Applications are open for the Idemitsu Moto4 Asia Cup in 2027, of course. That was the class that launched Ayagura on this journey to this very special moment. The MotoGP program, which has pretty much unearthed most of our current MotoGP grid. top Honda once again, the top talent of Diogo Moreira. An awesome 151.691 from the Brazilian. Superb once again.
Yeah, he's going to become a serious problem for the experienced heads of MotoGP. We're only halfway through, not even halfway yet through his rookie season. He's already picking up some serious scalps. Jorge Martin must have felt pretty confident having come through Q1. Didn't match that 151.8 that he did in Q1. He was a tenth slower in the end in qualifying 2, and that in part is why we find him on row 4.
Yeah, a thumbs up, there we go. That's about as animated as you're going to get from Ayagura. He is sort of a very typical Japanese character, isn't he? Very sort of reserved, very sort of calm and measured in everything that he does, but he is blindingly fast on a MotoGP bike here in Brno. On the front row once again, though, here in the Grand Prix of Czechia, Pecco Bagnaia is with Jack.
Pecco, huge congratulations. You were just saying you're expecting a 151.3 to be pole. Ayagura had blown that out the water with a 51.1, but that session, super competitive, super fast, so I imagine very pleased to have finished it on the front row.
Yeah, honestly, yes, because this morning we tried something on the bike that I didn't like it, so I was struggling a bit, and we moved back to the bike of yesterday, and the qualifying we just needed a bit of time, first time attack. I didn't overpush like the second one, and to understand again the bike, and the second one was better. We are still missing something compared others, but we are improving, and I tried this afternoon to fight against them.
Great job. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is a top job by Pecco Bagnaia, 4th fastest yesterday. Finds himself on the front row of the grid for the second time this season, as mentioned. It is his 59th front row start in the top class. Just loving the experience of having a bit of grip underneath it here this weekend in the Grand Prix of Czechia. That's what's been sadly lacking for Pecco so far this year. He finds himself 7th in the World Championship. A rather grumpy-looking Pedro Acosta in the factory KTM garage, who does look a little bit lost for words right now, doesn't he? Young Acosta, 22-year-old Spaniard, who's going to have a lot of work to do. He was on double podium here last year. It felt like the 2025 season really did kick off and run here last year, but 8th on the grid. Fabio Di Gianantonio, though, 2 Ducatis on the front row. He's the lead on one of them. Let's get his thoughts for Jack.
ancient castles in the country's very own adrenaline factory, MotoGP is back in Brno for the second consecutive year. Qualifying on the horizon, this is Sprint Saturday. What a country, what a city, what a place, what a racetrack. Brno really is one of those circuits that never fails to impress every time you arrive. If you haven't been here, you really do have to come and visit Brno and visit Czechia. You're joining us live here and trackside at the Czech Adrenaline Factory, and you're about to find out exactly what that means. The countdown is on for the MotoGP Sprints, which gets underway at 3 p.m. local time, just over 2 hours away from now. But in the meantime, plenty of focus on Moto3 and Moto2, with the grids about to be set as we get underway with qualifying in a few moments' time. The fans are already flocking in. It's going to be a belting afternoon of action. Brno never lets us down. Coming up first, Moto3 Q1, and a chance to capitalise on what is the last chance of getting in to the pole position shootout. Ruche Moodley just missed the cut yesterday, and he's joined in Q1 by Ryusei Yamanaka, Leo Ramastorva, Adrian Crusoe, Zen Matani, Marcus Uriarte, the super sub for David Munoz, Adrian Fernandez, Marco Morelli, Casey Gorman. The latter of two were both crashes yesterday. Nicola Carraro, Cormac Buchanan and Eddie O'Shea, who was disqualified yesterday for a technical infringement. He was under the minimum required combined weight by a couple of kilos. Up here in commentary, at least on this side of the box, there's absolutely no risk of being underweight at all. It's myself, Kiko Charles. Lewis Sotheby is next to me up here in comms, and then down in pit lane, Elliot York is patrolling the ground and bringing us all the stories. Lewis, I'll come to you first. This is going to be a belting Q1 session. There's some names down here that really shouldn't be there. Adrian Fernandez is one, Marco Morelli and Casey O'Gorman others, but it wasn't those guys who were really headlining. The big headline is that Eddie O'Shea, who had already got through into Q2, disqualified, now in Q1. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Kiko. Afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I give my right arm to drop a couple of kilos, but Eddie O'Shea, unfortunately, was 2 kilos under the limit at the wrong moment. So I guess could have been worse, could have happened in the Grand Prix, but after what was a very strong Friday afternoon for him, he had absolutely nothing to show for it. Dropped into what is now a very competitive Q1 session. He is one of 6 Honda riders, including this man, Adrian Fernandez, who of course had all of his results expunged from the record books midway through the Hungarian Grand Prix weekend last time out. It looks as if confidence and morale is still taking a bit of time to build back up again.
Yeah, and it's going to. I mean, he's already done more than a quarter of the season and lost all of his results, so it's going to take Adrian Fernandez probably a high adrenaline session like this one to really get him going. I think he'll still make it through, and if he doesn't, then there's a massive story there. But Adrian Fernandez, as you say, Lewis, 6 rounds of hard work and graft, all for nothing due to that technical infringement that we spoke about at great length over in Balaton Park. Besides him and Eddie O'Shea, the number 8 just on your screen now, first appearance in Q1 for Marco Morelli this season after that crash he had yesterday at the start of practice, and likewise Casey O'Gorman, who had a very similar crash right at the end of the session, but he was up in the top 10 this morning, so I'm expecting that both Marco Morelli and Casey O'Gorman make light work of Q1. Yeah, 2 rookies who on pure pace have no business being in this Q1 session really, but crashing in practice has a heavy penalty, of course, with the weekend format we have in MotoGP, Moto2 and Moto3. Morelli, of course, made his Grand Prix debut here a year ago at the Czech Grand Prix and caught the eye qualifying up in 8th place when he was a Bowie substitute for Ruche Moodley. And I felt through most of the practice, Kiko, I don't know what you thought, he looked like perhaps one of the likeliest threats to his teammate Max Kiles too much of practice until that crucial high side yesterday. But a crucial 50 minutes to come if he is to ultimately challenge his teammate up at the sharp end of the grid. Absolutely. Marco Morelli has been in great form in qualifying this year. That's why this is his first appearance in Q1. He's been fast. He was inside the top 3 earlier on today as well. So he's got great pace, great 1-lap pace. For Marco Morelli, he really needs to do a mistake-free session here, clear Q1 and get himself in that Q2 battle. What a fantastic view that was, all the way down the front straight towards turn 1 as we pick up Morelli now coming through that long right-hander that starts this lap of just over 5 kilometres. It's a long way round here in Moto3. It's a long way round here anyway in MotoGP. So we're going to see an interesting strategy, I feel, play out here, whether or not they do 2 laps come in and then it's all go for broke and wait a bit, or 3 runs. Let's wait and see. Let's go and check in with someone who probably this time yesterday wasn't expecting to even be in Q1. It's down at Grid MLav. Who have you got for us, Al?
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. Hello, boys, and hello to Macaulay Webb. Weren't expecting to see you in Q1 or Eddie O'Shea. A slight miscalculation, I think, from the team. You released a statement earlier on. Just talk about how that came about and how Eddie's feeling ahead of Q1, but he's looked good so far this season.
Yeah, so far this weekend, Eddie's had really good pace, both Eddie and Joel. Eddie, you know, is by some margin one of the lightest riders on the grid, and you know, we have to be really careful with his weight. You know, he can fluctuate almost a kilo to half a kilo on a race weekend, and that mixed with basically a miscalculation of the ballast on the bike during the session made us fall under the threshold for practice. So yeah, unfortunately we're going to go through this session, but I think he's got the pace to go through to Q2.
Yeah, after a more difficult weekend in Balaton for both Eddie and Joel, I think for quite a lot of people in general, quite a specific circuit, they both look way more comfortable. And hearing what they were saying yesterday, they sound fast and confident of being able to get a good qualifying under the belt. Is that how the team are feeling as well?
Yeah, exactly. You know, we knew going into this year that Balaton and probably Austria is going to be our 2 bogey tracks. You know, they're quite suited to the KTM style, so it's pretty much damage limitation on them weekends. But you know, coming into here, we have a nice run of tracks ahead of us: Assen, Sachsenring, Silverstone, Germany, all of the tracks which I think will suit our bikes.
Go well today, Macaulay. Good luck for Joel in Q2, and hope to see you both at the forefront of the grid.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Macaulay. Cheers, Elliot. Yeah, really big shame that Eddie O'Shea does find himself down in Q1, but he had good pace. He should be able to move through into Q2. We'll have to wait and see, of course. Mark and Reddy already coming back in, so I reckon they've just maybe gone out on some old rubber there. And they're calling him. We saw in the box communication that he's got to come in for a tyre change, but I'm interested to see whether this is a planned run through pit lane for Adrian Cruces and Adrian Fernandez. Touching by the number 11 of Cruces, it appears not.
Yeah, it was Morelli leading that trio around, and I think Adrian Fernandez was thinking, I'll just do what Marco Morelli does, follow him through pit lane and hopefully get towed around to a Q2 lap time. But clearly it's a deliberate strategy from the Aspar team. I think what they would like to do in an ideal world here is just use the 1 tyre in this Q1 session, and I think Marco Morelli potentially has the pace to do that, so potentially now just saving the sole tyre that they'd like to use for this Q1 session when they send him back out shortly.
Exactly, like we said, it's going to be a different strategy around here because it's plus 2 minute laps, so you're not going to get a great run at it. You're not going to have a lot of laps and a lot of volume, so you've got to make that tyre work in the best way possible. Don't forget one mistake at this place. It's exactly the same as every other place, but it probably costs you a lap or 2. It's a long way back if you do make a Horlicks and ruin a tyre, so they're leaving it late, so that runs its own risks as well. Marco Morelli, of course, unable to get back out yesterday after his crash, but I can tell you that him and Adrian Fernandez are now both leaving pit lane as we await our first big lap times of this session, our first timed laps of this session, and as we come through the chicane, we're not far away from getting those first time laps in.
Including Marcos Uriarte here on the number 8. If you're joining us for the first time this weekend in qualifying, first of all, welcome. Secondly, Uriarte in for David Munoz, of course, significant injury sustained in that last lap crash back in Hungary, fracture to his left side of his pelvis and also damage to his left arm. A rider who, just when he was getting some momentum back into his Moto3 career, unfortunately another spell on the sidelines for Munoz. We wish him all the very best, but a very able deputy. Of course, he's already substituted at Intact already this season as Uriarte when he replaced Munoz back in Austin.
Although I think it threw all of us, Lewis, that he's now using the 88 and not the 89, which I'm not really sure why the 89 hasn't been used. Maybe it's to be distinguished in the MotoGP paddock. Of course, we have a famous 89 up in MotoGP, Jorge Martin, but that may well be me clutching at a reason as to why I can understand it, because I don't otherwise get it. But he is the 88 this time around. Marcos Uriarte, of course, more on his teammates. He's coming up in Q2. David Almanza has been very quick. That was a bit tight there. Nicola Carraro and Casey Gorman just getting a little bit too close for comfort on this run down towards turn 5. O'Gorman's getting under his teammate Leo Ramersdorfer. This is where O'Gorman crashed yesterday. That's going to be, I thought it was going to be 3 corners and 3 passes for O'Gorman that time around. Oh, it is in the end, I suppose, on the exit of turn 7. O'Gorman drives under Eddie O'Shea, who is top at the moment, ahead of Ramersdorfer, then it's Uriarte, and then it is Rouchet Moodley. We are waiting everyone else to set a lap time.
Yeah, those who joined us or joined Kiko and Al this morning for free practice 2 might have seen an incident at the end of this session involving Leo Ramersdorfer, who got in the way of Cormac Buchanan. If you did see that incident, you'll be not remotely surprised to learn that Ramersdorfer has been given a long lap penalty for tomorrow's Moto3 Grand Prix for that. Yeah, it was always going to be a penalty. I think they were just waiting to see what kind of penalty, and in the end it is as correct as possible, really, a long lap penalty for tomorrow. Let's just, while we're waiting for the lap times to come in, head down to pit lane. Now, what have you spotted?
Yeah, you obviously saw Marco Morelli, Adrian Fernandez and Adrian Cruces come into pit lane. It's a clear tactic from Aspar and Morelli to only use one rear tyre in this session. It looked used when he came in, but I think it was a fresh one at the start of the session, but definitely no plan to use 2 soft rear tyres. So watch out for that one. They're confident that Morelli can get through by using only one soft rear tyre.
Thanks for that, El, and they should be confident as well. As I said earlier, Marco Morelli was up inside the top 3 this morning. His pace was very, very strong indeed. He was 7/10 off what Alvaro Carpe was able to do, but a 2:05.1 is not slow at all. Mark Uriarte has gone P1 at the moment on a 2:05.8. That's not a bad banker at all in the first half of this. Of course, we're waiting for the second half of it to really kick on, and whilst Morelli's going to only be using one tyre, I don't think we're going to see everyone else roll that risk.
No, Uriarte is 2:05.8. That is his best lap time of the weekend. He's a smidge faster than he went, a tenth quicker than he went in free practice 2 earlier on today. So steady progress being made by Marcos, who did come here last year. Of course, at that point, he was the injury replacement for Matteo Bertelli at the Level Up MTA squad. So Uriarte always has his phone on standby, doesn't he, in case a Moto3 team in need calls it.
And I tell you what, he's a pretty good substitute rider as well. He was pretty quick yesterday. Also worth noting that Marco Morelli was in Q2 here last year, qualified 13th, because he was deputising on his own debut for the Grid M-Lab team. He was teammates to Eddie O'Shea on that day, so came home with points as well. Not bad at all.
Here he is on the 97, still can't shake off Adrian Fernandez, whose strategy for this Q1 session is very clear, but in fairness to him, it looks like it's going to be a successful strategy too, as they're set to go first and second as we tick through the halfway point in this Q1 session. Morelli on a 2:05.7, Fernandez a 2:05.625. Adrian Fernandez on the Leopard Honda couldn't get out of the 2:06s yesterday nor today, so with the help of a tow from the Aspar rider, there's a sizable step forward.
Yeah, massively. 2:05.6, his first 2:05 of the weekend, as you say. Lewis, a little bit of slipstream would have helped. Slipstream is mega important around here. There's a lot of places, and particularly in these Moto3 machines, where you can benefit out of the last corner all the way down the front straight, out of turn 2 all the way down here towards turn 3, 4 down towards turn 5, then you've got all the way out of 9 to 10 and all the way back up Horsepower Hill, more so out of 12 up to 13, but there's a lot of places where you can get a load of free time. And whilst we've got 6.5 minutes on the clock, Al, you've spotted something or someone else. What or who is it?
Yeah, I've spotted Mirjad Couture down in pit lane to get an update on Adrian, of course. Adrian struggled so far this weekend. Obviously, we know what's happened in the background. We're not going to go into that right now, but what's the reason for Adrian just struggling to get going here in Brno?
Is you say we don't go back what happened last time, but it influenced him very, very much on his moral. I mean, so he's trying very hard because you can see Pini is quite good here, and Adrian now is passing in Q1. I hope that he will go in Q2, but obviously it's not a good moment for him on what happened in Hungary, but we are behind him and trying to forget this when we are on the track, and we will try to do our best for him, and I'm sure that he will come back soon.
Have you noticed a difference in Adrian's sort of personality and persona on the bike and off the bike after what happened? Is that sort of the sole reason as to why he's just been a little bit off the pace this weekend?
Oh yes, because when you know that, sorry, it's very noisy. When you know that you can fight for the championship or at least to be in a top 3. And now all this is ruined. So it's not easy, but now he has to show that he's also a great champion and that he will come back soon with his head. And we saw the changes. He's not the same Adrian that he was in the beginning of the year, because we worked very hard since years with him to put him in a good shape, and his head in his head also, and also physically. So now he's a little bit demoralized, but Adrian, I think he will come back, and we hope that.
What was the tactic in this session? Was it to go out and try and follow Marco? Obviously, Morelli was really quick earlier on. Did Adrian need that sort of reference in front of him?
Yeah, you need some slipstream, and so he followed Morelli. So I think it's a good thing. Everybody is trying to follow someone, and this will be maybe the solution to go in Q2.
You mentioned him just previously, obviously on the other side of the box. Guido managed to get into Q2 yesterday after a big high sides in FP1. How's he feeling this weekend? Has he taken a bit of a step forward, feeling more comfortable?
Yeah, he's more comfortable, but as I said, he must forget what happened and try to change his approach now for all the remaining races, and I hope that everybody knows that we are fighting against the decision, and that the thing will change for him.
Thank you, Miodrag. Good luck for the session and for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Cheers, Miodrag. Cheers, Al. I think Miodrag just missing that we were talking about Guido Pini there for a moment, but that was a very downbeat Miodrag Couture. Normally with a little bit more energy and enthusiasm than that. Of course, he is going to be downbeat. He's seen his star rider, his main potential championship contender, basically disqualified from the first 6 Grand Prix of the year. If you are just joining us and have been living under a rock and you do normally follow Moto3 and you're wondering exactly what we're talking about, check it out on MotoGP.com as Cormac Buchanan. Well, another crash and a real crucial point in this session. He is 8th as he showers the Brno circuit with a load of rocks, and this is going to be the front end going and gone.
Yeah, through turn 10, second fall of the weekend for Cormac Buchanan. Of course, remember last year when we came here, Cormac Buchanan was super quick, and then he had that crash which gashed his knee and unfortunately forced him to withdraw from the weekend. So Buchanan was often been fast here. It's kind of the story of Buchanan's Moto3 career, fast, but often on the ragged edge, and in that case, once again, going the wrong side of it as he spits gravel all the way up Horsepower Hill.
Yeah, he's dropping gravel absolutely everywhere. I'm sure he's going to be called back into the pit lane here. It don't look like he was going in it though. Less than 2 minutes to go then. Your top 4 moving throughout the Q1 into Q2 as it stands. Adrian Fernandez, Marco Morelli, Marco Suriata. That's a great job by the number 88 there in 3rd. And Casey O'Gorman in 4th. Big names missing out. Yamanaka, O'Shea, Ramersdorf was there in 7th. Buchanan's just crashed. He's 8th, 9th. For Adrian Cruces, who had his personal best qualifying and Grand Prix result last time out in Hungary. Zen Matani 10th, Ruche Moodley 11th, that's Buchanan's teammate, and bottom at the minute, Nicola Carraro without a valid lap time set, so the Rubicon Snipers team machine is only going to get one crack at all this, and he's right on your screen now.
Yeah, there he is on the inside of Eddie O'Shea. O'Shea is on an out lap, incidentally, which is why he has jumped out of the way of Carraro. Carraro's not on a particularly special lap, though. He's nearly 2 seconds off at the 3rd checkpoint, so he's only going to get himself up ahead of Moodley. So Carraro's going to be leaving it all down to this one final lap. Marco Morelli comes into the pits. I think he is rightly confident that the 2:05.792 will get him through.
Yeah, Nicola Carraro could do with something to cheer about. He's had 4 DNFs in 5 GPs. This will be his 60th start in Moto3 this weekend, but it's been far from ideal so far this year. He's still yet to score points. He comes across the line by virtue of it being his first lap. It is his personal best lap, and it's quicker than Ruche Moodley. But 30 seconds on the clock then. Lewis, who are we looking at maybe potentially causing an upset? I'm looking towards Yamanaka and O'Shea here.
O'Shea's going to be the rider here. Based on what we saw from him yesterday, of course, there has to be an asterisk next to that due to the fact his bike is underway, but you certainly can't criticise Eddie O'Shea's riding. He's riding super well at the moment. on board that MLab Honda, but he's going to have to deliver this all on his own. He doesn't have anyone up ahead of him that can act as a bit of a tow tuck to drag him up the long straights that we have here around this Brno circuit. So crucial couple of minutes coming up for Eddie O'Shea. We'll get an impression of his first sector now, and crucially for Eddie, it is a personal best. There's a big gap to fit into behind Uriarte third on a 2:05.8, back to O'Gorman, who's in the 2:06s.
And Yamanaka's going quick as well, as is Marcos Uriarte. O'Gorman's in touch with that first sector. He's a grey first sector, but it's only 23 thousandths off the best one, so not so bad from O'Gorman. We're taking them through the second sector, and everyone's finding a bit of time in that second sector. Yamanaka, O'Gorman, Marcos Uriarte is 3/10 up, and Eddie O'Shea as well there.
4 riders though, Kiko, on red first sectors. Is Marco Morelli suddenly feeling a bit nervous in the Aspar box?
I tell you what, he's not even leading, is he? He's there in second place at the moment. Those riders with red sectors, they include Yamanaka, O'Gorman and Marcos Uriarte. I tell you what, this is by no means done. Yamanaka and O'Shea at the moment also doing very, very well indeed. This is by no means over. Yamanaka's got clear. Leo Ramersdorfer, who's been a bit of a mobile chicane.
I'll tell you what, Aspar will be panicking now. Aspar will be seriously panicking. Morelli second, so if 3 riders beat his 2:05.792, Morelli will be dumped out of this Q1 session, and 4 riders are currently on course to beat it.
Surely Aspar haven't dropped the ball for a second round in 3 weeks, because they really messed up the strategy with Max Keeles over in Mugello. If you think back to the Italian GP, surely Marco Morelli's not going to be...
Fernandez might be bumped out too.
Well, yeah, Fernandez is in P1, at least he's a position high. Fernandez does get... Morelli's out, he does get moved out. Fernandez is going to be okay just because Yamanaka couldn't quite get through there. But Marcos Uriarte on the 2:05.0, that's already going some. O'Gorman was provisionally P1. O'Shea has gone up into 3rd place. Adrian Fernandez has been moved back to 4th. Oh dear, as we have a big look in to the number 97. Marco Morelli will take no further part in qualifying. They run the risk with one tyre. They have been put in the box early. Marco Morelli had called it a day, and now he's going to pay. Down in 6th place in this session, that is 20th on the grid.
Yeah, Al's right down there in pit lane and tells us that Jorge Martinez Aspar has stormed out of the back of the box. He is absolutely livid. They clearly thought one tyre was enough. It wasn't so much the fact he only used one tyre. I think it was just you weren't on track at the end. The track clearly ramped up during that Q1 session, because it wasn't as if Morelli was close. He missed out by nearly 0.2 of a second from Fernandez, who clung on to that 4th place. Uriarte in a 2:05.0, that is going some.
It's really going some. That is one of the fastest laps of the weekend thus far. I'm just looking at what Marcos Uriarte was able to do. This was this morning. He was in 15th place on a 2:05.9, so he's still 9 tenths quicker than what he did this morning. Well, I am absolutely shocked that Aspar have again made a questionable decision when it comes to strategy. We thought Morelli was going to be safe, but the thing is, if you're not out on the track to set a lap time, you can't improve. You're not in a position to respond if the others are right there. Eddie O'Shea, great lap from him. O'Gorman likewise. And Marcos Uriarte stole the show. Adrian Fernandez was lucky in the end that he was able to get in behind Marco Morelli early on and set that quicker lap time.
Of course, we talk about the strategy, don't we, about saving extra tyre for qualifying 2. That's only useful if you're in qualifying 2. Marco Morelli is not. Shout out to young Katie O'Gorman too, who of course had that big crash yesterday. He's bounced back too from that, so the Brit and the Irishman in this Q1 session both advanced through, overcoming their various issues from yesterday.
Yeah, and they joined Scott Ogden as well, so the British Isles having a great day here in Brno. We're going to have some decent representation up there in Q2 coming up. Joel Kelso for Australia is also moving on through. He's already got through, of course, but he's done the hard work earlier on, and he's had decent pace all the way through. Keep an eye on him for a front row, but keep an eye on Marcos Uriarte as well. I mean, that was a real surprise. Late on, it's P1 in Q1 for the AC8.
What a lap that was from Marcos Uriarte. What a session for him. A 2:05.0 saw him breeze through in the end. He was some 6/10 clear of 5th place. Uriarte, O'Gorman, O'Shea and Adrian Fernandez, who got his lap done early, of course, when he was following. Morelli took 4th place. Yamanaka 5th from Morelli, a shock 6th ahead of Cruces, Moodley 8th, Ramersdorfer, who has a long lap tomorrow, 9th, Cormac Buchanan, who crashed down at the Schwantz curve, 10th, Zenmitani 11th, and having only got a lap time on the board in the very closing minutes, Nicola Carraro qualified at the bottom of the list. But a bit of a surprise sprung late on in that Q1 session. A nasty shot for Aspar, but intact. Have both riders firmly intact in the battle for pole position. Uriarte tops Q1. The battle for pole is next.
Moto3 Q2 is coming up very, very soon. And what a Q1 session we have just had here at the majestic Brno circuit here in the east of the Czech Republic. This track was built over in 1987. We are nearly 40 years racing here. We ignore the little gap that we had between 2020 and 2025, but what a place it is. Motorcycle racing deep in the veins, in the blood here in this part of Europe. Road races, Grand Prix dating back all the way through the 40s. It's really, really popular in this part of the Czech Republic. We're getting underway very, very soon. Moto3 Q2. It has been a brilliant first session. If your name is Marcos Uriarte, he really pulled it out the draw and got himself through. Adrian Fernandez, he was at the other end of that top four. And really, you wouldn't have had money on Adrian Fernandez not moving through. One rider who didn't move through was Marco Morelli. The other two that did, Eddie O'Shea and Casey O'Gorman. They join these guys. Hakim Danish has been fast, so fast this weekend, and he was unbeatable yesterday. David Almanza and Max Quiles are on his shirt tails. Both were cooking on him this morning. Alvaro Carpe was right there this morning. Joel Esteban, Scott Ogden, Brian Uriarte, Jesus Rios, Rico Salmela, Valentin Peroni, Matteo Bertelli, Joel Kelso, Guido Pini and Vader Fatama, the 14 that were already seeded through. And as I say, they joined by Marcos Uriarte, Casey O'Gorman, Eddie O'Shea and Adrian Fernandez, who just crept in at the expense of Ryusuke Yamanaka, but probably in a more headlining of fashion. It was Marco Morelli who failed to make the cut. So we are just now 2 or 3 minutes really away from getting underway here. Q2, the battle for pole, Lewis. Who's it going to be?
Well, it's a difficult one to call, isn't it? From Moto3 qualifying sessions so far this season, 6 different pole sitters in the 8 Grand Prix we've had. Of course, the last couple of pole sitters have both gone the same direction. They've gone to David Almanza, so he'll certainly be one of the key contenders. He was second quickest at the end of practice yesterday, but one of the key contenders clearly is not involved in this session. Of course, Marco Morelli, who was expected to comfortably breeze through this qualifying session, he's not a part in it. How are they doing down at Asparel?
Yeah, I was down there at the end of the session and it all looked pretty comfortable, pretty rosy when Marco Morelli pulled into pit lane. We explained that he was only using one tyre and that was the case, and once he pulled in P2 it looked like it was job done, but absolutely not. Some improved lap times at the end of the session as a surprise, as you were saying, boys, correctly called. And yeah, once it was clear that Marco Morelli wasn't in, Jorge Martinez Aspar was not a happy bunny. He knows that Morelli has the pace to be on the podium and fighting for a potential win this weekend alongside teammate Max Quiles, of course, and he was visibly frustrated, walked out of the box shaking his head, not happy at all. He's back in here now and just talking to the team, but they know that's a massive opportunity missed for Morelli to have a great qualifying and be in the mix with teammate Max Quiles. Unfortunately, Morelli has a mountain to climb tomorrow now.
Thanks for that, Al. And another thing is, of course, it's this guy here on your screen, or who was just on your screen, Max Quiles, does not have a playmate. He doesn't have a teammate to perhaps stay out of that big gaggle of riders and work together with in terms of slipstreams. As we touched on over in Q1, Lewis, this place requires slipstream. That's what Miodrag Couture was saying as well.
It certainly helped Adrian Fernandez, who was behind Morelli and ended up taking a potential Q2 place away from him. So Adrian Fernandez joins his teammate Guido Pini, last year's pole sitter, of course, here when he was an intact rider. Guido Pini, both Leopard Hondas represented in this Q2 session.
Valentin Peroni's been pretty decent in qualifying this year, but it's been a really poor run of form on a Sunday. Not always his fault. Absolutely last time out, no fault of his own. Valentin Peroni, a DNF after that crash on the last lap with David Munoz and Brian Uriarte. Just to throw a couple of little stories out there, David Almanza looking for a 3rd consecutive pole. We haven't had 3 straight poles since by my make and Ivan Ortola. That was back in 2024. And as for Alvaro Carpe, he has been on the podium in the last 3 GPs, but not once has he come from inside the top 10 on the grid. So if he can sort his qualifying out, Lewis, he may well be chasing the first Grand Prix win.
First time in his career he's put 3 consecutive podiums in a row together. Hasn't been on the front row of the grid or hasn't qualified there since Jerez. Back at the end of April. That'll be a run that Carpe will be keen to end, and demonstrated he's got the potential to end it with that all-time lap record earlier on today.
And he was on pole the Grand Prix before that in Cota. He finished third that day. Arguably should have won it, but the win went to Guido Pini's way when Carpe and Pironi just lumped a load of spots out of each other. So there's plenty of things to look at in a positive light for Alvaro Carpe, but he wants the ultimate crown, the ultimate trophy, the one you get for P1. Right, Q2 underway then. 15 minutes counting down already as we take the drone up over the bridge and out into the countryside and what will soon be through the forest, because this place laces itself around a massive, massive tree set, and it's brilliant round here in Brno. Already a little bit of dawdling going on the exit of pit lane. Here's Alvaro Carpe, who, it's got to be said, is also the lap record holder, courtesy of this morning. He was absolutely rapido this morning. 2:04.394.
Yeah, Alvaro Carpe, if he matches or beats that, it will be going a long way to put himself on the front row of the grid. We were doing low 2:05s at the end of qualifying 1 moments ago, and well, it worked for Adrian Fernandez in qualifying 1 by latching onto the back of an Aspar rider. He's following a similar pattern here.
Yeah, the one thing I just wanted to touch on with Carpe's lap time this morning, obviously it was a bit cooler than what it is right now. I mean, a little bit cooler. We're not talking a swing of 15 degrees, but 6 or 7 degrees cooler it was this morning. It's warm out there today. We're expecting temperatures to carry on rising. Around 34 looks like the maximum we'll get today. Thunderstorms maybe this evening, but they absolutely will not impact what we see on the TV right now. It's going to be bone dry all the way through this one. So Carpe on that 2:04.3 this morning. Brilliant lap, but also he did stick a set of fresh tyres at it. Max Keelers was doing 2:05.2s at the end of a 14-lap run, so perhaps tomorrow the pace is all about Keelers, but on 1 lap pace and speed, Alvaro Carpe with box seats after what we saw in F2.
Yeah, for a bit of a reference, track temperature officially at the end of the Moto3 session earlier on today, which finished at just after 9 o'clock in the morning, was 31 degrees on the ground. When MotoGP's qualifying session finished, and that was, what, an hour and a quarter, hour and a half ago, the temperature had already gone up on the track by 11 degrees, and it will have only gone north from that point on into this session. What we do know, though, since the resurfacing when we came here last year, is this Brno circuit, whether it's cold, whether it's hot, gives up very good grip indeed.
Yeah, that's brilliant as well when you get time to go for broke and try and get down to a great lap time. That's what Adrian Fernandez is going to be doing. He was following the other CF Moto Gaviota Aspar team machine earlier on in Q1. That was Marco Morelli. This time it's Max Keelers, who you've got to say, as he lights it up coming through turn 3, is one of the favourites for pole today.
I have to be so impressed by Keelers' ride in free practice 2 earlier on today. He looked so strong. He did a succession of laps in the low 2:05s and high 2:04s. Of course, if he does that sort of lap time in this qualifying session, he won't be too far away from the front of the grid. But clearly on his own, when he's not being disturbed by a tossy of Moto3 riders trying to overtake him, Max Keelers is super strong. But of course, qualifying, wouldn't say he's been absolutely infallible in qualifying as of late. Front row in Hungary last time out, but of course 15th in Mugello and 6th on the grid in Barcelona. 3 front row starts, and for a rider in such a dominant championship position, you'd have expected more than that.
Yeah, last time he was on pole was back in Jerez, but he really did convert that in a pretty dominant fashion. He was on the front row the next time out, that was at Le Mans, and yeah, he got that one sorted out as well. Took the victory and then made it 3 on the spin and got to Catalunya. And obviously last time out he was 2nd on the grid and made it through to P1. We've got yellow flags out already at turn 6, and that is around here. Who is it? That looks like Jesus Rios to me. Now, Jesus Rios has been enjoying, or not enjoying as is the case, the scenic route down at turn 5 and turn 6. He had a turn 5 get off earlier. That was pretty sizable. At least he got round 1 corner further this time round at turn 6. But good to see that Rios has managed to keep it upright, eventually get it back on its wheels, and he can have a little roll down pit lane, 10.5 minutes or so on the clock, so he has got time to do a quick once-over with the team down in pit lane and then see what he can do. He's on for a 5th place on the grid. On the spin is Jesus Rios. 3 P5s in the last 3 qualifiers.
Straight into the 2:04s then with Max Keelers, 2:04.888, which is in line with what he did earlier on today, albeit on a race run. in free practice too. So a little bit of an early shot across the bows from the World Championship leader Danish, going well halfway around the lap, and he's certainly caught the eye in practice so far.
Yeah, Danish was on a 2:04.754 yesterday, so Danish, and that was done around the same time, maybe a little bit later than where we are right now. So Danish knows the conditions pretty well. It's a bit warmer out there today than it was yesterday, but we're experiencing pretty high temperatures anyway. Danish is on a charge coming through the third sector. He's in the fourth, but he's a tenth and a half up. He's following David Almanza, who's no slouch in qualifying either. Almanza's working his way down towards turn 13 and 14. Let's take them through these final couple of corners. The big left-hander here, and it's all about track position. The brilliant wide sweep through turn 14, the run to the line. Hakim Danish is on for provisional pole with his first flying lap, and it's a 2:04.5. That's his fastest lap of the weekend, but not quite the fastest lap of the weekend. That's on still with Alvaro Carpe, but Danish, as you can see, means business, and if that's his opening gambit, I can't wait to see what he's got left in the locker.
Probably would have got some faint slipstream there from Almanza too to help him. Almanza's third on a 2:04.981. Fernandez, Esteban and Uriarte at the moment just behind that, but only 7 riders have put lap times next to their names, and for the obvious reasons, Jesus Rios has not.
This is one, out the front door, another big one for Jesus Rios, and that's the second time his visor has come off today as well. He had a big one at turn 5 earlier. The number 54, the rider from Marbella in the south of Spain, is really having a bit of a tricky Saturday at the Moto3 office, but Jesus Rios, at least he got the bike back. That is a really, really important thing to note, because if he hadn't been able to get that started, that bike would have been in a really awkward place in the track. Max Quiles, 2:04.4, that's the fastest lap of this session at the moment. Just to go back to Rios, by difficult on the track, I mean, that part of the track, the inside part of the track, is very difficult to get the bike back into pit lane, not the literal racetrack itself.
Into the final couple of corners, or the final pair of left and right-handers. So many sweeping S-bends, which make this such a popular circuit amongst the riders. You really can let the bikes go. The MotoGP riders say that these are the kind of circuits where you can really stretch the legs of the incredible machine, so it must feel quite huge if you're on board one of these small pocket rocket Moto3 bikes. As we look back from Alvaro Carpe, tandem riding, team tactics going on down at the IO squad. It's Uriarte trailing Carpe, which might help him on the run down to the line, across the line for their first representative laps, and they go third and fourth immediately.
Pretty decent stuff. Ogden straight up in sixth. Eddie O'Shea out of Q1 and into Q2 with P7 provisionally. O'Gorman and Pini ahead of Fernandez, Kelso and Fratama. So 7th back to 12th. It's all Hondas. Almanza comes across the line, and that's 5th for him at the moment as he helps Hakim Danish across the line once more. But Danish's lap time did get cancelled for track limits. Not the one he set before, but the one he just completed. I've got to say, looking down through the field, who are we expected to come good here? Valentin Peroni down in 13th place, that's a bit of a surprise. Matteo Bertelli down in 17th, but he's not really set a properly representative lap time just yet. But they're your 2 riders who are a little bit out of position, you'd say.
Veda Pratama, another one, perhaps down in 12th, although he was, of course, the lucky recipient of a Q2 place yesterday when Eddie O'Shea got turfed out of the top 14 due to an underweight bike in practice. Without that, Pratama would have been in that Q1 session that we just watched. But generally, Pratama figures it out by the time we get to the business end of Sunday.
Exactly, you don't get any points on Friday or Saturday, so save your best for Sunday. The thing with Pratama is he's not really had the best weekend so far this weekend, whereas he probably wouldn't have minded an extra 15 minutes to learn the way that Brno goes. So we look at the KTM IO machines getting down in towards turn 10. This is Veda Pratama, who we're just talking about now, half a second off through the opening 2 sectors. We're going to click him through sector 3 as they come across the line just there, as he takes in case O'Gorman can't get through on him this time around. O'Gorman's a bit wide. Pratama does in the end get through, but the lap time has gone away from the Indonesian at the moment, so he's not going to improve this time around. Carpe with his hand up, trying to get out of the way. Brian Uriarte will move on through.
Yeah, O'Shea and O'Gorman, of course, came through Q1. Those are good laps, those, on mid-205s, pretty much matching what they did, or in O'Shea's case, beating what he did in qualifying 1. I'd imagine Uriarte must be out there. That's Marcos Uriarte, the 88, must be out there on used rubber because he's done a 2:05.7. Confirmation from El in pit lane that he is indeed on old tyres. The tyres presumably be used in Q1 because he was 6/10 quicker than that in the earlier qualifying session to earn his place in this battle for pole.
Max Skiles it is at the moment with 5.5 minutes left on this Moto3 Q2 clock, who leads the way and is on course for his first pole since the Spanish GP. Hakim Danish is chasing that pole position. He's 31 thousandths off at the moment. Brian Uriarte sits pretty in third ahead of teammate Carpe Almanza, who's on for a third pole this weekend if he can get up towards P1. Is there in 5th place. Scott Ogden is 6th. Adrian Fernandez is heading out now with Max Quiles. Those two are obviously working together because they have been following each other in the first part of this session, and they're on an alternate strategy because everyone else is in. Word up from pit lane as well. Jesus Rios, you can see at the very bottom of the timing tower, has yet to set a lap time. That's because he's crashed, but he has headed back out onto the track.
Which is good news for the young Spaniard. The bike clearly ready to go, so not too much damage done through what looked like a crash that could have done a lot more damage than it did for Rios. So he has a second opportunity to get himself up the grid from what is currently 18th place. Here is Brian Uriarte, currently as it stands on for back-to-back front row starts. He clearly has used the victory in Mugello as a springboard, of course, front row, and then a fourth after getting his bike back to the pits after the red flag on the final lap. Back in Hungary, and at the moment Uriarte on course for, as mentioned, second consecutive front row start.
You know, you were saying about this track being nice and big and wide and open and long, and still somehow Quiles and Fernandez find themselves all together, as do these 5 riders. Uriarte, Rios, Ogden, I think that's Carpe and Joel Esteban. So Rios now back out on track. It looked like he was going to go, and then he's obviously waited a little while. So Jesus Rios, number 54 for the Reva Coles Snipers team, he's going to look to try and get back into some kind of form. As I said earlier, he's had 3 P5s in qualifying of late in the last 3 GPs, so he'll be looking not just for the top 10, but to repeat those front 2 rows of the grid that he's been enjoying for the last 3 rounds.
Adrian Fernandez has very much got the tow ropes hooked in on the rear of that Aspar KTM of Quiles. I mean, it's a very foolproof strategy, I have to say, given how quick Quiles is going. Fernandez, though, currently in 10th place. Of course, another rider who would have used up tyres coming through qualifying 1. So this is where we'll get a true idea of what Adrian Fernandez has up his sleeve, with, of course, the assistance of the World Championship leader, who looks a little preoccupied, looking down on his Aspar KTM, but doesn't appear as if he's got too much to worry about.
Yeah, is he preoccupied, or is he making himself look preoccupied? To us up here, there's Jorge Martinez.
Honest, Adrian, I've got a problem.
Yeah, literally. And is he going to pull in? Yes, he is at the moment. And Fernandez is actually now going to have to do this all on his own. So Max Quiles, well, we'll find out if he has a problem in a moment or not. But Aspar himself and Nico Tirol looking on pensively.
Quiles is going to be trundling up pit lane now before he gets back out. He's going to be actually quite tight, isn't he, to get round to the finish line to start a lap. So as they come through turn 1, Fernandez was able to sweep around the outside of them, so he wasn't delayed by those riders leaving pit lane. But it's going to be touch and go here now for Quiles to defend his pole position.
Seen this film before, Lewis, back in Mugello, remember, when he was not able to get back out and get on a live flying lap.
At least he's got a banker in this time, I guess.
Well, exactly, and it's a pretty good one, but the problem is, as we saw in Q1, everyone does...
He's parked it. He clearly does have a problem.
There is a problem, isn't there? So he wasn't sandbagging, he wasn't duping us. He is actually parking it early doors. So Max Quiles is not a strategy problem this time. It is a bike problem, and he is not happy as he explains the problem to Jorge Martinez Aspar. The team and the guests watch on. But at the moment, your provisional pole sitter is going to have to cross fingers.
Indicating, I think, there that maybe the bike was cutting out on him. But either way, Quiles is now going to be a spectator, and he'll just be hoping that no one beats a 2:04.490. Good news, Max, is that so far this weekend, only one rider has beaten that.
Yeah, Alvaro Carpe, and at least he's 59 points back in the championship as well. Carpe at the moment, 4th place, quarter of a second or so off what Quiles has been able to do, but we are waiting for them to all really get down to business and on with their flying laps. You could just see at the very, very top of the screen there that there was a little bit of dawdling and a little bit of game playing going on. Adrian Fernandez is coming through the Schwartz corner now. This is turn 10, and then we climb up Horsepower Hill. I think it's something like 79 metres of elevation change from the very bottom to the very top. Not for me, I'm afraid. I'm quite happy sat down up here in Coventry. The stairs up to our gantry are enough for me.
Yeah, They're a little bit of a hazard, I think, aren't they? A bit of a safety hazard, these outside our commentary box. Fortunately, we haven't had any rain to make these stairs up to the box rather slippery. It's beautiful blazing sunshine for this battle for pole position as we follow Alvaro Carpe, who is on 2 personal bests at the moment, but potentially a front row, but certainly not troubling Quiles' 2:04.4 at the moment.
Yeah, we're getting a few personal bests. That's one there by Adrian Fernandez, but he's done all that in the last sector. Carpe's on one, Ogden was on one, but I think that was him just running right out wide at the Schwantz corner, and that's going to be his lap done because they're not going to be able to get round. Rios is on one by virtue of the fact that this is his first flying lap, and a second off at the moment would not put him inside that top 10. So Rios, it's a damage limitation job for the 54 at the moment.
A really strong third sector there for Carpe. He's closed in significantly, so he might just get himself up ahead of his teammate Brian Uriarte, who of course Carpe gave a bit of assistance to on the previous. So this time it's Carpe following Uriarte. That's a good team strategy, good team tactics. You follow me on the first one, I'll follow you on the second. 51 leads 83 over the line, and is Carpe going to improve? The answer is yes, and he bumps his teammate off the front row.
Yeah, exactly, up to P3 for Carpe.
What goes around comes around.
Yeah, exactly. One of them was going to lose out either way because they were 3rd and 4th anyway. Uriarte's taken the checkered flag, he's 4th. Rios comes across the line, that's 14th for him. He's ahead of Joel Esteban, and so at least he gets up to the provisional 5th row of the grid. Max Quiles has calmed down a little bit. It looks like he's still going to get pole. Yeah. It won't be his arrival to Park Fermi that you'd have been thinking of, but it looks like it's... Well, I say that, David Almanza's on a lap here, as is Hakim Danish.
So this will have been on the outlap then for Max Quiles, who was clearly pushing on, unless we're watching a slow-mo replay of his first run of the session. Yeah, we've got Almanza's now at 10th up at the halfway stage. So, yeah, let's not put the Tissot watch around Max Quiles' wrist just yet, because David Almanza, who's got a couple of them from his last couple of qualifying sessions, he wants a hat-trick.
I'll tell you what, I think he'll still get on the front row here, Max Quiles. But David Almanza is going gangbusters on this final lap. We pick him up there. Oh, back it in. Oh, brilliant. Through turn 10. Almanza looks at 1 with that Liquoroni Dynamo Intact GP KTM. Blasts up the hill now through the 3rd sector. He's 2 tenths and a bit more under Quiles. Quiles is pole. May well just have to wait.
Danish is flying too, but a problem that Danish has got is he's got a lot of traffic at the back of the picture. He's stuck behind Pini. As long as he hasn't been held up, he'll get a massive slipstream now up Horsepower Hill.
And Almanza's probably a bit too far back to be getting a slipstream to the line. So the 22, is he on course for a 3rd consecutive pole? This would be something quite special for David Almanza. He's kept it neat and tidy. Don't go out onto the green, which he doesn't. Kelso moves up to 8, but Almanza 5th to 1st. And the fastest lap of the weekend. And it's Danish who comes in 2nd, 17 thousandths of a second behind. Quiles is still going to get a front row, but it's a new lap record and a 3rd consecutive pole for David Almanza. It's the first time since 2024 that one rider has set 3 consecutive pole positions. David Almanza does it again. Fantastic for the number 22.
Well, he's very strong on Sundays, let's be fair, but certainly a bit of a Saturday specialist at the moment is David Almanza. Great qualifying that from Hakim Danish, who of course has started on pole position, or started on the front row of the grid earlier this season. Yeah, in fact he did. He got promoted onto pole, didn't he, by Almanza's illness back in Mugello, but that now equals the best qualifying for the Malaysian, and that is no surprise after what we've seen from him so far this weekend. Quiles then did not look particularly disappointed, did he, being relegated to 3rd. He knows that he's got some serious race pace underneath him.
Yeah, Almanza and Danish were 1-2 on the grid in Mugello. The 3rd place that day went to Joel Kelso. So Kelso, where did he end up again? 9th place, so just behind Vader Batama. Scott Ogden finished 7th there, so not bad from Britain. Scott Ogden. Tell you what, look who's in 6th, Lewis. Yeah. We missed that completely. We were too busy going on about David Almanza, and rightly so with that new all-time lap record. But Eddie O'Shea, well, that has got to be, in fact, no, I know it is, his career best Moto3 Grand Prix qualifiers. By 3 places. In fact, where we are finishing this first tour of Europe is where he got his last one. That was P9 last year in Germany at the Sachsenring. Obviously, he has been disqualified already this weekend, so we'll put provisional on it for now, but I'm fairly sure that Macaulay Webb, Michael Laverty and everyone down there is pretty sorted out today with that 6th on the grid. Let's get some instant reaction from down in pit lane. Al, who have you found?
I'm down here with Nico Terrell. Nico, not quite the pole position you or Maximo would have wanted, but still front row, and just explain what the problem was. What did Max say about what he unfolded on that last couple of laps?
Yeah, we are super happy because at the end he did a very good job. He have a super pace, but at the end when we change the tires, he say he have some problem that maybe with the gear, but we don't know very well. We need to analyze after with the data with the bike. But also, like I say, this is not the pen of Massimo's side. We need to analyze, but the job is done and we are ready for race.
Thank you, Nico. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Front row more than good enough. Thank you, chaps, down there in pit lane. Brilliant job by Max Keeler's. Third is almost as good as pole. You need the front row round here at Brno. The problem is that he's got probably the two fastest riders who are on that front row with him. David Almanza, we know, is going to be there come Sunday. Hakim Danish is a slight question mark, but judging by what we saw on Friday, Danish is here to stay in Brno.
Yeah, what a fine young talent that Malaysia and the Moto4 Asia Cup has produced in Hakim Danish. 17 thousandths away from what would officially have been his first Moto3 pole, even if he did start from one in Mugello. And, well, I guess the question that might hang over David Almanza tomorrow might be a physical one. Of course, we did see him fade, understandably, given that he was fresh out of hospital a week ago, a couple of weeks ago in Hungary. 2 weeks on, having been able to properly train and get himself back up to speed, you'd expect he'll be in it for the long haul tomorrow.
That's his 5th pole position as well, by my calculations, and a 10th front row. You have to be careful with the pole position because obviously he did get the pole position and he didn't have it taken off him in Italy. He just couldn't start from that pole position. But I think as far as everyone's concerned, he keeps the watch for it, he earns it, it wasn't taken away from him. Hakim Danish, that's another front row, a great job indeed for him. That's, by my reckoning, a 3rd front row this season, still chasing that elusive first proper pole position.
Yeah, Danish was on the front row of the grid back in Brazil, and as we mentioned, in Mugello, and well, Max Keeler's, the TV broadcasters can wait for me, is how the Moto3 World Championship leader is approaching this as he trudges up pit lane up to Parc Fermé, which he practically has a weekly ticket for these days.
Exactly, he can accrue some extra points on his membership in Parc Fermé because he's been there quite a lot throughout 2026. Alvaro Carpe, his main championship rival, I say main, his closest championship rival, is there in 4th place. Brian Ariarte there in 5th, and as we said already, Eddie O'Shea in 6th. Scott Ogden there in 7th place. Now that is one of his best performances of the year. In fact, no, it isn't. It's his total best there in 7th place. Vader Patama up there in 8th. Kelso and O'Gorman completing your top 10. Outliers further down the field, 12th and 13th for the Leopard Racing Hondas. They would have wanted more from Nat Rios. I don't know if he's out of position or that's about where he's been. You'd have expected him to be a row ahead, but that crash obviously just costing him in the end. So the 54 going from 15th place, and then further down,
Marcus Ariarte was the name I was going to draw attention to as well, yes. Kiko, because he did a 2:05.5 in qualifying 2. All that hard work to get himself through Q1. If only he'd matched that Q1 that time in Q2, he'd have been up on the 2nd row of the grid.
He would have been on the 2nd row of the grid. He would have been between, he would have been 6th. He would have just nudged Eddie O'Shea back to that 3rd row, but Marcus Ariarte obviously going for broke in Q1.
Yeah, not easily repeatable that time, clearly, was it?
Exactly. There was only a handful of riders that were quicker than him, and that's your top 5 here. Gotta say, 2:04.6. I would have been saying that gets you on the front row. That's 5th place for Brian Ariarte. So, you know, the times were absolutely tumbling in the end. Half a second or so, more or less, between your top 5. And then it's another half a second back to Eddie O'Shea there in 6th place. We're just waiting to hear from David Almanza, who's too busy doing some pictures at the moment. You'd have thought he got used to the Fermé procedure by now. It's his 3rd on the spin.
Yeah, just copy-paste from Mugello, copy-paste from Balaton Park. But can he stick around at the front of the field at this time? Almanza resuming that ball, which is good for us all to see after the injury and the illness of so far this season. He is very much on form. 3 poles in a row for David Almanza. Once again on a Saturday afternoon, he has an audience with Al.
David, congratulations, the first Moto3 rider since 2024 to have a hat-trick of pole positions. Talk us through the lap, and you're looking really good for the race as well. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yes, of course, we are so happy with the hat-trick, 3 in a row. It's amazing, the work of the team. We are so happy, and of course, also we are ready for tomorrow. We have a good pace, and the feeling with the bike is the best. And yes, nothing all. And also, I need to support to David Munoz. one hello, and yes, we are ready for tomorrow.
Great job and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant job from David Almanza, and eloquently put as well. A nice little salute to his full-time teammate on the other side of Team Dave, David Munoz, who's obviously going to be out for a little while just yet. But when your teammate's doing this, at least it gives the team something to cheer out. I just held my breath there coming through this final corner. I know it's a replay, nothing happened, but that bike was moving around all over the place. But that's how Almanza likes it. He is at one with that KTM this year.
Yeah, and he is rewarded with his third consecutive pole position and his fourth of the season. David Almanza, by 17 thousandths of a second, denies Hakim Danisha maiden Moto3 pole. He qualifies second. Max Quiles with some technical problems later on left him third. 4-5 for Io, can't pay for Moriarty. Career best sixth for Eddie O'Shea. Brits sixth and seventh with Scott Ogden heading row 3. Tatama and Kelso next up. O'Gorman came through Q1 to 10th. Eda Patelli and last year's pole sitter Pini. He outqualifies his teammate Adrian Fernandez.
Welcome back to the Czech Adrenaline Factory here at the Automotodrom Brno, here in the east of the Czech Republic. We're here for the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia. We've segued out of Moto3. We are straight on with Moto2 Q1. And what a performance it's been by a few riders here in Moto2 right the way across this weekend. And I can tell you something, without giving away too many spoilers yet, we're going to get into it properly very soon. But that crowd that you've just seen are going to be cheering on someone very, very special, because it has been a fantastic job by Filip Salac this weekend, and really right the way through 2026. We are just a few moments away from getting underway here at Brno in Moto2. We're going to take you through the runners and riders very, very soon. Yesterday afternoon it was David Alonso who was the fastest, but these guys are the ones who are coming up in Q1. Alberto Fernandez, as well as Tony Arbolino, Ayumu Sasaki, Danny Munoz, Aaron Canet, Luca Lanetta, Adrian Huertas, Barry Baltas. You're not going to see anything on him. We're going to bring you up to speed with the number 7 very shortly. Dennis Onju, Angel Piqueras is taking part in his first qualifying since Kota. Jacob Wilson is still in for Mario Aggi. Sergio Garcia likewise there in Q1 for the Gresini team. Xabi Zuratuza, your full-time replacement for Jorge Navarro, who has since left the Clint Forward team. That was announced last time out at Balaton Park. But, as we said, we'll bring you up to speed with Barry Baltas' big crash yesterday. In practice, we had a red flag. We didn't see anything of the crash, of the aftermath. I can tell you Barry is okay-ish. He's done quite a job on his shoulder, some ligament damage incoming for the number 7. He's already out of Brno and on his way back home to Belgium to get treated, get seen, and hopefully get fixed up good and proper so we can see him back here very, very soon. So Barry Baltas will not be with us this weekend, but we do wish the Belgium well. That's the crowd that I was talking about. That's the rider I was talking about. The big Filip Salac sign right in the middle. Lewis, you're up here with myself, Kiko Giles. Elliot York's down there in pit lane. But what a job it's been by Filip Salac. We're not going to see him in this session because he's already moved through. He was fastest this morning as well. He's not been outside the top 2 all weekend. The Czechs are out in force, supporting their home hero proper.
Yeah, they believe that they might yet see home victory this weekend for Filip Salac, who was chasing a maiden Moto2 victory this weekend. We'll see him, as you mentioned, in qualifying 2, and will be quite the roar when we see him on screen. This is qualifying 1. This is Alberto Fernandez, who, of course, made automatic qualifying 2 last time out in Hungary, and backed that up with his career best Moto2 result so far, a first career top 10. It's fair to say the Boscoscoros haven't looked quite as competitive relative to Kalex this weekend as they have in previous Grand Prix.
Yeah, not this weekend. It's been a very tricky one so far, particularly if you Celestino Vietti. Now, he did get through, so Vietti's fine. But really, the Boscoscoros have been struggling a little bit more. Vietti seemed to find something this morning, but overall, it's not been their track at all. Danny Munoz is coming up in this session now. Those of you who saw the crash last time out for Danny Munoz and Ivan Ortola will be aware that obviously it was a far from ideal finish to the Hungarian GP for Danny Munoz. Ivan Ortola was at fault for that one, and he has since been given a penalty coming up. He'll have to serve that tomorrow, Lewis.
Yeah, and it's a shame for Ortola because he's been very quick so far through practice. Really caught behind FP2 with his long run earlier on this morning. You mentioned the absence from this session of Barry Baltus. We wish him well. He's not the only rider who started this weekend who unfortunately will not complete it. And that also applies to Alonso Lopez at the Grassini team. I'm sure you'll see confirmation on your screens as this session gets underway. Lopez came here with an injured right hand after a training crash. Thought he could still ride through the problem in free practice form, but as it turns out, he's got 2 fractures in his right hand as Lopez. So he's in Madrid now undergoing some surgery with the hope of potentially being back next weekend for the Dutch TT. His place is being taken by a rider who we actually saw make his debut here 1 year ago. It is the European Moto2 champion, the Pole Milan Padovic.
Indeed, as we get ready for Moto2 Q1 here coming up very, very soon. Tony Arbolino's going out for it as well. Tony Arbolino has shown a little flurry in recent rounds, nothing to get too excited about, but he has shown that he can be one of the riders that can move throughout of this Q1 battle. They all get out towards the pit lane exit and now head out to the track. Danny Munoz is who leads the way ahead of Sergio Garcia, Alberto Ferrandis, so he all comes through. That's Milan Pavelek on that Grassini machine. He, of course, parachuted in this morning, really. The number 40 is going to be out in force in this session, but don't expect anything too spectacular from your reigning 2025 Moto2 European champion.
That's Ferrandis at the front of the picture, already launching some moves on Sergio Garcia, who's got enough to worry about this weekend without Ferrandis dive-bombing on the outlap. Because Garcia, he was the rider we thought would have to watch himself from an injury point of view this weekend for the Grassini squad, because Garcia, he had arm pump surgery following the Hungarian Grand Prix as he's trying to toast out a bit of revenge there on Ferrandis as he wants the track position on this outlap. Garcia was down in 26th place at the end of practice yesterday. Clearly not comfortable physically, nor comfortable particularly with the bike he's got underneath him.
He wasn't too bad at turn 7 then, because he was just parking it right back underneath Alberto Ferrandis. He's got a little bit of history going back to Cota, of course. Garcia, who was already in deep anyway when Ferrandis became a bowling ball on the opening lap down towards turn 10 and turn 11. Garcia was really caught up in that Ferrandis mess, and he's already at it already here on the outlap of Q1 in Brno. Here are the Elf Mark VDS Bosco Scuro sliding into view. Dennis Onju, the 22-year-old Turk, and he's got Aaron Canet, a previous winner round here in Moto3. 3 podiums to Canet's name. Not so much success here though in Moto2. This is Barry Baltus, of course. This is Canet's ex-teammate, and unfortunately Bazza will not be out there this weekend, and we wish to see him back as soon as possible, because we didn't see it, but from what we hear, it was a bit of a scary off yesterday in practice.
Yeah, it's a real shame at any point when something like that happens to you, but a shame for Baltus on this weekend, because of course he was on pole here last year and he was on course to make his 100th Moto2 start this weekend. Sadly, that will have to wait. Here comes a Munoz then, Danny Munoz, who is one of 8 riders who still has a 100% Q2 record so far this season. Not an automatic Q2 record, because it's the 3rd time now this year we've seen him in qualifying 1, but in terms of pure pace and in terms of championship position, Munoz surely the red hot favourite to come through this session.
Yeah, Munoz should really clear this without too many dramas. He has been in here, as you say, Lewis, already in 2026, so he's no stranger of what he needs to do to get out of Q1, but thankfully for him it's not as often. It's only well, I say not as often, it's 3 out of 9, but more times out of not he's made it through into Q2 directly from practice. So Munoz is your pace setter at the moment, I suppose, in terms of who we expect to move through, but we're still waiting for those lap times to come in, and while we are still waiting, let's just head down to pit lane. Al, what have you got?
Yeah, cheers boys, down here with Hiroshi Oyama. Hiroshi will come on to Tayo very shortly. A great day for the Japanese rider yesterday, but I want to touch upon Jacob Ralston as well, who's with you guys this weekend again. How's he getting on? He had a really promising Friday. What's his race pace like, and how much is he enjoying being in Moto2 with you guys?
I think now this weekend, from last weekend to this weekend, he showed his career steps. He was struggling last 7 races with Moto2 category to switching Moto3 to Moto2, but finally he started to understand how to go, how to ride, how to get confidence. So we can say now he starts to enjoy. I can see from his face, and let's see in the Q2. Now he's in Q2 qualify, so let's see how he can improve his lap time this qualify session.
What has Jacob said about the step from Moto3 to Moto2? And obviously he rides a Boscoscuro in the Moto2 European Championship. You guys are on a Calyx, so what's been the big difference?
Up and Calyx is quite a big difference. So now the Jacob is riding for us instead of MerliMollyMeki. So Jacob is riding with speed up, and now this weekend with Calyx. So he said it's quite different. So I don't want to say what it is, but it's a quite different characteristic bike. So I think quite interesting these two different characteristic bike in the grid, and they both have quite, you know, the tight forward. So we yeah, it's interesting to see these two manufacturers fighting as well. Also this year the other Sashi manufacturer also coming better. So let's see those manufacturers will fight in the top. It looks very nice.
You mentioned in there, of course, Mario Aggi still injured. What's the update on Mario? When can we expect to see him back on track?
In 2 weeks, he has another doctor check, and if doctor said he is fine, maybe he can come back to the assembly. So we are hoping that he can feel well, and then he can come back stronger.
Yeah, that's good news. And finally on Taiyo Hiroshi, first points last time out in Hungary, and now straight into Q2 yesterday. He looks like he's getting to grips with Moto2. What's been his big progress?
Well, I think he started to understand this championship, and then was good. He scored a point, and the race in Hungary race was not so many rider crash, so was not luck. He achieved by himself, so was quite confident from him.
Thank you, Hiroshi.
Thank you, Hiroshi. Thank you, El. Yeah, worth noting on Taiyo Hiroshi what day it's been for the ex-Moto4 Asia Cup riders, because Hak Indonesia's on the front row in Moto3. I won't give away what exactly the position is for Ayogura in MotoGP, but if you have been living under a rock, then I think you won't have to wait too much longer to find out where he is qualified, because the race is getting underway, the sprint is getting underway at 3, and Taiyo Hiroshi has already moved through up into Q2 via practice, so not bad at all, Lewis.
Yeah, first time for Furusato. Hiroshi yesterday described it as an important achievement that Taiyo Hiroshi has achieved that, and of course he's been making steps, he's been heading gently in the right direction in his Moto2 rookie season, but it's good to see some tangible reward for that. First World Championship points in Hungary, now first Q2 appearance, and continuing on the theme of riders that have come from the Moto4 Asia Cup, or in its previous life, the Asia Talent Cup. Mishisaki currently leads this session on a 1:58.770. 400's clear of this man, Munoz in second.
In a previous life, and also for the first couple of mentions when we do have the Moto4 Asia Cup with us here up in commentary. It's a bit of an old habit, and old habits do die hard. We're about halfway through this session at the minute, not a lot to really bring you up to speed with. Sasaki, Danny Munoz, Luca Lunetta is probably one of the surprises there, but of course Lunetta has finished inside the top 10 before in Moto2 this year, and Sergio Garcia there in 4th. Munoz, as we said earlier, is one of the favourites to move through here. He's 2nd place at the moment, and going great guns on this lap as well. Riders within some touching distance, Adrian Huertas and Angel Piqueras. Great to see Angel Piqueras back out there, Lewis, after that scary crash in Kota. He was with us in Hungary, but he had to withdraw before qualifying, so good to see him out there giving it a good go today.
Yeah, taking a long-term view in Hungary, and yeah, he appears to be closer to the pace here, and of course closer to 100%, as Munoz gets us now down to a 58.623. I have to say, one rider who certainly deserves a mention, we've mentioned him already in terms of the fact that he's with us this weekend, but Milan Pavelec for Gresini. He did a 2:00.064 earlier on today. He's improved by 7/10 of a second early in this Q1 session. He's ahead of Ferrandez, he's ahead of Ralston, he's ahead of Zurutuza, and he's only half a tenth behind the uber-experienced Aaron Canet on the Mark VDS Boscoscuro.
Yeah, Aaron Canet, we know this year is just not really at the races, is he? We know that the Off-Mark VDS racing team is really struggling to get to grips with the Boscoscuro without Jake Dixon at the helm, of course, from last year. So, Yeah, tricky times down there, but I can tell you 8th and 9th in Q1 is absolutely not where they would have thought they would be. We see Luca Lunetta come in, as we talk about the Boscoscuro struggling. He's in that top 4 at the moment on his Boscoscuro, so not too bad for Luca Lunetta, who is, of course, still getting up to speed in Moto2. He's lost a lot of track time due to the fact that he had that big crash at the season opening Brno.
Yeah, and didn't come here last year, neither did Luca Lunetta, because of the injury the first time he broke that leg, which was back at Assen last year. It feels as if Sergio Garcia is having to be sort of either calmed down or cheered up there by the Gresini squad. He's in 4th place at the minute, so I guess this is exceeding Garcia's likely pessimistic expectations coming into this qualifying session, as he sits 4th, sitting at Marc Vidiesi. 8th there on your screen was Denis Onchu. No pressure, Denis, but it's not been the best day so far for Turkish sport.
Exactly. I don't want to put the kibosh on England up here in the comms box, but it's been a pretty good week. You probably worked that one out, judging by my slightly raspy voice on Friday morning.
If you've been anywhere in Brno on Wednesday evening, you would have struggled to miss it.
Yeah, you'd have struggled to not hear me as well, because I was giving it some, wasn't I? But, you know, it's been a vast improvement on the Moto3 Friday morning, that's for sure, when I've been quieting down. 5 minutes then to go. Moto2 Q1. Sergio Garcia is the last of those riders through at the moment. I can tell you that Sergio Garcia's time in Brno has not necessarily been the best. He's never actually been here in Moto2, but back in Moto3 he completely failed to score points out of DNF and finished 1 race in 16th. So at the moment, Sergio Garcia at least is having something to cheer about, even if he is hanging on to that final Q1 or Q2 spot, let's say, here in Q1 with 4.5 minutes on the clock. But every rider is in the pit lane at the moment, Lewis, so I think we're going to have a proper old-style, superbike style, super pole, go for broke lap at the end of this one.
Yeah, just checking Garcia's best qualifying of the season so far. He qualified 12th back at the French Grand Prix, but he's been eliminated in qualifying 1 in 3 of the 8 Grand Prix so far. Someone was very calmly trudging across the pit lane there, blissfully unaware that a posse of Moto2 bikes were heading in his direction. Fortunately, they saw him coming. Arbolino, I think, having a good look behind, saying, "What were you up to?" As he's busy trying to get his qualifying session up and running. Arbolino down in 7th place at the moment, unable to get out of the 59 so far.
Yeah, it's not to be for Tony Arbolino round here. As I think a Moto3 podium and a pole back in 2019, about as high as his highlights here in the Czech Republic go, and in Moto2 last year they were pretty limited. So Tony Arbolino not really getting on with Moto2 in the last couple of years, let's be fair, since this new tyre came in, a slightly bigger profile tyre and wheel came into use. So Tony Arbolino still trying to work it out. Right, 3 and a bit minutes to go then in this one. A 58.6 at the moment. I tell you what, 58.6 isn't too slow. Yesterday, a 58.623 would have put you 4th. It would have put you just behind Manu Gonzalez. So not a bad opening gambit from Danny Munoz. Now this is going to catch the attention of the stewards and Simon Crafar. Pencil sharpener at the ready side, because you're going to be looking at a few of these riders and scribbling down their numbers the way they were carrying on, coming through the long lap penalty area, and they're still going on. That's Sergio Garcia, Jacob Wilson, Denis Onchu, Ayumu Sasaki, Luca Lunetta, Angel Piqueras. Couldn't quite see the last one was just coming through shot, but all of these, Tony Arbolino, all of these are going to be really in a bit of trouble, particularly even though there's no one else out there on a lap. It's just dawdling on the racing line, which at the end of the day should not be encouraged at all.
Yeah, blue flags are waving, but as Kiko rightly mentions, there's no one coming their way on a hot lap. Hot laps coming in what are very hot conditions. 2 minutes of this session to go, and of course, given that they have dawdled so much, they're going to leave themselves just one time lap. The point is now going to have passed where you could do 2 laps in a row. It's going to be a 1 lap shootout.
The thing is as well that there might not be live laps, but Denis Onchu looked like he was going for proper broke there. He was on a charge all the way through, because he's seen an opportunity to come through this and get a bit of clear air probably. So you know, you really don't want to be riding slowly on the race line, because all these 3 now, Huertas, Ferrandez and Wilson, have sped up and just put themselves right in front of Angel Piqueras, who looked to me like he was actually going some there up towards the final couple of corners. So we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. 1 minute and 40 seconds or so on the clock. This is everyone's final flying lap. Munoz, Sasaki, Lunetta and Garcia are the 4 that are going to go through as it stands, but it can all change in the next 90 seconds or so.
Yeah, there are almost 2 waves of riders here, because Sasaki's leading this train. Up ahead of them, we've got the Elfmark with the S pair of Vonchu and Canet, and with Izabi Zurutuza on the forward bike, the 85, as Ralston's clearly not lacking confidence there, is he? Is he up the inside of Alberto Ferrandez? It's not the way to make friends on your second Moto2 outing, Jacob, but he's getting stuck in.
It's not the way to really get through on a fast lap either. You can see how much chatter the number 22 is experiencing down at turn 3 as well. I know what he's got a bit more pace at that particular part of the track. And you can see Ferrandez is really struggling. He's lighting it up all the way through turns 5 and 6. Sasaki's bailing out of this, and Sasaki's got to be really careful not to clobber into Alberto Ferrandez. That wasn't really the best riding from the wild, the crazy boy. Jacob Ralston's a little bit angry as well, it seemed there on the run in towards turn 8, but Ayumu Sasaki, who is second at the moment and moving through as it stands to Q2, will not be making friends here.
Yeah, the only riders who are improving are already in the top 4, so I think our 4 going through the Q2 are already set. We've got Garcia and Lunetta on personal best. Garcia, as you can see at the bottom of your screens, might well go top in this session, which might well finally put a smile on Sergio's face, and smiles and Sergio Garcia have not really gone hand in hand of late.
No, not really, but at least it's going to give him something to cheer about as long as he can clear Luca Lunetta or not lose time to him. He's not lost time to him in that third sector. A 10.5 up for the number 3, who's chasing the 32. A little bit of slipstream up Horsepower Hill and then into the penultimate corner at turn 13. He doesn't make the move, so we'll get a little bit more slipstream by the line. Let's see then as they come through. Sergio Garcia is sitting vulnerably in 4th place at the moment. Let's see if he does move up and indeed continue to bag that spot. Does he? Yes, goes P1. Lunetta improves as well, goes 4th, and that is that. Garcia, Munoz, Sasaki and Luca Lunetta. I cannot say how much of a good job that is by Milan Pavelek as well. They're in 10th place, ahead of ahead of Alberto Ferrandez, ahead of Jacob Ralston and ahead of Javi Zurutuza in his first GP of the season. Brilliant job done by the 40, the teammate to our fastest rider in Q1, Sergio Garcia.
Showing exactly why he is the European Moto2 champion, and who knows, with Lopez having undergone surgery this morning on his broken right hand. We'll see Pavelec next weekend too at the Dutch TT at Assen. Ferrandez will be disappointed with that. Don't think getting tangled up with Ralston on that last lap would have made much of a difference in truth for Ferrandez, because he needed to find some 0.6 of a second who was going to move his way through as he thumps the tank of his Boscoscuro. This was when they went side by side through turn 3, but just didn't look like he had the speed at any rate.
Yeah, last flying lap, but it was anything but flying really, wasn't it, for Ferrandez, because that's coming through turn 4 with Ralston, and then as you're about to see is that we don't see Gino Borzoy, every picture tells a story. You get his thoughts there and then looking at the camera, but it was more here where Ferrandez was really balked by Ayumu Sasaki. Sasaki in turn will probably be getting looked at for it, but is still going to go through in the present up in towards Q2 because he came home 3rd.
Good job there from Lunetta, it has to be said as well, on a 58.8 to take 4th place. So the young Italian from Rome, 20 years of age, will take part in his second Q2 session of the season, ensuring that Ivan Guevara and Celestino Vietti, who will become the permanent visitors to qualifying 2 this season, will have some Boscoscuro company.
Sergio Garcia's lap time, 58.559. That's only a bit slower than what David Alonso was able to do yesterday, although the benchmark really was moved this morning. Philip Salac was quickest on a 57.9, the only ever 57 lap round here in Moto2 trim. So the time, there is a bit of time left in the track, but I've got to say that's a decent lap that from Sergio Garcia to be more or less matching what Alonso was able to do yesterday.
The Brasini team in both MotoGP and Moto2 have had their issues with injury this weekend, so I think that's one team who are due a bit of good news and may now have it, courtesy of Sergio Garcia, who will
little bit of fuel to be added to his title charge from other sporting greats over in South America. Right, 15 seconds until lights out and away we go. The riders are already rolling down from the tents to pit lane exit.
Keeping up the World Cup theme for just one moment, we promise we'll talk about motorcycles at some stage once the session gets away. Ethan Guevara on the screens. See, he was over at the Brazil-Morocco game, yet he went all the way out to the United States to watch it in person. So Ethan Guevara, if nothing else, is battling a bit of jet lag here in Brno.
Yeah, Ethan Guevara, you can't blame him. I tell you what, I thought we were battling jet lag. Well, not you, Lewis, so much, but on the Thursday morning when we rolled in after that 10 o'clock kick-off with England. But we're all good and going now. At least one of the home nation countries can win this week. Oh, I do apologise, anyone Scottish out there, of course. We are only joking. Right, Moto2 Q2.
Kiko Giles saying
yeah,
that,
I'm the rather large 6'1" with terrible hair if I'm spotted in the paddock. Although that doesn't really narrow anyone in the paddock down. OK, let's stop talking about football. Let's get our notes in order. Let's head down to pit lane. Al, who have you got?
Yeah, I wonder. Only one place to start. Eton, football down here, American racing. We've got to start with Philip, of course. What a weekend it's been, and a podium last time out in Hungary. The perfect way to come into his home Grand Prix. How's he been this weekend? Soaking up the pressure, but enjoying it at the same time.
Yeah, I think, it's obviously home race, a lot of pressure, but after last race, when he got the podium, so I think the pressure was a little bit released. He can do it, he's strong, he's working well with the team, and he came with full confidence. We saw it already this morning, and yeah, he's doing great. We're happy.
How did he react after yesterday? He looked really strong on the pace and over one lap. How confident is he coming into qualifying?
No, I think he's very confident. He's good. He knows that people will try to chase him. But no, he's in confidence to try to do a good lap by himself without calling nobody. Obviously Joe did really, really well. So finally we will see him where he's supposed to be in the longest track. Won last year a big victory. So it's looking good so far. I don't want to say too much. Try to keep it down until the beginning.
That's understandable. A big session coming up. What step has Philip made in the last 2 or 3 Grand Prix where he's really made that step forward and found a few tenths?
I think number one, just to adjust to the bike, to the Calyx, and then just start working with the team, get the confidence, and feel welcome. His crew, outside, everybody is supporting him, and I think this is one of the main reasons. Just mentally, obviously he's super talented, he's good. So,
You mentioned Joe, can't go without mentioning Joe. Good job to get into Q2 yesterday. What does he need to find to get on sort of par with Philip and sort of get the sort of podium momentum going this season?
Joe is just to, it starts a little bit difficult, unlucky, and then, difficult. But as soon as he feels good with the bikes, that he can push, he has the confidence, he's unbelievable. So I think we got to this point this weekend. I feel great with the bike. We found something with him. Yeah, it's all.
What did you find, just quickly, with Joe to make him feel comfortable?
That's the general feeling. I think he got stuck a little bit from last year, and also the injury at the end. But I think so far it's looking good.
I'll let you go now, Eton. I know you're quite nervous and the team are very excited. Good luck for this session and, of course, for tomorrow as well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, El. Thank you, Eton. I've got to say, I love El York's questioning style. Eton says, I don't want to say too much, so El carries on grilling him. Get stuck in, son. That's what it's all about. Serious note, Eton is going to be really, really nervous for understandable reasons. Philip Salach's home GP, that brings a lot of pressure. But Lewis, Joe Roberts here last year, Joe Roberts here in 2020. Majestic, Joe Roberts this morning, along with Philip Salach. It was a 1-2 for the OnlyFans American Racing team. They are going all out gangbusters here in Brno.
Yeah, huge weekend for the team. Both riders, as you say, love this circuit and will be expecting to challenge for the front row of the grid. Here is the rider looking to play the role of party pooper, the pantomime villain, potentially World Championship leader, Manu Gonzalez, who has had a slightly tricky weekend, hasn't been wholly happy with the behaviour of his bike so far this weekend, but we know Manu Gonzalez delivers when it matters most. So is Alonso. Look at that, a 1:57.718. Alonso immediately breaks the lap record.
That's a brand new lap record, as you say, Lewis, a 57.718. There was only... oh, he's got down! David Alonso lost the front at turn 1 and barrel rolls through that gravel trap. So David Alonso, well, at least he set a banker. Yellow flags out. David Alonso has gone down, having set a new lap record here at Brno. And I tell you what, that bike's on the outside of the circuit. That's going to be a real pain to get back in the paddock. And with only 10.5 minutes on the clock, that is going to be countdown on. This is it, just out wide, and that front just rolls out from under him.
Yeah, that first corner feels like it goes on for an age, and David Alonso cut it, unfortunately, short there. Yeah, just as well he did a 57.7, because Salach himself went quicker than his all-time lap record earlier on today, but he's still 2:10 shy of David Alonso. Even when he's super fast and in P1, it still is never dull when David Alonso is concerned, is it?
Yeah, David Alonso is always something to look at on camera and on screen when the 2024 Moto3 World Champion, the first ever World Champion for Colombia in motorcycle racing is concerned. This is on board with Manu Gonzalez, and they are running through down towards turn 10, yellow flags at turn 8, so a couple of incidents already in Moto2 Q2. I wonder who it is. Danny Munoz just going a bit wide there. That's at the bottom of the hill at Chawant's corner. The yellow flags have cleared. Everyone else is now on their way.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm trying to work out who it is. Who's had a slow third sector? Someone's clearly gone wide there in turn 8 and got back onto the racetrack. Potentially Joe Roberts, potentially Zonta van den Gorberg, who've had slow. Santos Holgado, according to our screen. So both of the Aspar riders within half a lap of each other. It wasn't a run-up, it was a crash, and both Aspar riders are in the dirt.
I did wonder whether it was Holgado, because it looked like the Aspar colours that were paused on our track map, but I thought, well, surely not the second Aspar machine. Well, Holgado at least is provisionally front row, so the Aspar guys have at least got bankers in already, but this is far from ideal in Moto2 Q2. We saw David Alonso have that massive moment in the closing stages at Balaton Park when he was pushing for a lap time. Well, at least he's already got a lap time in before tucking the front and not being able to save it this time. That's definitely been down the road. He's not headbutting it. Danny Holgado, as he showers the circuit with a load of rocks and stones, that has been down the road at turn 8 according to our graphics. And now Jorge Martinez Aspar calls the shots and the orders, and those guys are going to be working pretty hard. That's at turn 8, that's on the way into turn 8, and it's not coming out very quickly either.
Yeah, in fairness, Danny Holgado was at Barcelona where he did headbutt the screen during a qualifying session, so he does have form in that particular respect, but that genuinely was a crash, and clearly got it up and running, or got it off into the service road very, very quickly. So, yeah, a fraught start to the session for Aspar, but it has been a fast one. First and third at the moment for Alonso and Holgado, sandwiching the home favourite Salach, who sits in second place. That's the first representative lap time for Celestino Vietti, and he completes the top 10.
Yeah, that is in the top 10. I'm just trying to work out where it is as far as possible scorers are concerned. 6 is the best one at the moment, Ethan Guevara. Just a few other notes inside that top 10. Great lap from Zonta van den Gorberg. He's there in 8th place. Alex Esquich on the Clint Racing Team Ford chassis there in 9th place. That's not his best qualifying of the year, but it's a very, very strong top 10. Riders who are going to be wanting a bit more. Joe Roberts 14th at the moment, as well as Colin Vire in 11th. Holgado's number 96 machine comes back into the box. And that is David Alonso. I tell you what, David Alonso's done a great job to get that bike back, because it went through the gravel and it was a little bit beaten up, but both bikes and riders back safe and sound.
Yeah, they'll be getting to work very quickly. They've got a big 3 or 4 minutes of the Aspar mechanics to repair whatever needs repairing. David Alonso are there. Of course, while he's been riding back, he'll have been having a very good look at the bike, just understanding himself what needs changing and fixing to give the team the best possible steer on what they need to do. The Aspar team, perhaps their hopes of defending that double front row start hang on the shoulders of their mechanics right now.
Yeah, the mechanics are always a bit busy down there in Aspar, aren't they, when they've got David Alonso and Danny Holgado in their team. But I've got to say, could do with a camera just perched in that box now. I want to rewatch that clock countdown, and right on cue, Mr. TV Director is listening well. David Alonso's bike looks more scuffed up than anything. It will have had, of course, some gravel get ingested. Danny Holgado in the back of shot, shaking his head there. He's third, but his bike definitely needing a little bit more. We look at Philip Salach, who is in the middle of that front row. He is the meat in that Aspar sandwich as it stands, 2/10 off what Alonso was able to do, and in the 57s. But at the moment, it is very much the calm before the Moto2 pole battle storm. Most riders, if not all of them, in the pits.
3 consecutive P2 qualifyings as it stands at the moment for Philipp Selach. If he was to go on better, he would dearly want it to be here as they get to work. It looks as if it's relatively minor damage, as we say, on the Aspar machine of Alonso. Couldn't quite see Holgado's bike in the background there, but it did appear as if there was a hive of activity to look at there as Jorge Martinez Aspar, who's had a bit of an eventful afternoon without giving away what went on in Moto3 qualifying. He's just saying, Danny, just give me a chilled session, please.
Yeah, and it's not gone very well so far, has it? No. Both of them are thrown at the fence. So David Alonso and Danny Holgado, as we said, there's always colour and movement when they're on track. There's always colour and movement when this rider's on track as well. Manu Gonzalez, he is your championship leader. He has got more than a race win's worth of points in his back pocket. So if something was to go awry here tomorrow, then it'll be all over as it stands. Manu Gonzalez lining up in the middle of that second row provisionally. Danny Munoz is still out on track. Munoz down in 13th place at the moment as he slides his way through turn 1 and asks for a load of power going down the back straight.
Yeah, I think what Gonzalez will be pretty happy with at the moment is his 2 chief title rivals are both behind him. Out go the American racing pair. I think Alex Escridge was waiting for them. After you, boys. And the Aspar pair are both able to get back into the action. The mechanics have done the hard yards. It's now time for Alonso and Holgado to deliver for them.
Let's see if they can, and let's see if perhaps the OnlyFans American Racing team can ruin the Aspar team party. We are 4 and a bit minutes away
Joe
from
Roberts
this.
give a toe to his teammate Selach potentially if there was ever a day to do it?
There was ever a day to do it, but then Joe Roberts probably fancies himself round here as well, judging by last year's form. So we'll have to wait and see. Joe Roberts hasn't had a front row since here last year. This was his last win. In fact, it was the front row here last year. It was his only front row of the entire year. So whatever it is with Joe Roberts round here, he was pole and P3 back in 2020. He loves this place. He loves Brno. He's 14th at the minute. But you can expect him to move up from there if all goes to plan.
He's already had plenty to celebrate this week. Turned 29 earlier this week, did Joe Roberts, as we switch from discussing the number 16 to watching the number 17. With Danny Munoz, who kept up his 100% Q2 record by coming through Q1. And as long as he isn't delayed by Jose Antonio Rueda in this last sector, he might well move up the order. Poor third sector though for Munoz, but 9/10 off. If he can hold back to the line, that would move him up onto the third row of the group, would lift him up at least 4 places.
And just a note on Jose Antonio Rueda as well. He's starting to really work this out, isn't he? He's 12th place at the moment. He's going to get another couple of laps in just yet, so he may well be another fly in the ointment. And actually now he's going to be following Danny Munoz, isn't he, as they come to the line. So Jose Antonio Rueda, he's right out on the green. That won't matter for that lap time at the moment because it wasn't really doing anything anyway. Munoz does not improve his time, but these two could do a lot worse and work together now with less than 3 minutes on the clock. Oh dearie me, lots of dawdling, and that means lots of pencil sharpening up in the FIA MotoGP stewards room, and this is really not what you want to see because you've got some riders coming in a lot quicker right at the top of screen that will have been a bit surprised when they saw all that.
Yeah, the RW pair there of Sasaki and Van den Gorberg were desperate to follow Manu Gonzalez, who almost followed the Aspar pair into a gravel trap there with that moment in the final corner. Gonzalez, this hasn't come easy to him so far this weekend, and with that moment slow onto the main straight, he's already decided to bail out of it.
Yeah, he's rolled out of it and he's going to have to do really well to keep out of everyone's way. He's on the pit lane exit. Oh, almost, he's on the grass now. He's got to go across the racing line to get out of the way of everyone else. That's really, really tricky stuff there. And we're going to see this moment again, Lewis. I think he just asked for a bit of power. And he gathers it up nicely, but a scare he could have done without.
Yeah, and I guess he already recognised at that point, slow into the main straight, that he was already going to be losing time to start the lap and decided, you know what, it's best just to save, keep my tyres in, not take too much out of them on this lap, and save it for one final attempt.
Got to say, that felt a little bit more lively on board than it did from the trackside cameras as we come down out of turn 4. This is down towards turn 5 as we pick up big Philipp Selach, who when he comes around the next couple of corners we'll see a wall of people cheering him on. This lap is not going to be doing anything spectacular though. Selach is there in second place at the moment. He's great through the first sector and he's rolled out of it in the second.
Yeah, again, we have a big drop off with these Pirelli tyres from the first to the second to the third time lap. So if you recognised already that the lap isn't going to be going well for you, the best strategy is just to roll out of it, just save your tyres as much as possible and go again.
Looking at the split times, Senna just burying underneath Guevara down there. This is down towards turn 10. Senna at the moment could do with fourth. He could do with the front row, but fourth is not too bad. It would be his best qualifying here at this track.
Ortola could be the rider to watch here, though. He's been very good through the first two sectors. Ortola has a long lap penalty to serve tomorrow, as we mentioned in Q1, for taking out Danny Munoz. But if he can keep this lap going, he could potentially move up onto the second lap.
Guevara in sixth at the moment. He's just rolled out of it on this lap around anyway. It wasn't really going anywhere, but that means he's only going to get one more go at all of this. This is Ortola. He is on a good lap here. 7th place at the moment, 4/10 off. As it stands, let's see what Ortola's got as he comes through. If he holds that to the line, that puts him on the second row. Even Ortola, the number 4, blasting to the finish line, goes up onto that second row. 6th place for the number 4. That's a decent lap time indeed at this stage of the session.
Via's just gone up into the top 10 as well on the Red Bull KTM IO machine, so at the moment it's 10th and 13th for the IO squad, and in between them, in 12th place, is Celestino Vietti. He hasn't crashed yet, which he has in the last 2 qualifying sessions, but once again he's finding himself potentially starting outside the top 10.
This is a decent lap though. If he can hold it, this will put him right in the mix and put him just off the second row. I think he was starting around 7th or 8th if he holds it, of course. Checkered flag is out now. Not many lap times really coming in here. I think we've really peaked a bit early in this session. Vietti, that looked nervous on the front there, coming down in towards the hard braking area at turn 13. He's 12th at the moment. Coming out of turn 14, blasting towards the checkered flags. Does Celestino Vietti move up? Yes, he does, into the middle of that third row. So good stuff from the number 13. But besides that, Lewis, there's not a lot of special sectors coming in. It's all personal bests, but mostly all grey.
7th and 8th then for the 2 leading Boscoscuros. Salac isn't far off through the first sector. Let's see for the second sector. He's quite a long way off now. So the dreams of a Czech pole position at the Czech Grand Prix look like they are fading. And, well, unless his tyre pressures are awry once again, as they were in Austin, maybe we can call it this time. Despite a crash, it's David Alonso's first pole of the year.
And therefore the first for Colombia in Moto2. But let's just get them all across the line as they come through the Schwantz corner. There's nothing really coming of any use. Joe Roberts is actually on a decent lap, 6/10 off for Roberts at the moment. I tell you what, 6/10 off, that will put him in the top 10. At the moment, he's 15th. So Joe Roberts is in the final sector already. I think he's just a little bit further up the road than David Alonso on your screen right now. He's at the very top of shot. Here he is. We pick him up, the number 16, making his way through turn 13. Joe Roberts is a bit of a specialist in Brno. This isn't going to be his finest hour in the Czech Republic, but it might be one of his most important if he's to give himself a chance tomorrow. Roberts to the line, goes 10th. That's a good job. And Manu Gas moves up to the head of the second row with a dynamite final sector. Good job for Manuel Gonzalez. Very, very strong indeed. 4/10 off, but P4 on the grid for tomorrow.
Yep, the 2 intact teammates swapping places on that last lap, but they can celebrate. Wasn't perhaps the route that they would have intended to take to first and third on the grid after a crash apiece, but it is pole and third for the Aspar team, and David Alonso becomes the 8th different pole sitter in Moto2 from 9 Grand Prix this year.
Very good stuff from David Alonso. You can see the scuff marks and the gaffer tape on the side of the number 80 machine. Once Senna just clears off out the way, you'll be able to see it. Once David Alonso moves through, you can see it there, all the black tape of the fairing and the scuff marks, and his leathers are all in pieces. But it is a new all-time lap record. It is a new country on pole. We have a new pole sitter. David Alonso makes a little bit more history for Colombia. Like you said though, Lewis, let's hope he actually does get to keep that history this time into Sunday.
Yeah, well, there are 1 or 2 Czech fans who are hoping he doesn't, because it's Philip Salac who would inherit it, but we don't want to see riders getting hooked out of pole positions after qualifying sessions. Certainly not David Alonso, because what a talent he is. And is this finally the weekend on, the 21st of June tomorrow for the Czech Grand Prix, when David Alonso's 2026 season finally...
I asked him this yesterday, whether or not it's now. This is where his championship starts. Remember, last year, Diogo Moreira took a little bit of time to get moving as well. It's by no means over just yet, but if David Alonso, if all the rumours are true, does want to move up into MotoGP with some accolades, he's going to have to start performing right now. Great job, though, by Philip Salac on the front row. I make that his 4th front row in 5 GPs, Lewis. So he's been chasing that victory for a long, long time. Maybe tomorrow he can call himself a Grand Prix winner.
And his 3rd, 2nd place qualifying in a row. It still has to wait for that maiden Moto2 pole, but he's certainly going to be a major contender tomorrow. I think even we would forgive Filip Salac if he goes in with the attitude of winning 12 minutes tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, is he going to get another chance like this? And he's in such good form. He's been so quick this weekend. As I said in that session, he's still yet to finish outside the top 2 all weekend in any session he's been in. So brilliant, brilliant stuff from the Czech home hero. And Danny Holgado, well, he doesn't do Jorge Martinez Aspar's blood pressure any good, does he? When he's just seen Alonso throw it down the road, Danny Holgado joins in the party of fence throwing, and Holgado in the end comes home in that 3rd place. And we know that Holgado, from a front row position, is an absolute dark horse. He can absolutely be a bit of a fly in the ointment of not only David Alonso's season starting party, but maybe Filip Salac's homecoming one.
Manu Gonzalez heads the 2nd row. I think he'll be pretty pleased with that, given who's ahead of him on the grid. He's got his teammate CZECHIA next door in 5th. Ortola 6th. Of course, remember, he's got a long lap penalty to serve tomorrow afternoon, so he will jump out of that 6th place early in the race. And I guess Gonzalez will also be pretty pleased that his 2 closest title rivals, the Boscoscuros of Guevara and Vietti, are a row behind him.
Other riders, just to note, Joe Roberts with that late lap to move into the top 10. Colin Vire outside the top 10. Now, I make that the first time in a long, long time. It definitely this year that Colin Vire has qualified outside the top 10 down in 12th. Zonta van den Gurberg, that's a season best for him in 11th place. Time for Rossato was always going to be guaranteed to have a season best and career best in Moto2, but 13th place for him. He's actually out-qualified Danny Munoz and Jose Antonio Rueda. So very good job, even if it was a bit under the radar for last year's Sepang Moto3 Grand Prix winner.
Let's try and have a good look to see when the last time Colin Vire qualified as low down the order as that. Qualified 13th in Malaysia last season, so that's what, I might get 11 Grand Prix since Vire's qualified as low as that. Ethan Guevara 7th on the grid. He did say at the end of practice yesterday, I think qualifying and pole position might be a little bit out of reach, but I'm pretty confident about my race pace, so don't rule out the 28 just yet.
Yeah, he's always going to be in the mix, isn't he? The thing is here, it seems that the Boscoscuros are at a bit of a disadvantage comparing to the Calexes, so we'll have to wait and see whether Ethan Guevara's hustling riding style can make up for some of that deficit. Of course, he is really in this championship hunt, isn't he, Lewis? It's been a couple of rounds now where Ethan Guevara's been slightly off the boil. 6th last time out, 7th over in Italy, and that has been coinciding with a run of form from Manu Gonzalez. He's looking tomorrow, even if he is starting 4th, to become only the 3rd rider to win 4 on the spin. That's the kind of form Manu's in.
And I think Ethan Guevara will be making sure his Boscoscuro is gun barrel straight off the start line as well, to make sure he doesn't catch the attention of the stewards after his change of direction was deemed unsafe at the start in Hungary. CZECHIA, who is directly ahead of him, and Aegis has been thereabouts for much of this weekend too. He was 5th yesterday, and he's 5th at the end of today.
David Alonso, that is a first front row as well since the only visit we do to South America. That was Brazil. Of course, he did qualify very highly and up the order in Kota, but unfortunately he didn't get to start there because it was an exclusion, let's say. Therefore, he doesn't keep that record. So it is a first front row for David Alonso since round 2 of the year. Can you believe that was 3 months ago? Lewis, it seems like Brazil was yesterday.
Yeah, and David Alonso will, I guess, know that tomorrow is the all-important day in his 2026 season. Surely he can't wait any longer to wait for a podium finish. This is Luca Lanetta, 2nd of the Speed RS Boscoscuros, 17th place for Luca. Of course, earned his 2nd appearance in qualifying 2 after he navigated his way through qualifying 1.
Yeah, not bad from Luca Lanetta. I mean, he's not. The expectation is not going to be that high in his rookie year, you get the feeling, particularly when he's coming in from injury. Certainly not the same level as Celestino Vietti, who's in great form, really, for Celle. He's really there or thereabout. Like we said, though, like we've said so many times over the course of this weekend, the Boscoscuro just slightly perhaps not the package to be on this weekend. There's quite a size difference down there in Park Ferme, isn't there, between David Alonso and some of the crew down there in the Aspar team. I think we are going to be able to get ready to hear, though, from the Colombian. It is a first pole for Colombia, as we said. It is a first pole for David Alonso. He starts his 30th Grand Prix tomorrow. Fingers crossed from pole position. Great job, David.
David, congratulations on the pole. Slightly more dramatic than you'd have wanted with the crash, but fantastic qualifying nonetheless, and one that's really important in the context of the season, and I'm sure you're ready to go for your first win of the season tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much. Honestly, I was missing a crash, so much time without crashing, so it's good to touch the floor sometimes on a safe way, let's say. That means that you are pushing and you are understanding the limit of the bike. And also I'm happy because finally my parents came on time, because they came from Spain with the van. So they are here on time on the parcel. I'm good about the work we are doing. I try to wake up for the quali, to be ready for that first lap that is very important with the new tire. And well, finally, step by step we are getting, and now we need to still focus.
Great job and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
A great job from David Alonso, his first pole position. The MotoGP sprint is coming up very, very soon. I'm going to get out of here, enjoy the MotoGP sprint in the company of Matt Burt, Lewis Sutherland and Jack Appleyard. Goodbye for now. Lewis, take it away.
David Alonso on pole then, officially for the first time. Of course, second time he's qualified there, but of course got hooked out of there in Austin when his tyre pressures were inspected. Philip Salat's the Hun hero second from Holgado. Of course, both of the Aspar riders crashed on the way to the front row. Championship leader Manu Gonzalez fourth. His two title rivals, Guevara and Vietti, a row behind him on the grid. So the 8th different pole sitter from 9 races in Moto2 this season. And this time, we hope for David Alonso's point of view that he's allowed to keep this one. So with Moto2 qualifying complete, all 3 grids have been set. Up next is the Tissot Sprint.
MotoGP's busy run to the summer break continues at the breathtaking Brno track for the Grand Prix of Czechia. Known as the Adrenaline Factory, and back last year after a 5-year break, Brno sits just over 200 kilometres from the stunning capital of Prague. Ayagura has his eye on a first medal from a sensational first pole with the sprint next live. It's time for MotoGP. What a Grand Prix venue, what a circuit. The Automotodrom Brno, just about 15 kilometres outside of Czechia's second city, 5.4 kilometres, 3.36 miles in length, and this one's an absolute corker. What a layout, spectacular undulation, hard braking, fast change of direction, turn 3, the most severe braking zone on this circuit. You lead your way into the stadium section through 6, 7, 8 and 9, all good overtaking opportunities before you power up Horsepower Hill on the brakes in the turn 13 before the short run to the finish line out of turn 14. What about our overtaking hotspots? Well, as mentioned, there are plenty of them. One of my favourite ones is down into turn 3. This is Marc Marquez on his way to a double win over Marco Bezzecchi last July. What, 13 days ago over at the Balaton Park circuit in Hungary, Marc Marquez flying away from pole position, but there was drama and controversy at the very first corner as Jorge Martin skittled out. A Pirelli teammate and world champion of Marco Bezzecchi, Fabio Di Gianantonio, Fermin Aldeguer and Ralph Fernandez all caught up in that first corner drama. We were then treated to some show, some fight between 2 of MotoGP's ultimate prize fighters as Pedro Acosta and Marc Marquez went toe-to-toe before Marc Marquez dropped the KTM star and blasted his way to yet another double victory in Balaton. Back-to-back doubles in the Grand Prix of Hungary for number 93. What a day, what a comeback once again it was by the reigning world champion as he came over the line to capture his first Grand Prix victory of 2026. The defence of his championship well and truly up and running. Serious momentum gained by the 93 over in Hungary, and to boot, it was his 100th Grand Prix success. On the same occasion, that his victory secured a 100th victory as well for the factory Ducati team. If Marc Marquez is to make it successive doubles in 2026 and successive doubles here in the Grand Prix of Czechia, Well, he's going to have to do the hard way. The world champion started on the middle of the second row in 5th place because all the headlines this morning in a sensational start to Sprint Saturday in our second qualifying session. The rising star from the land of the rising sun, Trackhouse Aprilia's Ayagura, the Japanese rider, 2024 MotoGP and Moto2 world champion. He carved up the record books just as he carved up this 5.4-kilometre Brno circuit this morning in a remarkable record-breaking Q2. Ayagura then on pole position for the first time in his MotoGP career on the front row of the grid for the very first time, and he is a massive favourite going into this afternoon's 10-lap TSO sprint. Nobody within 0.2 of a second of the flying Agura. 2 Italians join him on the front row of the grid, Fabio Di Gianantonio and Pecco Bagnaia. And Ayagura, only the 10th Japanese rider in MotoGP history to find himself on pole position. The first in almost 6 years. This Taki Nakagami did so in Aragon. And the 19th pole position in MotoGP history for riders from Japan. Tadayuki Okada has the most on 7. But Ayagura was in sparkling form this morning to date what was just his 7th ever pole position in his Grand Prix career, and this is his 138th start. World champs with Marco Bezzecchi heads row 2 in 4th place, alongside him Marc Marquez and Diogo Moreira. Moreira shining once again at the top Honda. So much to look forward to then in this upcoming TSO sprint, which will be underway in 25 minutes time in the company of Matt Burt, Lewis Lilly in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in the blazing heat of pit lane. Lewis, well, there is no question about it. There were several star performances in Q2 this morning, but nobody shone brighter than this young man, Ayagura, with a show-stopping all-time lap record, his maiden pole position.
Pole by 0.2 of a second, having already topped practice on Friday. Didn't surprise anybody, really, did it? The way he took pole position this morning, even if it was the first pole, the first front row even of Ayagura's Grand Prix career. Normally, he saves his best for the business end of the race on Sunday and the sprint on the Saturday. If that still proves to be the case, the field have got a massive problem.
Ayagura has never been on a sprint podium. Top 5 in 6 Grand Prix, or 6 of the last 8 Grand Prix, 4th in the last 2. Can he tomorrow end Japan's long barren run without a Grand Prix success? Makoto Tamada back in 2004. Now, this is news that broke in the lunch break. It was always a heroic effort for Alex Marquez to return here this weekend in this Grand Prix of Czechia after his horrific accident in Catalonia a few weeks ago. But after consulting with the Gresini team and MotoGP lead medic Dr. Angel Chartra, Alex, who was due to start the action here, the race action, in 14th place, has probably wisely taken the decision to withdraw from the remainder of this Czech Grand Prix. No confirmation from Alex or the Gresini team about whether he'll be a participant in next weekend's Grand Prix of the Netherlands at the TT circuit Assen, but he's resting up, of course, recovering from a neck fracture and 4 fractures in his right shoulder. A shame for Alex, because when he was out on circuit, boy, was he super fast. A 152.086 had got him 14th place on the grid, but he has withdrawn. We wish Alex a continued speedy and rapid recovery.
Yeah, get well soon, Alex, and I guess thinking long term rather than short term, given that he was fighting for the odd point or 2 this weekend. Really, that wasn't the target for him this weekend. We saw Marco Bezzecchi on screen there a moment ago. He's going from the front of the second row. The hottest conditions of the weekend here at Brno. What impact will that have on tyre choice for the TSO sprint? Let's head down to the first lap to the pit lane and join Jack.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. This is going to be a really interesting duel before the race, and then obviously once the lights go out as well. Everybody's just playing a little bit of cat and mouse with each other at the moment when it comes to rear tyre choice. 34 degrees the current ambient temperature. Michelin telling me the current track temperature 57 degrees and only going upwards as well. One thing to bear in mind, Marc Marquez, winner of last year's sprint, was able to do it with the medium rear tyre. However, the Ducatis, the KTMs all feel that the Aprilias potentially just have a step on them at this current moment. As a result, will they roll the dice and go for the soft to try and sneak some kind of advantage in those early crucial laps, and the Aprilias go for the mediums, or could we see it the other way around? At the moment it looks like the Ducati's edging towards the soft, the Aprilia's edging towards the medium, but Davide Brivio just confirming to me we want to wait until we get onto the grid to see what the real game plan is going to be for everybody. There's going to be a little bit of cat and mouse, as we said, being played out on the grid before it's lights out here. One that we need to pay close attention to. It's going to have a huge impact on the race.
Good stuff, as always. Thanks very much, Jack. We'll be all over the tyre selections down there on the. Give me a quick glimpse there of VR46 Ducati rider Fabio Di Gianantonio with the boss looking on. 30 years since Valentino Rossi won his first Grand Prix in the Czech 125cc battle all the way back in 1996. He won another 114 Grand Prix after that, on his way to one of the most decorated Grand Prix careers we've ever seen. Fabio Di Gianantonio back on the front row of the grid for the first time in 5 rounds since his third place at the Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto Pecco Bagnaia, the only rider to score points in all sprints so far this season. And what about Marc Marquez? Can he launch himself to another victory double here in Brno? Middle of the second row is the world champ in 5th.
Well, nobody has more sprint wins this year than Marc Marquez. Only Jorge Martinez has many sprint wins in history as Marc Marquez. So maybe today, given that physically at least it's going to be half the distance, maybe that's going to be his opportunity. One of the other stars of qualifying, we had the star of Asia in Ayagura, the star of South America in the form of Diogo Moreira, who at one point was on course for his first front row start in MotoGP, was just nudged to the back of the second row in 6th. But what a feeling it must be, and what an education it will be. Not that he needs much educating at the moment, Diogo Moreira, but on that second row alongside the World Championship leader and the reigning World Champion.
22-year-old is a young man in a hurry, and he's going places in a hurry. Once again, top Honda on the grid is Moreira, directly in the Q2 in the last 3 Grand Prix. Best qualifying for a Brazilian in MotoGP since Alex Barros was 5th at Phillip Island all the way back in 2007. What can Moreira do then from the back of that second row? Some of the other heavyweights for HRC. Joan Mir was at the back end of this morning's Q2 for Honda HRC Castrol. He goes from 12th. Luca Marini launching away from 16th place. 3rd time in the last 4 Grand Prix that Marini, is qualified in 16th. Of course, he will be bumped up the grid because of Alex Marquez's absence. Everybody behind Alex Marquez, which includes Quartararo, Marini, Bastianini, Miller, Rins, Binder, Razgatlioglu and Cal Crutchlow all moving up.
Toprak Razgatlioglu did receive a 3-place grid penalty earlier on today for getting in the way of an Bastianini in qualifying 1, but that takes effect tomorrow. Likewise, in case you're wondering, Jorge Martin's double on that penalty, that does not apply today. That applies in the Grand Prix tomorrow. Martin, of course, who goes from 10th on the grid, is penalty-free today.
Well, recently in Mugello, and what was an unforgettable weekend for Aprilia as they locked out the front row of the grid, Trackhouse Aprilia's Raul Fernandez became the 11th different sprint winner. Well, we're going to get a dozen different winners in the shape of that young man, number 79, Ayagura. He'll be the 6th sprint winner for Aprilia. Of course, previously, Aleix Espargaro, Maverick Vinales, Marco Bezzecchi, Jorge Martin and Raul Fernandez have collected sprint wins on top of the factory RSGP. Going to be a gold medal on a golden eye performance potentially for the Japanese rider. I mean, he's going to be the massive favourite, particularly in the Grand Prix tomorrow. And we know one massive strength, one big weapon in his arsenal for Agura is his late race pace, particularly over 4 race distances. If he can get the start, Lewis, and get away with that lead group, well, he's going to take some beating, particularly from what we've seen on Friday and so far here on Sprint Saturday.
Yeah, and he's often been super strong in that first sector as well, as Ayagura so far this weekend. He has the fastest starting motorcycle on the grid, we firmly believe, with the Aprilia, which with its ride height device sits so low when it leaves the grid. It's an absolute rocket ship when it leaves the grid, and the next Aprilia behind him on the grid is Marco Bezzecchi in 4th place, who hasn't exactly shone in the sprints so far this season, but it is a new experience for Ayagura. Very little seems to faze him. Even when he took pole position earlier on today, there was very little body language, was there, to suggest that he was overly joyed with what had happened, but that is just Ayagura in a nutshell. He is not the most demonstrative of characters, but even he must surely be feeling a few butterflies right now as he pulls onto pole position for the first time.
Last time he was on pole position, he had a pretty good day, a very good day, because it was in Buram in 2024 when he was crowned Moto2 world champion. We just saw there Pecco Bagnaia, the 29-year-old Italian, locking onto the front row for the factory Ducati team, only a second front row start in the first 9 rounds for the double MotoGP world champion. He does have 3 sprint podiums so far this year, does Bagnaia, all second places on that run through Kota, Jerez and Le Mans. Can he go one better here this afternoon? A major obstacle in the way will be provided by this young man, Ayagura, who doesn't seem to get flustered or fazed by any situation or any scenario that you throw his way. But this is a very different experience. First time since Taka Nakagami, who is here this weekend as a trackside observer. He'll be riding this Brno circuit on Monday on the new Honda 850. It was the last time a Japanese rider found himself covering a grid at the Automotodrom Brno in Aragon back in 2020.
Fabio Gian Antonio starting from second then. Of course, as far as sprints are concerned, it's also Fabio Gian Antonio who's eyeing a first sprint win, much like Ayagura as they start first and second on the grid. We're on board now with the World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi, who, yes, of course, he wants the gold medal today. He wants the big 12 points for the sprint, but surely he'll be mindful that Jorge Martin is back in 10th place. Lap penalty to serve in tomorrow's full-length Grand Prix. So just some solid points, I think, will be the order of the day here for Marco Bezzecchi to extend that World Championship lead.
Yeah, Martin's got horsepower hill to climb here in Brno. He's got a bit of a mountain to climb, hasn't he, in the main Grand Prix tomorrow. 4th row of the grid, his worst qualifying of the campaign so far, and then throwing a double long lap as well after his controversial clattering into multiple riders in Hungary. A last-minute pep talk then from the boss, Valentino Rossi, having a little discussion there with Pecco Bagnaia, who's on the front row of the grid for just the 2nd time this season.
And here is the grid. It's Agura, Gian Antonio and Bagnaia on the front row. Initial information is that they're all on the soft rear tyre. We will see if that changes. Second row, we find Bezzecchi, Marc Marquez and Diogo Moreira. The first rider on the medium rear, as are Raul Fernandez and Pedro Acosta. Frankie Morbidelli, he starts 9th on the second of the R46 Ducatis. Martin on the medium rear from 10th, ahead of Aldeguer and Mir. Maverick Vinales, Fabio Quartararo and Luca Marini are together on the 5th row. Vinales, another rider on the medium rear. So to his teammate Bastianini from 16th, ahead of Jack Miller and Alex Rins. Brad Binder on the medium from 19th, ahead of Toprak and Cal Crutchlow, who of course completes our grid of 21, with Alex Marquez having withdrawn.
Yeah, unfortunately no Alex Marquez for the remainder of this Czech Grand Prix. Let's go and get the thoughts of the Gresini team manager, Michele Massini, who's with Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Gresini racing down to just the one rider for the remainder of the weekend. Before we touch on Firmin's chances in this sprint, Michele, just bring us up to speed on how Alex is and the decision to withdraw from the remainder of the weekend.
Yeah, I think that Alex, together with us and all the medical staff of MotoGP group, will take the right decision, the smartest decision possible in order to just to keep the process of his recovery, because it's true that it's more painful compared yesterday, but he was able to ride the bike, he was already faster, so I'm really proud of that. I'm already proud that he just came here in Brno over our expectative, I have to say, and really happy about overall all the weekend so far until now. And I think that the next step will be to fly to Assen, and we'll see.
And on Firmin, we're here on the middle of the 4th row of the grids. Not the qualifying he would have hoped for after a great job yesterday afternoon, but we know how strong he is at the end of races. In this temperature, could that be a skill that's really quite important?
Yeah, not the qualify we wanted, but also because yesterday and today, this morning, we shown a good pace. But I think that started for the 4th row, we have to play the all-in with the rear soft tire, in order to try to overtake much rider as possible, and we'll see.
Thanks, Michele.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Michele Massini, Gresini boss. Yeah, it was a heroic effort, wasn't it? Just right, Marquez to turn up and pass his fitness test here yesterday. Qualifying in 14th place, but he has withdrawn. Well, we know he's ice cool as a cucumber, isn't he? I mean, he's coming up for 10 p.m. in the evening on Saturday night over in Japan, of course, his homeland. He looks like he's about ready for bed himself, doesn't he? In the Trackhouse garage. Keeping himself in the shade, fully relaxed, as Marco Bezzecchi on the 2nd row gets a bit of a jump scare from the boss as well.
Yeah, he looks almost bored, didn't he, in the box there? So can we just get the sprint underway, please, says Ayagura. I've got a gold medal to collect potentially in 10 laps' time. We shall see if that proves to be the case. Here's one of the riders certainly looking to stop him. We also saw Pecco Bagnaia having a bit of a chat with mentor and of course, Academy owner Valentino Rossi, legendary 7 times MotoGP world champion. And as Matt mentions, the journey to Grand Prix greatness began here 30 years ago. And of course, he'll be very much cheering on his protégés from the academy, and of course his 2 team participants, Gian Antonio Morbidelli, who starts 2nd and 9th.
Pedro Acosta has been superb. He has been supreme, hasn't he, so far this year for KTM, but there's still a bit of inconsistency hovering around the factory of KTM. Double podium in Thailand, and then nowhere near the podium fight in Brazil. Unlucky not to have a double podium in America after the tyre pressure penalty in the sprint. I mean, he was pretty anonymous, wasn't he, in Jerez? Really strong in Catalonia. Went missing from the podium fight with Magellan, and then a double podium last time out in Balaton, but it's been tough once again. A roller coaster yo-yo form for Acosta. He goes from the middle of that 3rd row in 8th place.
He led the sprint last year, albeit in slightly farcical circumstances, did Pedro Acosta. Hopefully we see a slightly different sprint to that, as dramatic as it was 1 year ago. Here's Raul Fernandez then, who starts from 7th on the grid, which is by no means a bad qualifying, but of course very much put in the shade by his teammate Ayagura early on today. So one factory Aprilia starts on row 2, the other on row 4. What are their chances? Paolo Bonoro's with Jack.
Yeah, and their chances, I imagine, come down a lot to rear tyre choice. I've just seen Marco still in conversation with his crew chief and some of the members of the Aprilia technical staff. Has a decision been made on rear tyre, and how crucial do you think that call is going to be?
It is a crucial, it is the key point probably for the race. For the tomorrow, there is no doubt, absolutely, on the medium on the rear. But even for the short race, it's necessary to take care of the rear tire. For to manage the temperature, not the drop, but the temperature. So, as you correctly said, we are currently talking. The rider needs to have the best choice, but both of them need to manage, absolutely.
Looking for Marco, it seems as though it's the man in front of him, Ayagura, is the man to beat here.
Absolutely, they did. He did an unbelievable lap time, so chronos too high, absolutely. But also Marco showed with the medium tire on the rear, and also with the soft one, good race pace. He can manage the pace. The goal for him is to score the most of points that he can. And okay, if he has the opportunity to try to win, to be in the front, he will try for sure. But I think he's smart enough to understand that the championship is so long, it's necessary to achieve the best position as possible.
Thanks, Paolo. Thanks.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks, as always, to Aprilia boss Paolo Bonoro. Yeah, if Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin don't win this sprint, well, the next best thing is another Aprilia rider doing so. Will that be the case for Ayagura? Here is Marc Marquez coming to 5th place on the grid. 151.436, the best lap time that Marc has ever produced around this Brno circuit. Ordinarily, that would have been good enough to fight for pole position, but it was an extraordinary lap from Ayagura, which shook up the field. Shook up the regular order in Q2 this morning. We just saw there, down on the grid, Sir Mark Cavendish, Tour de France sprint legend, who at the end of this Tissot sprint will have the pleasure of waving the checkered flag. We know where Cav's allegiances will be lying this weekend. He's very close pals, of course, with Cal Crutchlow, who once again is standing in for the absent Johan Zarco, and will do so also next weekend's Dutch Grand Prix. I think we're going to see Cal for a good number of races with Johan Zarco. We know he's a long-term absentee for LCR Honda.
That's quite a view, isn't it, over this Brno circuit as the helicopters fly overhead. What a beautiful circuit this is. I think there was not a single person in this paddock who wasn't absolutely thrilled when we confirmed we were returning here to Brno last year following the resurfacing of this circuit. It's a popular one with the fans, and it's a popular one with the riders too.
So Ducati, the factory Ducati team, with big prospects, big hopes for both their riders on the first 2 rows. Banaya 3rd, Marc Marquez 5th. Let's get the thoughts from Davide Tardozzi.
Yeah, with the team, Marc's face after qualifying earlier, there was clear frustration there. Is an angry Marc Marquez, a dangerous Marc Marquez, Davide?
No, that Marc is using the head. As I always said, he's still not 100% on the body side, on the body head. So I think that he's managing. Yeah, it's true that he won the last 2 races in Hungary, but here it will be much more difficult, and collecting points is the main issue.
rear tyre. It looks as though Aprilia leading medium, Ducati leaning soft. Is that true? What's the thinking behind that decision?
I think that the first row could be, I guess, in soft, maybe the deck in medium, we don't know. But I guess that both tires are very competitive. I think that depends from the strategy and the feeling of the rider.
Thanks, Davide.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi, the factory, the Ducati team. Their current lineup has 31 sprint wins between them, so they know how to get the job done on sprint Saturdays. As our cameras go into the packed hillsides here, there's going to be a lot of after sun required at the end of this Grand Prix of Czechia. Come Sunday afternoon tomorrow, it is scorching hot. Some of the hottest conditions we've had so far in 2026. Joan Mir then, getting himself into Q2 yesterday, despite a late practice crash at turn 7. He goes from 12 in the grid back at that 4th row, but what a day so far has been for Trackhouse Aprilia. Agura on pole position for the first time. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Brivio, with Jack.
Yeah, and we grabbed Davide just after his last words in the ear of Agura. Saw a big smile and a laugh on your face. What were those final words then, Davide?
I just say, enjoy the start. Nobody enjoy the view. So, yeah, no, just... he knows, I mean, he doesn't need my word, I mean, he knows what to do. But also, I'm quite curious and interested to see how he can manage on this situation. First time in pole position, let's see how he can start, if he end up to be in a good position in a race, how he manage from there. So it's an interesting day from this point of view, part of the journey, part of the learning process. So, yeah, curious to see.
Often we see young riders, when they lead MotoGP races for the first time, start from pole position for the first time. The pressure can often get too much, but looking at Ai, doesn't seem like it's affecting him.
Yeah, but also you have to learn, you know, how to manage this situation. There are riders that's often in front and won many races, so they're much more used to that. Of course, he has done in Moto2, he has done in a previous championship, but never in the MotoGP. So it's interesting also for us to see how he managed, and it's an important step in this as I say, learning process. So good day, good opportunity to learn.
Absolutely. Good luck, Davide.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Trackhouse boss Davide Brivio. It has already been a stunning sprint Saturday for Agura. Can it be a sensational sprint Saturday for Agura? Talking about his experience of being a front runner in the MotoGP World Championship. The last time Agura led a lap of any shape or form at Grand Prix level was in front of his home crowd on his way to the Moto2 World Championship at Motegi back in 2024. He'll be certainly looking to do some of the front running in this 10-lap sprint coming your way very, very shortly. What a moment this is, though. Such a proud moment for Agura.
Changed rear tyre by the looks of it. He's gone across to the medium rear. Is that a sign of confidence from Agura, or is that just simply the right strategy?
Well, track temperature is well in excess of 50 degrees. A good chance also to get some data ahead of tomorrow. There's another change as well, isn't there, for Marco Bezzecchi too. So, yes, some dramatic... Well, we heard from Paolo Venora, didn't we? The Aprilias were playing it cagey. They were keeping their cards close to their chest in terms of that Michelin rubber choice.
We'll see what the Ducatis do. Of course, they have left it late, so Ducati haven't got an opportunity to respond to that. If they have just learned that for the very first time, as we have, maybe for Ducati, maybe their best shot is to go aggressive, go for the soft, and try and get up the road from the Aprilias if they take a little bit of time to get up to speed on the medium rear. Let's see.
Powering away then from the front of the grid is the BMW safety car shortly. Powering away from the front row of the grid will be Agura on pole for the first time. Fabio Di Gianantonio and Pecco Bagnaia, certainly no strangers to leading at this level in the MotoGP World Championship. What, though, right now is going through the mind of Agura. Here is then your front row for the Grand Prix of Czechia, round 9 of 22 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. There's some issue there with Pecco Bagnaia. One of his crews was calling over one of the IRTA staff, but on pole position then for the first time in his MotoGP career, the first Japanese rider on pole position in nearly 6 years, fighting for the gold medal. It's Agura on pole here in Brno. time to do battle in Brno in the 10-lap Tissot sprint. It's time for Ayagura to potentially be victorious for the first time in the MotoGP World Championship. He will fire away from pole position, and he has been the rider to beat so far here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. An all-time lap record blasted Agura to top spots in Friday's practice, and this morning he went even quicker. He almost pulled off the unthinkable. He almost pulled off the first ever 150 lap we have seen here at this classic, this iconic, this historic Grand Prix venue. Ayagura then, first Japanese rider on pole position in MotoGP for almost 6 years. Two very experienced Italians alongside him on the front row of the grid, led by Fabio Di Gianantonio. Top Ducati in qualifying, top Ducati he remains in the World Championship. Third in the rankings is Fabio Di Gianantonio. Yeah, he's gone over to the medium as well as Fabio Di Gianantonio. Some crucial, decisive, late Michelin tyre changes here. Let's get some latest information from Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, the easiest way to take it on board is the front 3 rows of the grids. There are only 2 riders that opt for the soft rear tyre, and it is both of the factory Ducatis. Pecco Bagnaia, Marc Marquez roll the dice and go soft. Remember, Marc won this sprint last year, but with medium rear attached to that Ducati.
Thanks very much then, Jack. This is the state of play. This is how the land lies championship-wise coming into this 9th sprint of the season. 20 points is the advantage that Marco Bezzecchi holds over his factory Aprilia teammate Jorge Martin in front of the packed hillsides here in Brno. 10 laps coming your way. Can Ayagura make the dream start? Can he be our 12th different sprint winner? 10 of the current grid have won sprints. Throwing Elijah Spargo into that category as well. He did so on the Aprilia. The latest new sprint winner was, of course, a Trackhouse Aprilia when Ralph Fernandez was so supreme when he won the sprint at the Italian Grand Prix Mugello on what turned out to be arguably the best weekend ever for Aprilia. Is this going to be one of the best weekends of Ayagura's career? Well, we're about to find out as we go racing for the first time here then this weekend in the Grand Prix of Czechia. The hottest conditions of the weekend without any question. Blazing sunshine, barely any cloud cover. Hottest conditions arguably we've had throughout the whole season. And our first stop over the course was in the tropical climate of the Chang International Circuit over in Burra. Southeast Asia fans will be glued to their screens late into Saturday night then as they get set for Ayagura to come to pole position for the first time in his career. Marco Bezzecchi seeking his first sprint win of 2026. He heads row 2 in 4th place. Keep an eye on Marc Marquez. The only 2 riders in his top 9 on the grid. Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia with the Michelin soft rear tyre. Green flag then cleared at the back. Lights out, and we're racing in the sprint here in Brno. Pecco Bagnaia's made a sensational start from 3rd place on the grid. Ayagura's going the wrong way. Bagnaia surely will have the whole shot. Moreira aggressive on the inside of Bezzecchi into the first corner as well. Moreira's going to be 3rd as he going through that first corner. He leans on Fabio Di Gianantonio on the inside, but a dream launch from Pecco Bagnaia. He leads here in Brno.
Yeah, Bezzecchi got a great immediate launch, but I think he might have had to shut off the throttle a bit because the gap was closing in front of him. He ended up dropping a place. Moreira up the inside of Di Gianantonio. That's Marc Marquez also attacking Bezzecchi.
And also, yeah, you can see there, Marc Marquez has got through on Digi then on that flip-flop. An aggressive change of direction through 3 and 4. Bagnaia has a lead by over 1/10 of a second. There he is. Down here we go then. Hard braking into turn 5. Into the stadium section for the first time. Moreira a little bit hot on the brakes there into 5.
Yeah, the factory Ducatis have to go on the attack in this early stage because they are on that soft rear tyre. So no surprise that Bagnaia's in the front, and no surprise that Marc Marquez was getting his elbows out early on because surely they are going to hit late trouble. So they need to make hay while the sun shines here.
So we are still awaiting Ayagura to lead for the first time in MotoGP. How much longer will we have to wait? Further down the order, 2 other Aprilias are going toe-to-toe. That's Fernandez versus Martin. They're battling at the back end of the point scoring places, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, Jorge Martin then is 2 places behind his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. He'd have taken that, he'd offered him that at the end of the first lap. There's another rider between them now though, with Fernandez going through. So up Power Hill we climb. Pecco Bagnaia, the experienced head, with 2 young chargers, Ogura and Moreira right behind him.
Sorry, we've got crashes there. Well, we've got it's Maverick Vinales has taken a tumble at turn 12 as he was trying to get the power on going up through Horsepower Hill. He was in the gravel with somebody else.
I think it was, was Moreira, wasn't it? Moreira's gone missing out of 3rd place. Diogo Moreira is indeed out. He was down a picture. He was just chasing. He was just lining up a move on Iagora, and Moreira's crashed out of 3rd place.
Early drama, early heartache then for Diogo Moreira, who was inside of that top 3. That's a free hit then for Marc Marquez, who moves into the medal positions. A rather frustrating trudge away for Moreira, so too for Maverick Vinales. At the front then, at the end of that first lap of 10, Bagnaia's advantage over Ogura was almost 0.2 of a second. The Gian Antonio trying to get his claws back into Marc Marquez directly ahead of him.
Bezzecchi struggling at this early stage to get himself up to speed. Now you'll see it from the up-ahead shot. 3rd bike in your picture. Look, he's just trying to line up Iagora for a move, and the front end tucks midway through, and Maverick Vinales is just going to appear into picture and have his own accident.
Oh, that's cruel for Diogo Moreira. We saw him make a mistake. He ran in hot at turn 5 on the first lap, right here on the first circuit of this Brno track. At the front then, Bagnaia looking pretty comfortable as he stretches his lead over Ogura through the first sector to just over a 1/4 of a second. Gian Antonio is really starting to close in on Marc Marquez's rear tyre, isn't he?
So we've not got the graphics on screen at the moment, but we can tell you that it's Bagnaia, Ogura, Marc Marquez, Biggio, Bezzecchi, Acosta, Fernandez, Martin, Bastianini is the current point situation. Binder's up to 10th, ahead of Mir and Aldeguer, who, despite the 2 dropouts ahead of him, Aldeguer's had a poor first lap. He's actually dropped a spot to 12th.
So down through the Kevin Schwantz corner for the 2nd time of asking. Lowest part of this Brno circuit. Now you start this sharp climb up through Horsepower Hill. Horsepower not lacking for Ducati and Aprilia in this particular part of this 5.4-kilometre course. Bagnaia great there, getting some superb drive grip, lowers the rear ride height device. Nothing that Ogura can do. Ogura just seemingly content to play the patient game.
I think that's all he has to do here. I say all he has to do, making it sound very easy, but the rider ahead of him and the rider behind him are both on the soft rear tyre. Ogura surely is thinking here, if I just stay with Pecco Bagnaia, I'm bound to have the superior late sprint grip, because the next rider in the race behind Marc Marquez, who's on the soft rear tyre, is Joan Mir in 11th.
Hot pace at the front of Ralph Fernandez goes in wide in the first corner. That's allowed Martin to sweep on through. Hot pace at the front. 52s from Bagnaia and Ogura. They're the only riders in the 52s at the front of this sprint. 52.641 from Pecco. Was 0.3 quicker than Ogura. Now, Gian Antonio is going to have to try and get on with business here, because he's going to have to be wary, stuck behind Marc Marquez as he has been, about front tyre temperature, about front tyre pressure issues. And if he's going to try and hunt down Bagnaia and Ogura, can't afford to spend too much time behind the 93, although catching Marc Marquez is certainly one thing, getting past him a completely different equation.
Yeah, Marc Marquez has got as many sprint medals, so he's been gold medals as anyone else. It's a bronze he's currently holding on to at the moment in 3rd place. Doesn't at the moment appear to have the pace to go with Bagnaia and Ogura up ahead of him, as we now ride on board with Fabio Gian Antonio. Already at this stage, he's a 2.5 seconds off the lead.
Pecco Bagnaia has not won a sprint since the Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang on our Flyway Tour at the tail end of 2025. He is the only rider so far this season. He's found consistency on sprint Saturday. He's the only rider in the first 8 sprints that scored points in all of them. He has yet to pick up a gold medal. A trio of 2nd place finishes, silver medals in Austin, Jerez and Le Mans.
Bezzecchi still hasn't really gathered much momentum in this sprint. In 5th place, he's half second off the back of Fabio Gian Antonio, and he's actually under a bit of pressure. We're behind Gian Antonio here. The rider nearly behind us is Bezzecchi, but he's not exactly close behind us. He's got Pedro Acosta in very close company. Here it is, this battle for 5th place.
Bagnaia might be able to second clear at the end of this lap 3. He's 9/10 clear through sector 3 over Ogura. He comes over the line now. That's successive fastest laps here. This is electric pace at the front of the sprint by Bagnaia. 52.6 on the last lap, a 52.5 on the last circuit. And he is 9/10 clear of Ogura. Now, we know what happened in the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello, didn't we? We know what happened there when Ogura came from a mile back sent it on the inside of Bagnaia at the final corner in the Grand Prix before Pecco squared him off. A real good tactical ride that by Pecco Bagnaia, but Bagnaia will know potentially what is coming.
And we also know what happened in Austin, Texas early on in the season when Bagnaia led almost all the sprinters. Now Martin goes up the inside of Pedro Acosta, so he's now right behind his title rival Bezzecchi, but Bagnaia led all of the sprint in Austin and then was picked off on the final lap by an Aprilia on the medium rear tyre.
Acosta dishing it straight back to Martin. Love this. He is some scrapper, isn't he? Some fighter. As Martin goes back on the inside of Acosta through 6. Through 7 goes Acosta, who looks down there, doesn't he? On the top of the tank of the factory KTM. So that's been some duel. We've seen Pedro Acosta go handlebar to handlebar, knee to knee with Marc Marquez on a few occasions so far this season. This time he's having a real good tussle with Jorge Martin. I have to say that Martin's doing a pretty good damage limitation job, championship-wise, in this sprint so far. Not losing big points, is it, to Marco Bezzecchi?
Yeah, they'll lose a couple. If you put the flag out now, the gap would be 22 points heading into tomorrow's Grand Prix, where, of course, he has the double long lap penalty to serve. The lead for Bagnaia is now over 1 second. It's 1.1 and 3/4 the way through this lap. But interestingly, Agura just dropping back slightly in the direction of Marc Marquez in second place. Agura now 6/10 clear of Marc Marquez, but 1.1 back of Bagnaia leading.
Well, the only 2 riders in the first 3 rows of this grid on the soft rear tyre were Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, first and third respectively. Ducati pulled off a bit of a tactical masterstroke here. Bagnaia still stuck in the 52s, 52.5, 52.6, now followed by a 52.9, and Marc Marquez is picking up his rhythm as well. Marquez is warming up. That body now, that right shoulder's come to him. He's in the 52s as well. On that last lap, Marc Marquez was the quickest rider on circuit.
Well, we've already seen through this weekend Marc Marquez put sprint distance on a soft rear tyre and still set personal best lap times at the end of it. So Marc should be pretty confident in what he's got underneath him, even if he's got a softer tyre than the rider immediately up ahead of him. So the world champion just getting himself quietly into contention here for a potential second place.
Yeah, Digia's had nothing for Marc Marquez. Got on his rear tyre, didn't he, a couple of laps to go, but not able to find their way through at the moment. He has not got the same pace as the 93 ahead of him. Digia back in the low 153s, which is more than respectable pace, but not pace enough to get himself a medal at this stage. Firmin Aldeguer, Ralph Fernandez and Toprak Razgatlioglu have all got track limits warnings, 2 contenders. The helicopter shot then picks up Bagnaia. That gap is just starting to creep down ever so slightly. Just under 0.8 of a second Agura has found as we drop down now into the Kevin Schwantz corner, turn 10, hard on the brakes.
Of course, this could all easily just swing around. If that soft rear tyre starts to cry enough, the medium should be absolutely fine for Agura. And is Agura just basically pacing himself in this sprint? We're not even at half distance yet in this TSO sprint. This is lap 5 of 10, so we'll be at half distance when we complete this lap. And is this Bagnaia slowing down, or is this Agura speeding up? We'll get our answer at the end of the lap.
Well, he's taken 3/10 pretty much out of Bagnaia already on this lap. This is lap 5 of 10. You can just see visibly, can't you, Agura closing in on Bagnaia, and so too Marc Marquez is coming along for the ride as well, isn't he? Over the line we go. That's Bagnaia's slowest lap of the sprint so far. He was half a second almost slower than Agura and Marc Marquez. 52.8 from Agura and Marc directly behind Pecco Bagnaia. So, yeah, there might be some bother brewing here for Bagnaia if he's not careful.
Yeah, and we've got a 53.1 for Gian Antonio. He is the 3rd fastest rider on the track, but not exactly in any position to impact the podium battle at the moment. Still surprised by the Aprilia factory pace here of Bezzecchi and Martin in 5th and 7th. Bezzecchi's doing 53.6s in 5th place. He's 0.3 of a lap slower than Bagnaia, but he's 0.8 slower than Agura.
Do you know what? Marc Marquez is up for this. Marc Marquez is closing in on Agura. Agura himself is charging towards the rear tyre of Bagnaia, but as mentioned, coming along for the ride is Marc Marquez. Do not discount the reigning world champion out of back-to-back sprint wins here in Brno. Into the stadium section we go. Trail-breaking Bagnaia, then through turn 8. He'll flick it hard right through one of the S sections here in Brno. Then you're hard on the power, accelerating up to 5th gear. Almost 300 kilometers an hour as you drop down the hill, plunge down the hill into turn 10. Just look at this, some ride this one's game is by Marc Marquez on that Michelin soft rear tyre. He has not given the Gian Antonio a single sniff in 4th.
Personal best on the last lap too for Ralph Fernandez and Enea Bastianini, their 8th and 9th Fermin Aldeguer gained 2 places in the last lap. He passed both Brad Binder and Juan Beer. He's now up into 10th, and he's closing quickly now on the points.
Somebody's gone down at turn 11. Gone down, it's Pedro Acosta. Pedro Acosta's had a pretty miserable weekend so far. His Friday morning FP1 started with a very early clash at turn 9. He got a little bit further around on this lap, but look at that front washing. Was he just maybe a little bit wide, a little bit offline, barrel rolling through the gravel trap though? That goes Acosta. The Gian Antonio, fastest rider on circuit, 153.103. Fair play to Bagnaia. He steadied the ship at the front of this sprint. 53.3 on his last lap. Has just been better by 53.1. So he is responding to Agura and Mark, piling some pressure on him.
It's hoping he doesn't reach a cliff edge in these final 4 laps in terms of tyre performance. We heard from Paolo Bonora before the sprint got underway. It's not a case of tyre drop, it's about managing the temperature, managing the slide of that rear tyre and just keeping it under control. If you can do that, you can get that tyre to the end of the sprint. Of course, what that Acosta crash has also done is it's removed the one bike that was between Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin in championship terms. So now they're 5th and 6th, and Bezzecchi on the extending his lead by 1 point.
It's a rare race mistake for Acosta in 2026. His only previous DNF was when he got smacked into the gravel trap by Agura at the final corner of that very eventful and bruising Barcelona clash a few weeks ago. Agura then now, gap is down to just under 0.6 of a second, and he cannot shake off the 93, can he, of Marc Marquez. It looks like it's 1 from 3. The Gian Antonio is running a very, very strong and fast pace, but has he been dropped too much to make any kind of late inroads?
Well, he's normally so unflappable, isn't he? Nothing really phases Agura, but just put into context the position he's in here in this Tissot sprint with 3.25 laps to go. Up ahead of him, Pecco Bagnaia, 2-time MotoGP world champion. Right behind him, Marc Marquez, 7 times MotoGP world champion. And Agura yet to taste either a sprint or a Grand Prix victory, in between them and holding his own.
He is the only rider in that top 3 that has got the medium rear tyre. Is that going to pay big dividends? Is there going to be some big rewards coming up in about, 7 or 8 minutes time for Agura? Over the line we go. Agura still in the high 52s. So too is Marc Marquez. Pecco Bagnaia, as now Luca Marini's gone down. It's been a bit of a painful sprint Saturday for the Honda riders. We lost Diogo Moreira out of 3rd place at turn 11 on lap 2. And Luca Marini joins him now in the kitty litter.
Gap between the top 2, 0.4 of a second at the start of the lap. Bagnaia favouring that wider sweeping line, but he's able to bring himself back onto line to tackle turn 4. It's all about, as I say, just managing the mistakes, just managing the temperature in this rear tyre. But Agura, he's starting to sniff it now. He's starting to sense the possibility of a first sprint gold medal.
He wants a bit of payback here on Bagnaia. He wants revenge for that last corner showdown that the two had for the final place on the podium in Mugello just a few weeks ago. Bagnaia riding out of his skin to resist this incessant pressure that is building. You could just sense right now that Agura, with that medium rear tyre, will have the better endurance, the better durability, you feel, towards the tail end of this sprint. Bagnaia's defensive skills are going to be tested to the absolute limit.
Yeah, normally, if you're in the latter stages of any kind of sprint or Grand Prix and you, in the final lap, see +0 Agura, you must have a sinking feeling of inevitability that this guy's going to come whistling past me because he's always so strong in the latter stages. But Bagnaia, having had a number of close calls in sprints, lost one on the final lap, of course, in Austin, lost one to Marc Marquez in Jerez. Bagnaia, he wants the gold badly here.
Into turn 13 we go then. Just over 3 laps remaining. And it's building this pressure, isn't it? You have to say Bagnaia has not buckled. He has not looked like cracking for 1 millisecond so far in this sprint. They're almost on par now lap time-wise, Bagnaia and Agura. Agura, though, is the fastest of the top 3. Oh, there might be some late punishment, some late pain being dished out on Pecco Bagnaia. It's not a given he'll hold off Agura, not a given he'll hold off Marc Marquez either for even a 4th silver medal of 2026. On board then with Agura up to about 315 kilometers an hour, charging into turn 3. He closes up then on Bagnaia in the braking zone. In theory, logic suggests that he now should have the better traction, the better drive. Who's gone down turn 3?
Yeah, we heard it now. It's
Bez.
Marco Bezzecchi.
It's Bez, Marco Bezzecchi, and the World Championship leader for the 4th time in our first 9 sprints of 2026. He's not going to see the checkered flag. He crashed out of the lead in Burram, he crashed out in Austin, he crashed out in Jerez, and now Marco Bezzecchi has blown it once again on Sprint Saturdays.
Yeah, with Jorge Martin now up into 5th place, he suddenly pulls 5 points back on him, which Martin might think will already mitigate the points he may lose tomorrow with the double long lap penalty. Another unforced error for the World Championship leader.
Another spectacular own goal by Aprilia. How many more are they going to make in 2026? Can Ayagura save face then for the Newali factory? He's in this factory Ducati sandwich. Another big Saturday blunder then for Bez. 15 points he'll see his World Champs League cut down to going into the 21-lap Grand Prix of Czechia tomorrow. This is building up to some finale, isn't it? This is building up to a thrilling crescendo here at the front of this sprint. Top job this by Bagnaia. He has not given Ayagura or Marc Marquez directly behind him any hope at the moment of showing him his front wheel. He's going to power now through the final corner. 5.4 kilometres and 1 lap standing between Pecco Bagnaia and his first sprint win of 2026. His first since Sepang last year. His lead is over 3/10 of a second.
Has to be said, it's going to take something special from here for Ayagura, but he has had a pretty special weekend so far. Here's the big change potentially going to come for 2nd place. Can Marc Marquez make this a factory Ducati 1-2 on the last lap?
Ayagura's not going to be close enough. This is a big overtaking opportunity here on the brakes into turn 3. He's nowhere near close enough to attack Bagnaia. Bagnaia has been rock solid at the front of this sprint. He has led it from the very first corner. Ayagura, what has he got left in the tank? Is there anything that the Trackhouse of Pretty Rider can do?
Would be a first sprint podium for Ayagura, but he didn't sign for silver when he took pole position earlier on today. Gian Antonio not exactly getting close enough in the background. He is still in a very solid 4th place. It is down to this leading 3 for the bronze, gold and silver medals today.
This has been pure class by Pecco Bagnaia. Absolutely pure class. This is a throwback to the Pecco Bagnaia of 2022, 2023 and 2024, isn't it? Still pressure is being thrown at him by Ayagura, but he's running out of corners, he's running out of time here, the Trackhouse of Pretty Rider. We're going to go down the hill then now, charging downhill into turn 10. This is another overtaking hotspot that is going to go away for Ayagura. There's about half a dozen bike lengths between him and Pecco Bagnaia.
Bagnaia was perilously close to the green on the outside of turn 7, but I don't think he touched it, because that could also impact on the action. But if he doesn't get a good run out of Horsepower Hill here, I think Ayagura's going to have to settle for 2nd place.
Perfect drive up Horsepower Hill out of turn 11 for Pecco Bagnaia. He will hear the Trackhouse are fully behind him, but Ayagura's going to have to give this one up. He is nowhere near close enough. If Pecco Bagnaia nails this final 2 corners, he's going to nail his first sprint win since the Malaysian Grand Prix. A golden eye has to settle for silver, but the gold medal goes to Pecco Bagnaia. What a ride! He led that Tissot sprint from start to finish. What a decision. What a tactical masterstroke it was by both factory Ducatis to run that Michelin soft rear tyre. Bagnaia takes the checker flag, being waved by Sir Mark Cavendish, Tour de France legend, by just under 1/4 of a second clear. Ayagura, from a sensational maiden pole position, does take a sprint podium in an excellent 2nd place. Marc Marquez, what a ride by the reigning world champion. He's 3rd, as there's late drama unfortunately for Cal Crutchlow on the LC Honda. That's his 2nd tumble of the weekend so far. The Gian Antonio is 4th. Jorge Martin, great damage limitation job by the Martinator, up 5 places from 10th to 5th, and with Marco Bezzecchi blowing big points once again. The World Championship leader DNFing for the 4th sprint so far in the opening 9. Points for Ralph Fernandez in 6th place. That's a real big effort from Ralph Fernandez, who's been laid low by a bout of appendicitis this weekend. Bastianini is 7th, Aldeguer 8th. The final points going place goes to Brad Binder. But it's Bagnaia with a belter in Brno. What a ride, Lewis. That was top draw.
The very best of Pecco Bagnaia. Sees the lead at the start, and Ayagura must have been just hoping that soft rear tyre would cry enough on the factory Ducatis, both ahead and behind him. They did not. Ducati will feel vindicated in their decision to go for the softer rubber today in the sprint, and Bagnaia will feel vindicated. There's no question that the talent hasn't gone anywhere, and he has now his first sprint win of the season. Ayagura has a first career sprint medal, but for him it is only silver.
Yeah, he'll be, I'm sure, mixed emotions. Absolutely delighted with his performance in qualifying this morning as he marauded to that record-breaking pole position. But he would have fancied having a real big crack at that sprint victory. Well, he gave it a real good go, didn't he? But the problem was, just like in Mugello, it was Pecco Bagnaia that was denying him. He's going to be sick of the size of Bagnaia's rear tyre in the last few weeks or so. Marc Marquez, that's another classy ride. Another brilliant performance by Marc Marquez. He was not even 8/10 of a second behind his teammate Pecco Bagnaia on that last one. Bagnaia was still riding at full chat to keep Agura at bay.
Marc Marquez is now 65 points behind Marco Bezzecchi because of this. And as harsh as it may sound, if you're going to win the biggest prize on two wheels and become MotoGP World Champion, this is happening far, far too often.
Into turn 3, it's the hardest braking zone here in Brno. No consolation at all though for Marco Bezzecchi. Well, there was no points through no fault of his own in the Balaton Grand Prix. Well, that spill here in the sprint in the Grand Prix of Czechia was all of his own doing. And he was on the back of the scooter. Unfortunately, that's been a ride on Sprint Saturday he's taken far too often so far in 2026. But that was brilliant, Bagnaia. That was awesome, Pecco Bagnaia. He said yesterday how much he loves and admires this Brno track. The sort of high grip levels that are on offer here in the Grand Prix of Czechia sort of mask some of the issues that he's had throughout 2026, the lack of rear grip in particular on the factory Ducati. But that was some performance as he ties Jorge Martin now with a record at 34 sprint podiums. Good job of that by the Martinator. He'd have taken a 5th place from the 4th row of the grid. Slightly tougher task for him to repeat that brilliance tomorrow as he had to come through the long lap penalty loop twice.
Let the sprint come to him, really, didn't it? In the end, of course, he had that early battle with Raul Fernandez, but Pedro Acosta crashing out ahead of him, and then Marco Bezzecchi crashing out ahead of him. And Jorge Martin, well, whatever happens, surely he's not going to lose as many points this weekend as I feared he might. He gains 5 today, cuts the lead down to 15 points.
Yeah, and of course, Diogo Moreira also jumped off in front of Jorge Martin as well. A case of what might have been for LTR Honda and Moreira, unfortunately able to capitalise on his best MotoGP grid position. An excellent top 6. A bit of goon riding now for Pecco Bagnaia, and he would have loved that. The fans would have certainly appreciated it, because Agura in particular, Agura himself being pushed to the absolute edge by Marc Marquez behind him. As Bagnaia completes the stoppie, he'll stop with his crew and celebrates his first sprint win of the season. That takes his gold medal count up to 14. Last time, of course, he won a sprint was in Malaysia, and he was cruelly denied a podium there with the puncher in the main Grand Prix as the factory Ducati crew get a lift on the rider parade bus to our podium celebrations on the stadium section. Just in between.
The prettiest parade today.
Yeah, turns 7 and 8 is where you'll find the medal ceremony. So Pecco Bagnaia is going to get the congratulations of his teammate Marc Marquez. That was some call. Some call, wasn't it, by those two to run that soft rear tyre. Ultimately, it proved to be the absolute top pick. Take nothing away from Agura. He rode a brilliant race, a mistake-free race. Nothing wrong with Agura's performance. He just was not quite quick enough to get on par with Bagnaia. But more points go begging for Bez. And this cannot keep happening, can it? No scores in the sprint in Thailand, in Austin and in Jerez, all of them DNFs. And unfortunately, it's another MC not classified in the column for Bezzecchi here this afternoon. He sees that World Championship League shrink by a quarter, down from 20 points to 15 going into tomorrow's main Grand Prix.
Yeah, and it wasn't exactly a bed of roses until the crash, was it, for Marco Bezzecchi? Of course, could well have been a repeat of what we saw back in Mugello, where he recognised that he wouldn't be able to catch those ahead of him, so just settled for that 5th place. Time information on screens. This did come up on our timing screens. It's Alex Rins who's under investigation, 14th at the flag anyway, and of course only points to the top 9 in the sprint, so that will only impact the final 2 finishes.
A nice embrace there between Agura and Pecco Bagnaia at the back of your pitch. I think Pecco was just saying, well, you made me work pretty darn hard for that gold medal. Pecco would have known that the most potent opposition in that sprint was likely to come from Ayagura. Will there just be a tinge of regret as far as Ayagura goes in terms of his rear tyre choice? I suppose let's look at the glass half full. It was his first sprint podium after a stunning performance in qualifying, and crucially, having done those 10 laps on the medium rear tyre, he's got a lot of information ahead of the main Grand Prix tomorrow, where you are likely in the hot conditions to see everybody run the medium rear tyre. It's a factory Ducati group, making a rather bumpy ride. We might need to go a little bit stiffer on the suspension on the parade truck.
Sure, Gigi will give them some tips if they need them for the parade tomorrow morning. I guess he's been uber critical too of Ayagura. Didn't quite nail the start, did he? That was ultimately where Bagnaia seized the track position, and once Bagnaia got that track position, he was not giving it up.
Certainly wasn't. He starts to process that brilliant sprint success then with his teammate Marc Marquez. At least Ayagura is going to get a medal around his neck for the first time. There's a little natter with Jack Appleyard before Jack's going to do the interview duties very, very shortly. The BMW tax again has delivered the factory Ducati team for yet another double podium. You can see there Julia Marquez in the grey polo. Familiar face, of course, to all of you around the world. Marco Pecco just debrief about that performance. Davide Tardozzi,
he's always going to win that race.
He's never shy, is he, of being Ducati's cheerleader when they've got something to celebrate. Yeah, great ride, really, really important points. Only 7 of them at the end of what was 10 very hard laps for Marc Marquez, but as he well knows, points make prizes. But it's the maximum 12 that go to Pecco Bagnaia. Cracking ride, that. Really, really good ride. Just goes to show, give him grit, give him feeling, give him confidence on that factory Ducati, and this is what he'll do.
Form is temporary, class is very much permanent for Pecco Bagnaia. As mentioned, had a few silvers already this season in sprint. He had 3 of them in a row, didn't he? Earlier in the season, Austin, Spain, and then from pole position at Le Mans. It is a first gold medal of the season. First and third for the factory Ducati team, who are ever so slowly getting themselves up to speed in 2026.
Ducati now within 10 points, striking distance of Aprilia in the Constructor Championship. As once again you feel that Aprilia, bit of an own goal which feels prevalent when the FIFA World Cup is going on over in the US and Mexico, and Davide Brivio then, well, he sprints toward the sprint podium to congratulate Ayagura on his very first sprint top 3. Still so much for Trackhouse Aprilia and Ayagura to be proud of on what has been a memorable sprint Saturday for the American-based team. Ayagura, he was the fastest rider on the last lap, wasn't he, as well? He's about a tenth ahead of Pecco Bagnaia. He will try and be back and come back stronger tomorrow. But it's some ride, some performance. Just look how hard that sprint was for Marc Marquez. He looks exhausted. Bronze medal, though, is the reward. And the world champions with Jack.
Mark, once again, you've given absolutely everything there in that tricky sprint race in these testing conditions. Another podium on the comeback trail, and with Marco having crashed out, vital points in the World Championship. Just give us your reflections on that race.
Yeah, happy with the third place. We did the correct option. Ducati did a great job. So just try to work for tomorrow and try to improve in the long race.
Good job. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Marc Marquez straight away with the big ice jacket. Not looking particularly happy, was he there, really? Nevertheless, it's a third place. A very hard third place in those demanding conditions, and given the fact he's still recovering from the recent double surgery to the right foot and the right shoulder, that will feel like a big 7 points. Well, it's been a sensational sprint Saturday for Ayagura and Trackhouse Aprilia. A maiden pole position and now a maiden medal in the sprint. Let's get the thoughts of the Japanese star with Jack.
Aye, well, it's going to go down as an amazing Saturday. First ever pole position this morning. You pushed Pecco all of the way in that sprint. In the end, the medium rear tyre, do you think that was the decisive thing in this sprint?
performance of the rear tire was really good. For me, the biggest limitation was the front, so I thought I could have something more in the end of the race, but no. That was like that this time, and another chance tomorrow, so we will try again. Great job today.
Well, there you go. Just like so many of us thought, he would have something extra at the end of the race. Clearly, that was the pre-sprint opinion, the pre-sprint view of Ayagura. Yeah, it's not the win that he wanted, not the win he might have expected after his qualifying PRIX this morning, but still it was some effort. But there was no stopping Pecco Bagnaia. His first sprint win since Sepang, his first of 2026. Pecco Bagnaia with Jack.
Pecco's sprint victory here in Brno, and what a way to do it as well, holding off the hard-charging Mark behind as well. The decision on the grid to go for that soft rear tyre, clearly a brilliant one from you and the team.
Yeah, luckily it was the correct one, not like Austin or the choice we did some races ago, but very happy. The first 2 laps made everything, so I started well, I tried to push, open the gap, and then I tried to control a bit because the grip was not that bad, but vibration was huge, so I needed to slow down a bit and try to control I in the last 2 laps. But I'm very happy. We are working very hard, so I hope that tomorrow will be good the same.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that is a top ride. Congratulations to Pecco Bagnaia and to all of his factory Ducati crew who made the absolute bang-on-the-money call to go for that soft rear tyre. Bagnaia's crew are back to sit and watch Marc Marquez dominate so much of 2025. He stole Bagnaia's thunder in many respects in that charge to the 7th MotoGP World Championship last year. But Pecco Bagnaia never gives up. He's a fighter himself, and all that hard work has paid off handsomely here in that sprint. 2 factory Ducatis once again on the sprint podium. This time around, though, gold medal will be presented to Pecco Bagnaia as the factory Ducati team celebrate their 4th sprint victory of the campaign.
And now, Jorge Martin, Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez all have 34 sprint medals apiece. And for Pecco Bagnaia, it's the first gold of the season and 14th in total. Especially sweet one for Pecco Bagnaia. It's documented he has had a difficult 18 months or so. He went out there and grabbed it today. The start, as he said, all important to get the early track position. Ayagura ultimately couldn't overhaul him. Petr Pavel, the Czech president, will present the medals, the bronze to Marc Marquez, who spent it all out there. He said it was an expensive win in Balaton Park. It was an expensive bronze today, spending all of his physical reserves on his way to achieving it. Second place, it's a first sprint medal. Surely won't be the last for Ayagura in second place. Saturday's go, that's not a bad one, even if he was just picked at the post by Pecco. He returns to winning ways as Czech President Petr Pavel presents the gold. The golden performance from Pecco Bagnaia today. Mistake-free, it was perfect from Pecco today in the Brno sprint.
So factory Ducati star Pecco Bagnaia halfway to his first potential double victory since he crushed the field in the Motegi Mountains on the same day that Marc Marquez was crowned MotoGP World Champion for the 7th time. here in tomorrow's Grand Prix of Czechia. Pecco Bagnaia completes what would be his 10th victory double in the sprint and Grand Prix era. Brilliant gold medal performance by the double MotoGP world champion. A great Saturday for Ayagura and Trackhouse Aprilia. Marc Marquez once again picking up more silverware, more medals, more importantly some vital World Championship points, with series leader Marco Bezzecchi once again not finding his way to the checker flag on a sprint Saturday. Bagnaia, though, your deserved winner here in Brno.
Fine performance, wasn't it? Pecco Bagnaia demonstrating what a champion he is, winning the sprint in Brno. Ayagura a very close second, Marc Marquez third as the factory Ducatis bookend the podium. Fabricio Antonio was fourth throughout. That's where he finished, ahead of Jorge Martin, who took advantage of slip-ups ahead, including for his teammate Marco Bezzecchi to take fifth. Fernandez, Bastianini and Aldeguer also in the point. So too Brad Binder, who picked Joan Mir to the final World Championship point. Marco Bezzecchi, Pedro Acosta, early fallers, as was Diogo Moreira. Here Maverick Vinales crashing within a second of each other on the opening lap. Well, he won't be wearing that smile today as Marco Bezzecchi loses 5 of his 20-point championship lead at the start of the day. It's now 15 ahead of Jorge Martin. Fabricio Antonio, well, he's now 36 off the lead. Pedro Acosta stays 48 back, of course, having not scored himself today. Marc Marquez and Ayagura close in. The defending champion is now 65 points off the overall lead. Himself today. Point Diogo Moreira. Here Maverick Vinales. So too Brad Binder, who picked Joan Mir to the final World Championship point. Marco Bezzecchi, Pedro Acosta, early fallers, as was Diogo Moreira. Here Maverick Vinales crashing within a second of each other on the opening lap. Well, he won't be wearing that smile today as Marco Bezzecchi loses 5 of his 20-point championship lead at the start of the day. He's now 15 ahead of Jorge Martin. Fabricio Antonio, well, he's now 36 off the lead. Pedro Acosta stays 48 back, of course, having not scored himself today. Marc Marquez and Ayagura close in. The defending champion is now 65 points off the overall lead. Constructors' Championship continues to heat up. Ducati now closed the gap on Aprilia down to just 10 points. And in the team standings, of course, just one Aprilia racing rider scoring today. Their advantage over Ducati Lenovo has been slashed down to 119. Let's have some highlights then. And a day that Ayagura will be certainly keen to remember. Perhaps the one thing he didn't quite nail was this, the start of the sprint. Pecco Bagnaia certainly did, to seize the early lead. Look at Diogo Moreira on the attack as he moved immediately up into the podium positions. Marc Marquez haven't had the best of starts, but he was soon attacking and passing Marco Bezzecchi to move himself into the podium battle. Crashes within seconds of each other on the first lap, eliminated Diogo Moreira and Maverick Vinales out of the running. Moreira, of course, was running third. Pecco Bagnaia in a position of which he is so comfortable. Out in front, setting fastest laps of the sprint as he initially extended his lead to over a second as Ayagura then started to get his claws into him. Fortunately, any hope of a top 6 for Pedro Acosta ended at turn 11. The top 3 continue to shadow box each other. A key mistake for the World Championship leader took him out of 5th place, and crucial points go missing Once again, a fourth sprint slip-up for Marco Bezzecchi this year. But not slipping up at the front was Pecco Bagnaia. The two-time MotoGP World Champion demonstrated exactly why he is that. A first sprint win of the season, a 14th of his career. Aigura kept waiting for his first taste of victory in MotoGP. Will it end tomorrow when he starts from pole position? We will see you tomorrow for the Grand Prix of Czechia.
Moto3, when he won on the front row of the grid for just the second time this season.
Here is the grid. It's Agura, Di Gianantonio and Bagnaia on the front row. Initial information is that they're all on the soft rear tyre. We will see if that changes. Second row, we find Bezzecchi, Marc Marquez and Diogo Moreira. The first rider on the medium rear, as are Raul Fernandez and Pedro Acosta. Frankie Morbidelli, he starts 9th on the second of the R160 Ducatis. Martin on the medium rear from 10th, ahead of Aldeguer and Mir. Maverick Vinales, Fabio Quartararo and Luca Marini are together on the 5th row. Vinales, another rider on the medium rear. So to his teammate Bastianini from 16th, ahead of Jack Miller and Alex Rins. Brad Binder on the medium from 19th, ahead of Toprak and Cal Crutchlow, who of course completes our grid of 21, with Alex Marquez having withdrawn.
Yeah, unfortunately no Alex Marquez for the remainder of this Czech Grand Prix. Let's go and get the thoughts of the Gresini team manager, Michele Massini, who's with Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Gresini racing down to just the one rider for the remainder of the weekend. Before we touch on Firmin's chances in this sprint, Michele, just bring us up to speed on how Alex is and the decision to withdraw from the remainder of the weekend.
Yeah, I think that Alex, together with us and all the medical staff of MotoGP group, take the right decision, the smartest decision possible in order to just to keep the process of his recovery, because it's true that it's more painful compared yesterday, but he was able to ride the bike, he was already faster, so I'm really proud of that. I'm already proud that he came here in Brno over our expectative, I have to say, and really happy about overall all the weekend so far until now. And I think that the next step will be to fly to Assen, and we'll see.
And on Firmin, we're here on the middle of the 4th row of the grids. Not the qualifying he would have hoped for after a great job yesterday afternoon, but we know how strong he is at the end of races. In this temperature, could that be a skill that's really quite important?
Yeah, not the qualify we wanted, but also because yesterday and today, this morning, we shown a good pace. But I think that the starter for the 4th row, we have to play the all-in with the rear soft tire, in order to try to overtake much rider as possible, and we'll see.
Thanks, Michele.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Michele Massini, Gresini Bosch. It was a heroic effort, wasn't it? Just for Alex Marquez to turn up and pass his fitness test here yesterday. Qualifying in 14th place, but he has withdrawn. Well, we know he's ice cool as a cucumber, isn't he? I mean, he's coming up for 10 p.m. in the evening on Saturday night over in Japan, of course, his homeland. He looks like he's about ready for bed himself, doesn't he? In the Trackhouse garage. Keeping himself in the shade, fully relaxed as Marco Bezzecchi on the 2nd row gets a bit of a jump scare from the boss as well.
Yeah, he was almost bored, didn't he, in the box there? He said, can we just get the sprint underway, please, says Ayagura. I've got a gold medal to collect potentially in 10 laps' time. We shall see if that proves to be the case. Here's one of the riders certainly looking to stop him. We also saw Pecco Bagnaia having a bit of a chat with his mentor and IPL, of course, Academy owner, Valentino Rossi, legendary 7 times MotoGP world champion. And as Pat mentioned, the journey to Grand Prix greatness began here 30 years ago. And of course, he'll be very much cheering on his proteges from the academy, and of course his 2 team participants, Gianantonio Morbidelli, who starts 2nd and 9th.
Pedro Acosta has been superb, he has been supreme, hasn't he, so far this year for KTM, but there's still a bit of inconsistency hovering around the factory KTM. Double podium in Thailand, and then nowhere near the podium fight in Brazil. Unlucky not to have a double podium in America after the tyre pressure penalty in the sprint. It was pretty anonymous, wasn't he, in Jerez? Really strong in Catalonia. Went missing from the podium fight, Magellan, and then a double podium last time out in Balaton, but it's been tough once again. The roller coaster yo-yo form for Acosta. He goes from the middle of that 3rd row in 8th place.
Led the sprint last year, albeit in slightly farcical circumstances, did Pedro Acosta. Hopefully we see a slightly different sprint to that, as dramatic as it was 1 year ago. And here's Raul Fernandez then, who starts from 7th on the grid, which is by no means a bad qualifying, but of course very much put in the shade by his teammate Ayagura early on today. So one factory Aprilia starts on row 2, the other on row 4. What are their chances? Paolo Benaro's with Jack.
Yeah, and their chances, I imagine, come down a lot to rear tyre choice. I've just seen Marco still in conversation with his crew chief and some of the members of the Aprilia technical staff. Has a decision been made on rear tyre, and how crucial do you think that call is going to be?
It is a crucial, it is the key point probably for the race. For the tomorrow, there is no doubt, absolutely, on the medium on the rear. but even for the short race, it's necessary to take care of the rear tire to manage the temperature, not the drop, but the temperature. So, as you correctly said, we are currently talking. The rider needed to have the best choice, but both of them needed to manage, absolutely.
Looking for Marco, it seems as though it's the man in front of him, Ayagura, is the man to beat here.
Absolutely, David. He did an unbelievable lap time, so congrats to I, absolutely. But also Marco show with the medium tire on the rear, and also with the soft one, good race pace. He can manage the pace. The goal for him is to score the most of points that he can. And okay, if he has the opportunity to try to win, to be in the front, he will try for sure. But I think he's smart enough to understand that the championship is so long, it's necessary to achieve the best position as possible.
Thanks, Paolo.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks, as always, to the Aprilia boss, Paolo Bonora. Yeah, if Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin don't win this sprint, well, the next best thing is another Aprilia rider doing so. Will that be the case for Ayagura? Here is Marc Marquez then coming to 5th place on the grid. 151.436, the best lap time that Marc has ever produced around this Brno circuit. Ordinarily, that would have been good enough to fight for pole position, but it was an extraordinary lap from Ayagura, which shook up the field. Shook up the regular order in Q2 this morning. We just saw there, down on the grid, that's Sir Mark Cavendish, Tour de France sprint legend, who at the end of this Tissot sprint will have the pleasure of waving the checkered flag. We know where Cab's allegiances will be lying this weekend. He's very, very close pals, of course, with Cal Crutchlow, who once again is standing in for the absent Johan Zarco, who will do so also next weekend's Dutch Grand Prix. I think we're going to see Cal for a good number of races with Johan Zarco. We know he's a long-term absentee for LTR Honda.
Yeah, that's quite a view, isn't it, over this Brno circuit as the helicopters fly overhead. What a beautiful circuit this is. I think there was not a single person in this paddock who wasn't absolutely thrilled when we confirmed we were returning here to Brno last year following the resurfacing of this circuit. It's a popular one with the fans, and it's a popular one with the riders too.
So Ducati, the factory Ducati team with big prospects, big hopes for both their riders on the first two rows of the grid. Banaya third, Marc Marquez fifth. Let's get the thoughts from Davide Tardozzi.
Yeah, we could see Marc's face after qualifying earlier. There was clear frustration there. Is an angry Marc Marquez, a dangerous Marc Marquez, Davide?
No, I guess that Marc is using the head. As I always said, he's still not 100% on the body side, on the body head. So I think that he's managing. Yeah, it's true that he won the last two races in Hungary, but here it will be much more. This is the main issue.
Rear tyre, it looks as though Aprilia leaning medium, Ducati leaning soft. Is that true? What's the thinking behind that decision?
I think that the first row could be, I guess, in soft, maybe the Zeki medium, but we don't know. But I guess that both tires are very competitive. I think that depends from the strategy and the feeling of the rider.
Thanks, Davide.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi. The factory Ducati team, their current lineup has 31 sprint wins between them, so they know how to get the job done on sprint Saturdays. As our cameras go into the packed hillsides here, there's going to be a lot of after-sun required at the end of this Grand Prix of Czechia. Come Sunday afternoon tomorrow, it is scorching hot. Some of the hottest conditions we've had so far in 2026. Joan Mir then getting himself into Q2 yesterday, despite a late practice crash at turn 7. He goes from 12th in the grid, back at that 4th row. But what a day so far has been for Trackhouse Aprilia. Ayagura on pole position for the first time. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Brivio, with Jack.
Yeah, and we grabbed Davide just after his last words in the ear of Ayagura. I saw a big smile and a laugh on your face. What were those final words then, Davide?
I just say, enjoy the start. Nobody enjoy the view. So, yeah, no, just... he knows, I mean, he doesn't need my word, I mean, he knows what to do. But also, I'm quite curious and interested to see how he can manage on this situation. First time in pole position. Let's see how he can start. If he's end up to be in a good position in a race, how he manage from there. So it's an interesting day from this point of view. Part of the journey, part of the learning process. So yeah, curious to see.
Often we see young riders, when they lead MotoGP races for the first time, start from pole position for the first time. The pressure can often get too much, but looking at I, doesn't seem like it's affecting him.
Yeah, but also you have to learn, you know, how to manage this situation. There are riders that's often in front and won many races, so they're much more used to that. Of course, he has done in Moto2, he has done in a previous championship, but never in the MotoGP. So it's interesting also for us to see how he managed, and it's an important step in this as I say, learning process. So good day, good opportunity to learn.
Absolutely. Good luck, Davide.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to track house boss Davide Brivio. It has already been a stunning sprint Saturday for Ayagura. Can it be a sensational sprint Saturday for Ayagura? Talking about his experience of being a front runner in the MotoGP World Championship. The last time Ayagura led a lap of any shape or form at Grand Prix level was in front of his home crowd on his way to the Moto2 World Championship at Motegi back in 2024. And he's certainly looking to do some of the front running in this 10-lap sprint coming your way very, very shortly. What a moment this is, though. Such a proud moment for Ayagura.
He's changed rear tyre by the looks of it. He's gone across to the medium rear. Is that a sign of confidence from Ayagura, or is that just simply the right strategy?
Well, track temperature is well in excess of 50 degrees. A good chance also to get some data ahead of tomorrow. There's another change as well, isn't there, for Marco Bezzecchi too. So, yes, some dramatic... Well, we heard from Palabinora, didn't we? The Aprilias were playing it cagey. They were keeping their cards close to their chest in terms of that Michelin rubber choice.
We'll see what the Ducatis do. Of course, they have left it late, so Ducati haven't got an opportunity to respond to that. If they have just learned that for the very first time, as we had, maybe for Ducati, maybe their best shot is to go aggressive, go for the soft, and try and get up the road from the Aprilias if they take a little bit of time to get up to speed on the medium rear. Let's see.
Powering away then from the front of the grid is the BMW safety car shortly. Powering away from the front row of the grid will be Ayagura on pole for the first time. Fabio Di Gianantonio and Pecco Bagnaia, certainly no strangers to leading at this level in the MotoGP World Championship. What, though, right now is going through the mind of Ayagura? Here is then your front row for the Grand Prix of Czechia, round 9 of 22 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. Some issue there, Pecco Bagnaia. One of his crews was calling over one of the IRTA staff. But on pole position then, for the first time in his MotoGP career, the first Japanese rider on pole position in nearly 6 years, fighting for the gold medal. It's Ayagura on pole here in Brno. It's time to do battle in Brno in the 10-lap Tissot sprints. It's time for Ayagura to potentially be victorious for the first time in the MotoGP World Championship. He will fight away from pole position, and he has been the rider to beat so far here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. An all-time lap record blasted Agura to top spots in Friday's practice, and this morning he went even quicker. He almost pulled off the unthinkable. He almost pulled off the first ever 150 lap we have seen here at this classic, this iconic, this historic Grand Prix venue. Ai Ogura, first Japanese rider on pole position in MotoGP for almost 6 years. Two very experienced Italians alongside him on the front row of the grid, led by Fabio Di Gianantonio. Top Ducati in qualifying, top Ducati he remains in the World Championship. Third in the rankings is Fabio Di Gianantonio. Yeah, he's gone over to the medium as well as Fabio Di Gianantonio. Some crucial, decisive, late Michelin tyre changes here. Let's get some latest information from Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, the easiest way to take it on board is the front 3 rows of the grids. There are only 2 riders that opt for the soft rear tyre, and it is both of the factory Ducatis. Pecco Bagnaia, Marc Marquez roll the dice and go soft. Remember, Marc won this sprint last year, but with medium rear attached to that Ducati.
Thanks very much then, Jack. This is the state of play. This is how the land lies championship-wise coming into this 9th sprint of the season. 20 points is the advantage that Marco Bezzecchi holds over his factory Aprilia teammate Jorge Martin in front of the packed hillsides here in Brno. 10 laps coming your way. Can Ai Ogura make the dream start? Can he be our 12th different sprint winner? 10 of the current grid have won sprints. Throwing a laser Spargo into that category as well. He did so on the Aprilia. The latest new sprint winner was, of course, a track out Aprilia when Ralph Fernandez was so supreme when he won the sprint at the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello on what turned out to be arguably the best weekend ever for Aprilia. Is this going to be one of the best weekends of Ai Ogura's career? Well, we're about to find out as we go racing for the first time here then this weekend in the Grand Prix of Czechia. The hottest conditions of the weekend without any question. Blazing sunshine, barely any cloud cover. Hottest conditions arguably we've had throughout the whole season. And our first stop over, of course, was in the tropical climate of the Changi International Circuit over in Buriram. Southeast Asia fans will be glued to their screens late into Saturday night then as they get set for Ai Ogura to come to pole position for the first time in his career. Marco Bezzecchi seeking his first sprint win of 2026. He heads row 2 in 4th place. Keep an eye on Marc Marquez. The only 2 riders in this top 9 on the grid. Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia with the Michelin soft rear tyre. Green flag then cleared at the back. Lights out and we're racing in the sprint here in Brno. Pecco Bagnaia's made a sensational start from 3rd place of the grid. Ai Ogura's going the wrong way. Bagnaia surely will have the whole shot. Moreira aggressive on the inside of Bezzecchi into the first corner as well. Moreira's going to be 3rd as he going through that first corner. He leans on Fabio Di Gianantonio on the inside, but a dream launch from Pecco Bagnaia. He leads here in Brno.
Yeah, Bezzecchi got a great immediate launch, but I think he might have had to shut off the throttle a bit because the gap was closing in front of him. He ended up dropping a place. Moreira up the inside of Di Gianantonio. That's Marc Marquez also attacking Bezzecchi.
And also, yeah, you can see there Marc Marquez has got through on Digiden on that flip-flop. An aggressive change of direction through 3 and 4. Bagnaia has a lead by over 1/10 of a second. There he is. Down here we go then. Hard braking into turn 5. Into the stadium section for the first time. Moreira a little bit hot on the brakes there. Into 5.
Yeah, the factory Ducatis have to go on the attack in this early stage because they are on that soft rear tyre. So no surprise that Bagnaia's hit the front, and no surprise that Marc Marquez was getting his elbows out early on because surely they are going to hit late trouble. So they need to make hay while the sun shines here.
So we are still awaiting Ai Ogura to lead for the first time in MotoGP. How much longer will we have to wait? Further down the order, 2 other Aprilias are going toe-to-toe. That's Fernandez versus Martin. They're battling at the back end of the point scoring places, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, Jorge Martin then is 2 places behind his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. He'd have taken that if he'd offered him that at the end of the first lap. There's another rider between them now though with Fernandez going through. So up Power Hill we climb. Pecco Bagnaia, the experienced head with 2 young chargers, Ogura and Moreira right behind him. Because
sorry, we've got crashes there. Well, we've got Maverick Vinales has taken a tumble at turn 12 as he was trying to get the power on going up through Horsepower Hill. He was in the gravel with somebody else as well. Was
was Moreira, wasn't it? Moreira's gone missing out of third place. Diogo Moreira is indeed out. He was down a picture. He was just chasing. He was just lining up a move on Ayagura, and Moreira's crashed out of third place.
Oh, early drama, early heartache then for Diogo Moreira, who was inside of that top three. That's a free hit then for Marc Marquez, who moves into the medal positions. A rather frustrating trudge away for Moreira, so too for Maverick Vinales. At the front then, at the end of that first lap of 10, Bagnaya's advantage over Agura was almost 0.2 of a second. Gian Antonio trying to get his claws back into Marc Marquez directly ahead of him.
Bezzecchi struggling at this early stage to get himself up to speed. Now you'll see it from the overhead shot, third bike in your picture. Look, he's just trying to line up Ayagura for a move, and the front end tucks midway through, and Maverick Vinales is just going to appear into picture and have his own accident.
Oh, that's cruel for Diogo Moreira. We saw him make a mistake. He ran in hot at turn 5 on the first lap, right here on the first circuit of this Brno track. At the front then, Bagnaia looking pretty comfortable as he stretches his lead over Agura through the first lap to just over a quarter of a second. Gian Antonio is really starting to close in on Marc Marquez's rear tyre, isn't he?
So we've not got the graphics on screen at the moment, but we can tell you that it's Bagnaia, Agura, Marc Marquez, Didier Bezzecchi, Acosta, Fernandez, Martin, Bastianini is the current point situation. Binder's up to 10th, ahead of Mir and Aldeguer, who despite the two dropouts ahead of him, Aldeguer's had a poor first lap. He's actually dropped a spot to 12th.
Down through the Kevin Schwantz corner for the second time of asking. Lowest part of this Brno circuit. Now you start this sharp climb up through Horsepower Hill. Horsepower not lacking for Ducati and Aprilia in this particular part of this 5.4 kilometre course. Bagnaia great there, getting some superb drive grip, lowers the rear ride height divider.